Yeah, we done came from the bottom, mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started vlogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gon' pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We switching the narrative all the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now it's stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source. Everything backed up with actual source.
Nah, that's just passion. We love the game. You already know what it is. FYF. You don't got tough skin. Might as well not even come on in. Talk to 'em. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Oh, LeBron better than MJ? Cut it out. Half these fans in the stands don't know what they talking about. Half-court jumpers, crowd going wild. FYF ranked number one, you better say it loud. Intellectual talk, but fuck your feelings. Elijah one too overrated, Kobe still a realist. Top 10 all time, now how they cut the line. Magic Johnson, Draymond Green, one in the same kind. Fuck your feelings, fast break, stop and pull a J. He got how many rings, nothing else to say. With the team, live streaming, play by play. This the dream, full steam on the road to 100K. FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again. Started small, then turned into big dogs. They treat me like the GM, I just make the call. No matter who my op is, I'ma stand tall. Then pull up to the game, fresh like I just left the mall. 100K, 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 check the score. We gon' bust the shot clock, fans running to the floor. All I hear is go this and go that. Man, your team suck, hang it up like a coat rack. I love the game, I admit it, I can't quit it. Step in front of me, man, your ankles gon' get the business. Been a legend like Moses Malone, way ahead of my time. This the greatest sports show ever, I just had to remind. FYF, FYF, blow the whistle, man, we too official. Better check the film, we not one of them. The greatest to ever ball above the rim. They wasn't with me shooting in the gym. Cut the small conversation, debate on major levels. This the playoffs, baby, bring that pressure, we never settle. Cross and spin, getting it in, I wanna win. That teamwork got us headed to the ship again.
Salute, man. Appreciate y'all being here, man. FYF Sports, man. Back live, man. Got a debate for you guys today. This was a special request debate. Actually, it potentially can be a twofold debate, a double header. You know, a double header. George asked the question, how did I pay for the intro? I edit everything myself, man. So I just got in the lab. It cost me $0.00. Oh, salute, man. I see a lot of new names here. Look, we got a big time debate for you guys today. Obviously, this is a topic where I want you guys, until we get our debate participants up, this is a conversation that I've been wanting to have for a minute. I've been wanting to talk about this, right? There's a lot to say about this Laker organization throughout its entirety, this duration throughout the league. The same with the Celtics, the magnitude that both of these organizations have had on the league, the stars that have come through those teams, the championships that both of them teams have won. And I want to start getting some of y'all thoughts on how do y'all calculate in y'all heads who's the more dominant or better organization throughout NBA history. We got Sturdy in here. He's one of the debate participants, man. He's trying to get his cachet back up. And he hopefully, if we get him here, Chilltown and the locker room are supposed to be coming through to debate Sturdy today. And the headline debate with Sturdy is going to be on that specific topic, the Lakers versus the Celtics, man. That's what we're going to be talking about right there. And then hopefully we can get the locker room here. I'm not sure on the specific topic, but obviously they had a pretty good back and forth over on the Locker Room's channel not too long ago. And hopefully we can get the locker room in here to touch on it. We got Donaldo. He says, man, love the content, man. Topics on the channel, man. He said the channel is going nothing but up on the rise 100K facts, man. Salute, man. Appreciate that, man. And to all the new people in the chat, man, I see y'all. Make sure, man, like I said, when I drop that link, don't be shy. Hit the link, man. Pull up. I want everybody's thoughts on this particular topic, man. But I've kind of put together my own conclusion on this as well. I put together my own conclusion on this as well, but I do wanted to wait. I want to wait till we get the debates out of the way on this. But, you know, up until then, we got a lot of other stuff that we can touch on, a lot of other NBA topics that we can really address before we get all of the debate participants up. So let me go ahead. I don't know, Bees. I thought he did. I can't remember. It was so long ago. I have to check. I know it was somebody who betted you, Bees, sent me some money for you. But I can't remember who it was. I thought it was the locker room, but I can't remember. I'll have to double check. Salute to Bees as well, man, pulling up. I'm gonna go ahead. Like I said, we're gonna drop the link. I want to touch on some topics. Obviously, this is a topic that I haven't had a chance to go live about, and we're just gonna talk about it until we get our debate participants up. But the Steph Curry topic and all the bad takes surrounding the Steph Curry topic, and it was the Steph Curry topic, him self-proclaiming himself the best point guard of all time. I just don't see why so many people are up in arms about it. Salute to True. Born in Chi-Town, man. Salute, man. Hey, True. Born in Chi-Town. It's crazy that you're born in Chi-Town because I just wrote a book, man. I'm going to drop the link to that book in here as well because, the book is set in Chicago. And I think it's a really interesting story. I actually might read a few chapters, maybe not the few chapters, but I might read something like the prologue or something just to get y'all into the book, man. But I just dropped that book. He says MJ had to check Stephen A for agreeing with Steph. Look, man, MJ, I don't know. MJ completely disqualified himself, y'all. He disqualified himself when he sent that message to Stephen A saying that Magic Johnson was the innovator of the triple-double. Your whole basketball knowledge now is everything that he said from that point forward. I don't really want to take it too seriously. If you saying that Magic was the innovator of the triple-double, your basketball, you can hoop and you can on the court, you did your thing. But with regards to talking basketball, that's in the garbage can. If you running around saying Magic Johnson was the innovator of the triple-double. He said in terms of impact, no. In terms of impact, it was Oscar Robertson. Ain't no hands down question about it. It was Oscar Robertson. Magic ain't really been known for no triple doubles. He's been known for his showmanship. He's been known for his ability to pass the ball. He's been known for his leadership. But if you're talking triple doubles throughout NBA history, ain't nobody running around talking about Magic Johnson, man. That's cap right there. I mean, look, man, if you guys saw something in the moment of that, you know, I don't even know if Magic Johnson is top 10 all time in triple doubles. I would even have to check that. But I know he's not above Russell Westbrook. I know he's not above Oscar Robertson. He's probably not even above guys like LeBron James. So, I mean, come on, man. Come on. But look, y'all, I'm going to put this link in the chat for y'all. Because, man, I know. And look, y'all, when I wrote this book, y'all, I had a lot of you guys in mind. This is a fictional story set in Chicago. It is a serious story. It's some serious stuff going on in this book. But I did integrate some of you guys into the story. You know, people like Tiffany Ned, True the King, Citizen Lou. You know, a lot of y'all OGs, a lot of the OGs found y'all way into this story. Relevant roles at that. I didn't just troll or do no trolling like that. Real relevant, tangible roles. One of probably the greatest short stories. This is an epic miniseries. Y'all know I love doing the miniseries. So this is the books are not 500-page books, man. These are books where, like, look, man, I'm just gonna put the link out there. I'm gonna put the name of the book. It's a miniseries. This is book 1. Book 2 is gonna be released in a couple of months. Hey, man, Rundown Production. I hope so. I hope so. That's the goal, man. Try to be versatile in here. I'm not Tiffany. I'm not. Y'all be thinking I'm joking. The book is already written. The book is written. The story is laid out, and the story is crazy. You know, there it is right there. Link in the chat, man. Make sure look. It's affordable. You can get the digital version for $8.88, or you can get the paperback mailed to you for $12.88. Man, y'all need to go cop y'all book, man. And then I want y'all feedback on the book. Look, if I'm a trash author, I want y'all to come back and be like, Lamont, you trash. Stick to something else, man. I don't want to be out here writing books and the books is hot garbage, man. If it's a trash book, I want y'all to let me know. The link is in the chat. I'm going to be dropping it in there over the duration of the stream. But I want y'all to copy y'all books, man, and let me know y'all thoughts on it. Hold on. I'm gonna get this link ready because I want y'all to pull up. I want to talk about this Steph Curry topic. Oh, you want me to do a voiceover? I mean, if I get enough people in the chat, I'll read the prologue to you guys. No, or I could pick a random chapter out of the book and read it. But see, I just don't want to give you no spoilers. That's the problem. Every chapter is some spoilers. But I can read you the epilogue. So no, he didn't, Citizen Lou. See, Citizen Lou, you just see Citizen Lou. Now you just taking away. Now I don't use ChatGPT for everything. I've been working on this for like 3 months. Now I did have a professional editor edit it and kind of rewrite it, kind of perfect it. But the gist of the story is all me. Come on, man. Y'all can't hate on my writing skills. Bang, here. Okay, look. I'm gonna read you guys the epilogue, and the epilogue is going to speak. But the thing is, the epilogue of the book don't even really detail the gruesome nature of where the story even goes. Look at Lev. He said, if you know, you know, man. Salute, man. Salute, man. Hey, man, sometimes prices just come out to be what the prices are. I can't control all that, Lev. You know, that's what the prices found themselves to be. Yes, sir, man. Appreciate that, man. Check it out. If y'all want me to read the epilogue, I'll read the epilogue. But like I said, man, it's an elite level book. Actually, I'm going to go ahead and read the epilogue for you. Or hold on, where's the script at? Y'all gotta put some ones in the chat if y'all want me to read it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna drop the link, man. I'm gonna just drop the link, man. We can talk about the Steph Curry situation. I'm still waiting. I'm also waiting to see Chill Town in the chat, man. And if Chill Town doesn't show up, we still gonna have a conversation about the Lakers. We gotta have the conversation because I think I have a pretty good take on it myself. So, Mr. Slash, yes, 40 pages. It's a mini series. This is book 1 of a mini series. So the series is obviously, actually, I already have book 2 already written. Hold on. Oh, somebody said my audio messed up. Hold on. All right, testing. Am I good now? Let me know if I'm good, man. You said it sounded like chipmunks. It should be good now. All right, cool. All right, let me get this link in the chat, man. Because when I bring y'all up, I want y'all to also give me. I'm just gonna read to y'all the very short epilogue in the beginning, but I promise you, none of y'all gonna be able to predict where this goes until you just get through the end. It's wild. And book 2 get even crazier. Now, book 2 is already up to 145 pages. Book 1 is just really setting the foundation. You know, salute to Damon Talk Sports. He says, pay your internet bill. Okay. I don't know what that means, but salute, man. I don't think we'd be on here if it wasn't. Hold on, where we at? Yeah, that link is in the chat, man. Y'all pull up, man. We're gonna get started here. We're gonna get rocking here in a second, man. We got Sturdy up here. Salute to Sturdy. Appreciate you pulling up. You said you got a book coming out called Indie Animals. That's a salute. I want to see what it's about. All right. I want to see what it's about.
Yeah, what's good? What's good, Lamont? What's good, Lamont? What's good,
man?
Bees? What's good, Emmanuel?
Yo, what's going on?
What up? What up?
Bees. I mean, not Bees, but
No, we not doing this Steph Curry stuff, bro.
Why?
We not doing it, bro.
What's wrong with the Steph Curry situation, man?
I'm gonna tell you.
Mm-hmm.
With respect to you,
Yeah.
because you were one of the only people I ever heard putting him up there. Before 2020,
Okay.
no one had him there.
Okay.
His greatest seasons, his greatest play is pre-2020. Unanimous MVPs, beating LeBron in the finals, all of his greatest moments. And for some reason, he wins a finals MVP over an inexperienced Celtics team, and now he's the best thing walking on the earth. Just 2020, he couldn't beat Memphis in the play-in.
Yeah.
Got outplayed by Ja. And then 2 years later, he's the greatest point guard ever. Based on what? That he can shoot the ball? So is he the greatest point guard or is he the greatest shooter? Which one is it going to be? You can't use his shooting for everything. because he's straight ass when it comes to defense.
Somebody got background noise.
And if we want to just start going down categories, he doesn't compete in those other categories. He gets credit for changing the game, but actually the NBA changed the game that even made him possible. The rules ushered in a Steph Curry. Now, I ain't saying that to disrespect him because he is phenomenal. But can one guy that does one thing greater than anybody else be better than everybody else because he does one thing?
Kind of, Beast.
No.
I got something to say about that too, Lamont.
Everything you just said, Beast. I can say that to Magic. Magic
got
in terms of
something to say
playmaking. Magic's turn to
Hold on
playmaking.
1 second, George.
Now, let's go back. Let's go about what you said backwards, Beast. Magic in terms of playmaking, consensus is viewed as the best ever. In terms of passing and playmaking, though that skill, particular passing, right?
Okay.
But when you go down other categories, he doesn't stack up in comparison to his peers all time, right?
Yeah.
So what we do, and the most common people say gripe against Steph Curry is the fact that he needed.
Sturdy. So what you're saying is we made a fatal flaw, so let's double down on it.
Okay.
That's your argument.
No. I'm just saying that argument that you presented can be applicable to Magic.
It can't because you're saying that if Magic is up there, he's flawed. And because Magic is flawed, well, let's just put Curry up there because he's flawed too. Forget
Can I
all
step
the
in?
other.
Bees.
No, you can't. I don't want to hear nothing from you, George.
No, just let me help you out, bro. Let me help you out.
Hold on.
Let me help you out, Bees.
Bro, shut your damn mouth.
Point guard. Hold on. Let
He's
me
on your
finish.
side,
I'm gonna go
bro.
to George next.
Yeah, let me finish my point, bro. So all I'm saying is, which one do you want, Sturdy? Do you want him to be the greatest shooter ever, or do you want him to be the best point guard ever? Which one? Because you can't use his shooting to then overtake him in other categories. Because if that's the case, well, let's just crown Joker the best center ever.
Why can't he be both?
Because he's not even the best playmaker on his team.
But what I'm saying is, Beast, with an emphasis on a certain skill, like Magic being the greatest passer of all time, people use that as a crutch, as one of the reasons why he's the greatest point guard of all time. They do. They not?
I get that. I get that. But I'm saying when you extrapolate it out like we did, and we actually come up with criteria to determine what a point guard should be, scoring could be one of the criteria. But when you list other criteria, he falls short.
What are the criteria that you're speaking of?
And when we did that on SB channel,
Oscar came out number one.
And do you agree with that?
It was Oscar and Chris Paul.
Yeah, I do agree with it because you know what? If you don't have a set criteria, then you're doing it biasly based on who you like.
All right, I mean, if that's his criteria, then we can't really argue.
So hold on. Bees, let me ask you this one question, because I think this is where it gets tricky, especially when we talk about how somebody played at the position.
Okay.
I think with Magic, Magic obviously a point guard from start to finish in his career. However,
he started as a two guard.
No, I know he started. But what I'm saying his role was a facilitator.
A two guard when he started.
No, I know his first 4 years in the league, he was a shooting guard.
Yeah.
So if we go off the definition of roles, do we not count his first 4 years and we only count 8 years of him at the point guard position and judge that against Steph Curry?
Okay. Can I please come in and solve this problem?
Go ahead. Hey, go ahead, George, because you ain't gonna stop interrupting.
Yes, it is. Magic came in and played at his peers' level and played above his peers' level for how long?
What?
When Magic came into the league, he played at his peers' level and above his peers' level for how long?
Like 10.
I don't know. You, George.
George, your argument, man. Go ahead.
Just tell us.
You guys answer the question. When Magic came into the league,
Like
he
10.
played at his peers' level and above his peers' level for how long?
His entire time in the
10
league.
years.
It's like 12 years, right? 12 years.
Did Stephen Curry do that?
No.
He did that.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did that.
When
2014.
Stephen Curry, listen to the question, son. When Magic Johnson came into the league, he played at his peers' level and above for how long?
But what do you mean by peers? Do you mean like
no.
average? Or
What he's saying is
10 years. Same as Steph.
Magic came into league playing at that level. Steph did not.
The game was different.
It don't matter. He did.
Your Magic was actually, yeah, he was pretty young.
So I mean, Magic came into the league
Playing
at
for
the
an
top of
all-star
the
team.
league. Yeah, at the beginning. It doesn't matter.
It does matter.
It's his level of play because every time we've seen Steph without Draymond and Clay, he's a loser.
I mean, like
never won
Magic
with
without Kareem, like
is Magic without Kareem not a loser?
See, and this is what we do, right? This is the problem with this argument. See, you want to use Magic's teammates, but you don't.
You're using Curry's teammates.
You just used Curry's teammates.
Hey, he did it, nigga. He brought Curry's team. He's the one that said Magic's team. I'm not talking about teams.
You brought up the teammates.
No,
this nigga below. Oh, nah, don't try to do that, bro. You brought up Draymond and Clay, bro. Stop.
No, bro. All I said was Steph was not the best playmaker on his own team.
Yo, George, if you need to laugh,
Do you see the photo I have? That's called playmaking. There's like 3 guys triple team.
Because you guys cannot answer what I said. He came in playing at that level and played above that level for how many years?
Okay, but George, we get that. But tell us your point. Just get to your point.
So Stephen Curry is not better than him.
That is his point.
Yes, he is.
Let it go. His point is.
Look, come on, man.
Playing is both 10 years. Both 10 years.
No. Steph Curry has not dominated the league for 10 years.
No, he's been at his peers level.
He's almost.
No, he hasn't.
No, it's been 10.
More chips in like 7 years, bro. Come on, man.
It says 2014. He's dominated the league.
That is not true.
Well, I want to say 20.
That is not true.
You're being disingenuous.
Let's say this. Hold on. Let's make this clear. 2014, he was good. He was on NBA caliber, but now let's say he was dominating the league at 2014. Let's not say that. He was great, but let's not say dominating.
But he was though.
No,
I got Magic over Steph, but you guys are just like making
I'm
I'm
repeating again. No, you can make all NBA team. You can. Curry produced 20 and 8. He was 28. He was good. He was very good in 2014. But there's a difference between good and dominant the league.
Magic first 2 years, he didn't make All NBA. He didn't make All NBA his first 2 years.
I'm not saying exactly. I'm not saying Magic dominated the league from the beginning. That's not my argument. That's easy. That's
George's argument. George said he dominated from start to finish, and he wasn't.
I said he played at that level and played above that level.
Okay, so but
10 years.
George, did he play at an All NBA level his first 2 years?
Now you changing the narrative.
Because hold on,
one level less than dominant.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. If your argument is that he played at his peers level or above, that means he was either an All NBA level player or better. I mean, because you can't, just like the other guy said, you can't just be talking about average players. So if you're talking about any players, you have to be talking about the best in that time. If his first 2 years he wasn't an All NBA level player, then we can't give that to him as he was dominating one of the best in the league.
No. He said at the Lamont. He said at his peers level or greater, which meant he's referring to Magic made an All-Star team his first year. True or false? Okay. He said at his peers level or greater. He didn't say All NBA. And he said, did Steph Curry do that? And the answer is no.
He said also the time period. And Steph has 10 years.
I got a question.
Steph has 10 years.
But what I've been saying is, how do we count those first 4 years if he wasn't a point guard the first 4 years?
Fine. Magic was an all-star all 12 years he played.
I know, but the thing
is, we're ranking them as point guards. So
if he wasn't a point guard his first 4 years, then why are we using it in the
okay. You know what? That's a very good argument. Because if we want to, let's just look at it this way. How far, if Magic was a point guard for only 8 years, and Steph has been a point guard for how many years?
14.
His whole career? How many years is that?
14, right?
So how can Magic do more in 8 years than this nigga did in 14?
But he had a better team.
Rebounds, everything. Oh, I'm just asking.
Come on, bro.
No,
Even the league with the best players.
No, let's keep that 8 years.
How many assists, rebounds, and any of that other stuff does Steph have as a point guard compared to a point guard that did it in 8 years?
So if I could name you a point guard with more assists than Magic Johnson, he a better point guard.
Yo, Beast.
Stop moving the goalposts.
Hey, if you got background noise,
all right, Magic has that. I got Magic over Curry, but like
no, bro. I'm not, look. If you guys are gonna emphasize that he was a shooting guard his first 4 years, because he was. He only played 12 years. That means he accomplished all that other stuff. 8 years as a point guard. The MVPs, all that.
Yeah, he still got more MVPs.
That's what I'm trying to say. This argument.
He still got more. He still got more All-NBA first teams as a point guard. And I'm be real with y'all. Like his career averages is actually slightly better in terms of those 8 years that we do by average.
All right, now who's trying to play like Magic Johnson?
I ever heard, bro.
Beast, who has better gravity? Magic off ball or Curry on ball?
Here we go with this. That's what I'm saying, bro.
No. Let me
answer, yo.
Let me answer.
I'm gonna leave B's up. All right, I'm just dropping everybody down. Look, y'all. This shit been getting annoying, y'all. Y'all wonder why I don't be going live. Because I sit here and go live. We can't even have conversations because people want to yell and make this shit sound like it's fucking low quality basketball talk. I need y'all to just start shutting the hell up and just let people talk. And then when it's your turn to talk, we're going to let you cook because we can't say nothing of quality content when y'all just chattering. We got George giggling and laughing in the background. I got people with fucking kids and stuff running around in their background and the shit sounds silly. Mute your shit, right? Or I'm going to just have to start bringing up people one at a time to talk because this shit be getting silly up here. Y'all just be up here just chatting and it be sounding silly, right? So, again, I be hating to kick people off the panel, but y'all got to clean this shit up, man. Or I'm going to have to just start reducing the number of people up here because this shit sounds silly. Come on, man. Let's lock in, man, and get back to real talk, man. And if you got shit going on in your background, get off the stream or just mute up because that shit it sound horrible. And I can't use the audio elsewhere or nothing, man. Come on, y'all. Let's lock in. Go ahead, B.
No, I forgot where I was, bro.
You was about to answer a question.
I don't. What's
it about?
So one guy asked, he said, who's more impactful off ball, Curry or Magic? That's what he asked.
Well,
I thought he asked the gravity. He said something in regards to gravity.
I said, who has better gravity, Magic off ball or Curry on ball?
Magic off ball, Curry on ball. Well, that's a great.
No,
who receives more defensive attention?
Curry receives more defensive attention off ball than he does on ball. If you are defending Curry, if he's on ball, bro. Listen, if you are defending Curry, you want Curry pounding the basketball. That is what I want Steph Curry doing, is pounding the basketball. What I don't want Steph Curry doing is moving without the rock.
Hey, we got Chilltown just pulled up, man. Chilltown, you got the message?
I did.
Was this something you were prepared for, or did we catch you off guard?
No. I mean,
okay, cool.
I see you guys in here talking about Curry and Magic.
No, we can talk about that. I was just referring to it because obviously Sturdy said we had a debate plan that we wanted to get to a little bit later in the show. The Lakers versus the Celtics, the greater franchise.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay, so cool. No, we're gonna finish this topic because this is a topic I wanted to get your thoughts on as well, too. Chill. I'm gonna let Bees finish cooking. I think it's an interesting topic. the Steph Curry Magic debate.
That's what I would say, my brother. I would rather Steph Curry to be pounding the rock and taking tough one-on-one shots than to have him in motion affecting my entire defenses catching and shooting. So I would get at the Magic off ball as opposed to Steph on ball.
No, you're not getting my point. I'm saying Steph Curry receives more defensive attention on ball than Magic does off ball.
Why is that? Why is
because Curry's like such a shooting threat that he requires a lot of defensive attention.
Not
more
when he has the rock, bro.
Wouldn't that be?
Yes, he does.
No, bro. You got to repeat what you say because you broke up in the beginning.
So Curry, when he's dribbling the ball, right? And he's like setting screens and stuff, right? He's gonna receive more defensive attention than Magic off the ball.
Hold on, see what you're saying, bro. Is your question is crazy because you're saying who gets more attention, Steph on ball or Magic off the ball?
Yeah. No. What he's trying to say is Curry is a threat with or without the ball.
Play off the bat
from anywhere on the court.
Curry is a greater threat off the ball than he is with the ball in his hand.
No, I'm saying
we've seen, but
you're not getting
I have
point.
to. This is one of the things that I talk about too. Is he is a threat without the ball. Extremely, you always have to know where he's at. But we saw, even when they were loaded with Kevin Durant, that team still chose to double Steph Curry, even with a loaded roster with Clay, with KD, and all the offensive force. They still chose to double him with the ball, and he drew significant attention without the ball. And I think I think all.
Okay, so how come you guys just can't say he's a offensive threat? Why do you got to go around all the way around the block to say what the man is?
Because you guys are talking about all around.
No, you guys went all the way around the block just to say he's a better offensive threat than Magic Johnson.
Lamont, let's get straight to the point, Lamont.
Yeah.
These two guys, interchangeable from an individual impact standpoint, are the two greatest offensive players of all time. For what they do at their best. You guys, I do agree with you. Steph Curry might receive more attention off ball, in totality, off ball and on ball collectively, but does not mean we can't take away Magic's greatest strength. That ability to pass essentially means 1 through 5 is a threat to score. When I'm on the court, there's 5 guys that are a threat to score at any given time through my ability to exploit your gaps, exploit your miscommunication, and most importantly, push the pace. Lamar, you know this as a coach. The most easiest buckets come when in transition. Magic Johnson is one of the greatest players in transitions, period. That has to count for something in this argument too. So I understand we can try to make it biased and try to limit it down to a half-court set, which Magic doesn't settle that too. But let's be fair here and emphasize both players' strengths. Why they both in this conversation?
I get that point, but you guys are making it seem one-sided. Like Magic just clears Curry.
No. I'm saying no because Lamar didn't ask. Because me personally, I believe Magic is superior because he's not only giving you all-time great offensive impact, he's also the most versatile player. And his prime was, even at this point, was slightly longer than Steph Curry. Yes, Steph Curry been all-NBA caliber since 2014, but let's not forget there's 2-3 injury seasons in between now and then that he got hurt.
I know, but Sturdy, if we're counting years at the position, he's only been a point guard for 8 years.
No, and I'm telling you, Lamont, are you taking into account the years that Steph Curry missed due to injury? It was at least 2 to 3.
Not true. That's not.
Well, he spent his first 4 years as a shooting guard. I know what his role was.
No, he was listed as a shooting guard. He did not off the basketball. No, he didn't. That's not.
But the scary part about that, Chill, is this: if we start considering the point guard position and then in that particular way, then that means LeBron is a point by default. And when you enter him into that conversation, he blows Steph and Magic out the water.
Thank you, Lamont, and that's where I was about to go.
Don't stop there. Don't stop there. How about we go with Scottie Pippen also? How about him?
Well, that too, and then the Draymonds, and then the Jokic, and we're going to enter.
What I'm trying to make sense of with the logic is why are we talking about Magic Johnson? He was the primary ball handler. When Walt Westphal got fired in '82, they started to speed the game back up, which is why James Worthy, who broke his leg before the playoffs, which is why Byron Scott, Jabbar, these guys became so much better because the game got sped up because Magic was the primary ball handler. Again, Steph Curry being the primary ball handler, that's your job as the lead guard. Now, when you want me to talk about guys like Magic, Isaiah Thomas, Stockton, Jason Kidd, Oscar Robertson, you want me to talk about them like I talk about Steph Curry, you have to do lead guard things at an elite level. You can't do this sometimes. This has to be your primary job. This can't be some of your job. This has to be your primary job. Magic was the primary ball handler, the table setter. He was the guy who ran the offense. He was the guy who kept the pace going. He was the guy who took care of everybody. That is not Steph Curry's job.
Well said.
LeBron does that either.
Yeah, but
I agree with what you guys are saying.
Isn't your role predicated on what the coach asks of you? If the coach says at the point guard position, I need you to do this for our team to thrive and win, you as a lead guard might look different from another guy at the same position on another team. It's just based on how the coach wants to utilize you at that position.
I'm glad you brought that up, Lamont. And the reason why I'm glad you brought that up is because you guys talked about Steph Curry off the bat. So Steph Curry isn't just running around like a chicken with his head cut off. That offense was conducive to Steph Curry's skill set. That offense was conducive to him playing off the basketball, him playing off of Draymond, him playing off of Klay Thompson, him playing off of the bigs. That offense, which initially with Mark Jackson trying to make him a traditional lead guard, it was good, but it wasn't nearly what it was until Steve Kerr got the offense and he played more off the basketball.
Yeah.
But chill, two things. What do you mean by traditional lead guard? And then also, yeah, what do you mean by traditional lead guard? Let's start there.
Let's take the traditional lead guard logic off the table because Pistol Pete was a lead guard. All right. So, and we don't talk about Pistol Pete like we talk about Magic or Stockton or any of these dudes. Let's take the traditional logic off the table. I want to talk about a primary ball handler. You are the guy who has the basketball in your hands when the offense is ran. You are the point of attack. You are the guy, you are the table setter, but you can also get your offense as well. And when you get your offense, that's kind of like what Joker does. Like a lot of people get confused about Joker being the primary ball handler. Joker is not the primary ball handler. There's a difference between running the offense and running the offense through someone. And the offense ran through Joker. With the lead guard, I'm the primary ball handler. I run the offense. I'm the one who's I'm directing traffic. I'm the one who's getting guys in position. I'm the one who's getting my offense when it's necessary. Steph Curry, when you want me to talk about him like you talk about Magic, when you talk about like all these other guys, he has to do those things at an elite level. He plays off the basketball at an elite level. Does he play on the basketball at an elite level? Like
yes. Yes.
No.
Yes.
Yes, he does.
Yes.
I think,
Mr. Moss, I open up a spot for you. Hit the link, Mr. Moss. I just opened up a spot.
I only brought up Steph Curry without the ball because you guys are bringing up rebounding, which is usually a center's job, and you guys are bringing up like how versatile Magic was, and not doing like traditional point guard things.
Well, rebounding matters up to this point because
I know,
like,
but
no. I'm saying
not significant at the point guard position.
But when you take into account, it does matter the fact that if the ball's getting to my best ball handler fast as possible, especially for a transition guy like Magic, that matters. So it does matter the fact that he secures defensive rebounding to initiate the fast break. That's part of his skill.
I know, but one of the things in this era is that guards are. That's what I'm saying. It's scheme because guards are told be the first ones back. Transition is so important to stop that they just tell the guards to abandon trying to offensive rebound the ball, get back. That's going to be more impactful than trying to stick around. This is where we see guards like Russell Westbrook getting a ton of trouble, and guys can leak out and get transition buckets because you got these lead guards chasing offensive rebounds, and they get themselves in trouble. So then it ties into scheme, and that affects your ability to rebound as well, based on what the team has asked you to do. And that's what I say are the stats that impactful in these conversations because Magic was asked to play a certain way. Steph has been asked to play a certain way. But we can't denigrate Steph for not being able to be this versatile all over the court type of rebounder and facilitator when this just wasn't asked of him to win. He needed to do something completely different to win his
Then we can't talk about him, Lamont, like we talk about the rest of them dudes. We can't do that.
Well, wait a minute. If we go,
I'm confused.
If we go to playoff stats, Steph is either a better scorer, rebounder, or assist than any of the top 5 guys you got right now. I mean, the top 10 guys, not top 5. I'm sorry, top 10 guys.
Scorer? Wow.
Okay.
Magic also plays in the offense.
I don't know about the rebounds. I don't know about the rebounds.
We already went over this argument. Go to look at Steph Curry's career playoff numbers and look at Kobe Bryant's playoff numbers. Steph clears him in every category: rebounding, assisting, and scoring.
I think that is true.
That's one guy.
I'm confused.
That's not majority of the top 10.
But you said the top 10, bro.
Yeah, you said majority of the top 10. That's not. No.
Yeah, the top 10. Go look at everybody.
He said guards,
not like. Go look at everybody in your top 10.
He didn't say guards. He said majority of the top 10.
And I guarantee you,
hit the link, George.
Either rebounds, either assists, or scores better than anybody in your top 10.
So Curry's playoff stats are better than LeBron's.
No, well, LeBron
okay.
LeBron is one of the top guys.
Is he better than Larry Bird's playoff
LeBron?
stats?
Okay, that's one guy.
Yes,
That's kind of
yes.
No,
yes.
it's not.
He scores better than Larry Bird.
Stop.
He scores. You better go look at it. He scores better.
No,
than
he scores. Yeah. But what about the other categories you mentioned?
Perpetual playoff dropper, but y'all don't talk about it.
Yeah. In the playoffs, I'm gonna have to say it. And one other thing, let me tell Chilltown, because Chilltown been capping about this a long time. when Mark Jackson was the coach, Curry had his highest assist totals. And whenever he's asked to go on ball and do the pick and roll, even this year when we played the Lakers, he averaged 10 assists.
He averaged 8. Don't say 10. He averaged 8. That's not true.
He did average 8. That's good. That's good numbers.
I said when he was asked to go in a pick and roll, he was getting 10 assists all the time.
Right. So,
but in that Mark Jackson era, he averaged 8. So what I'm saying is, you acting like he can't go on ball and average 10 assists.
He did average 8 assists under Mark Jackson. 8.5.
The point that I was making with that was he was on his way to doing that. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, but the offense changed, and with the offense changing, he played more off the basketball. So that 24 a game that he was averaging went up to 32. Went up to 29. It wasn't because he had the basketball in his hands. It's because he was playing in a different offense where he was playing more off the basketball, a lot more action going on. So now, if he's still playing with the ball and he's playing with in Mark Jackson's system and he's averaging 10 assists, 11 assists, we could talk about him like we talk about Magic, like we talk about Isaiah. But that wasn't going on.
But what y'all, a lot of y'all fun to realize about this debate is you keep talking about how like Magic was like the lead guard and everything happened through Magic, but everything happens through Curry. Them guys don't get them open shots if Curry's not getting all that attention. If you're not paying attention to Curry, that's when Clay's hitting open threes or they're getting loonies, getting layups and all types of stuff because like they said before, your gravity is on Curry. Like,
okay, sir, can I ask you a question?
So it's going through Curry no matter what.
I want to chime in too, fellas.
Yeah, I want to get to Mr. Moss and I want to get to Slash Blade as well. And then we got to do our debate too.
What up, Bees? What up? I'm good, bro.
Can I ask you a question, sir?
Go ahead.
Who during the Golden State's dynasty run, who's the second best player on that team?
Draymond Green.
That's right.
What is his primary role?
Defense and facilitator.
So, would you say facilitating is part of facilitating offense is part of being an elite point guard?
Not necessarily because like just because he made the pass, if I'm the action is me because of my action. Your pass is now open. That pass might not have never been there if I'm not Steph Curry.
So what you're telling me is that Steph Curry is a souped-up Reggie Miller.
No, he's way better than Reggie Miller. Like,
I said souped up, brother.
Hey, Lamont, I got to take
No, because Curry.
Hold on, what'd you say, Chill?
Lamont, I got to take this. I'm going to come back. I'll come back.
All right, I got you.
Curry can play on the ball a lot better than Reggie Miller could play on the ball.
Magic also benefited from an offense.
He said souped up. He meant
Made
like
him be on ball.
Hold on. Yeah, let me get to Mr. Mosh real quick. He's been waiting. I want to get to Mr. Mosh real quick. Go ahead, man.
Hey, what's up, fellas, man? Hey, salute you, Lamont, man. Obviously, this is a very compelling argument. You know, I mean, for me, when I think about Curry and Magic Johnson, I'm only judging impact on an offense, right? Who brings more tools to the table to impact the offense when it comes to winning basketball games? And for me, it's Magic. Curry's there. He's close. But Magic has just a little bit more tools in his toolbox when it comes to impact winning from that position, right? Not only can Magic impact the basketball game on the basketball, he's 6'9", right? He presents a mismatch that Curry just doesn't present, you know, at that position. We saw Magic post up smaller guards and pass outside the double team and dictate offense, right? Now, here's where I think Curry has an argument. You just have to articulate the argument the right way for Curry, because I do feel like Curry has a case to be made, but I haven't heard an argument made the right way yet. But it can be made, in my opinion. I think Steph Curry's impact off the basketball, to me, at times can be just as impactful to Magic on the basketball. But here's the one caveat, though, right? We can't act and pretend like Klay Thompson's impact, whether it's running around, setting backdoor screens, being, you know, an elite shooter, occupying the weak side of the floor, doesn't impact Steph Curry as well. But then somebody would say, well, Keith or Moss, you know what I'm saying? Well, Kareem, you know, with Magic, I get it. But why are we dismissing Klay Thompson's impact on that offense as well? Because they both move well without the basketball. So I can argue that Klay Thompson's movement, his gravity on the offense, is probably not as high as Curry's, but he does play a role in that offense. And I feel like, you know what I'm saying, Magic Johnson didn't have that type of floor spacing the way that Steph did. But then again, I think Magic just has more tools in his toolbox where he's dominant on the basketball, right? And dominant offensive rebounder. And again, we can't forget, Lamont, that Kareem was a pretty good post player outside the post, and it wasn't always looking to score, but just make the defense react on the weak side and create open shots. And so while I appreciate Steph Curry's confidence, and I'm not saying what he said was wrong, but when you put everything in a total package, Curry's there. Don't get me listen. Curry's there, but he's just not there yet. I'm gonna take Magic, but Curry's just not quite there yet. So I think Magic just has a little bit more tools. But I mean, you can make a case for Curry. I just haven't heard the case made correctly yet for Curry. But I'm going Magic. That's all I'm saying.
I will ask you this. So when we start running down the checklist of tools, right? So obviously, I think defensively they both have asterisk because neither one was extremely impactful on both of their defense. Like obviously, even though Steph has 2 steals titles, it's not very impactful because a lot of that came from team defense. Right?
I agree. I agree.
Okay, one.
Johnson got 2.
And Magic got a
Magic has. So what I'm saying is neither one were elite defenders. They were actually, I would call them both below average defenders. So I think their defense is a kind of a wash there. So I think both of the things that make these two guys great, most of it lies on the offensive side of the ball. And so when we start going down the checklist of things with regards to, you know, you talk about
Curry
teammates.
washes them.
Hold on, McDuff. When we talk about teammates, it's hard to compare Klay Thompson's gravity to Kareem's. Like it's just not very comparable.
I did mention that.
Kareem's gravity. I'm just saying Kareem's gravity is just far, far, far more significant.
Yes, agree.
Than a Klay Thompson or even to me a Kevin Durant. That's just how good Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was, even when he was getting older. I just think it's more significant. Like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar was just that good. And then when you start adding good players around Kareem, like the Worthies, who's a very formidable scorer, and then a lot of the other guys on that team who are also very good players as well. I think when you start to look at the teammate aspect, they're both neck and neck right there because they both play with very good teammates that then in and of themselves attracted gravity and the defense had to also be attracted and have to be mindful of those guys on the floor as well. So they were in situations. So I don't know about that. I just think when you look at the offensive side of the ball, I actually watch multiple games. I watch playoff games and regular season games about when I see how teams defend Magic. Outside of transition, they really didn't guard him in the half court unless he went to go post up, which that was Kareem's place to operate. They would sag off and kind of defend him like Russell Westbrook was getting.
At times, Lamont, bro, do you mind for me one last point, and then I'm get her, bro. Listen, bro, your point is well taken. Listen, I think the Kareem argument is a valid point, but when you bring up Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, don't forget Steph Curry has 2 championships playing with Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson, and I will believe that everybody on the panel agrees that what Kevin and Klay both brought to the table outweighs what Kareem did. You know what I'm saying? And again, I get it, right? Kareem's impact was great, but Magic's ability to post up and take advantage of the smaller matchup, that did create elite offense on the weak side, backdoor cuts, open passing lanes. And again, we're comparing 2 different eras, 2 different offenses, bro, right? Because listen, I think the one lie that's told about the Warriors is that they play this fucking Hellcaster high offense, which is really incorrect. They were an elite offensive half court team where they can come down the court, pass half court, and run an offense. Whereas the the Lakers played a lot in transition, but then at times they had Kareem and Magic to slow the pace down, go into that pinch post, and fucking just run more of a traditional inside-out offense. And so when you factor in Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant, don't they bring more to the table than what Kareem did combined?
But like what I said was, I don't just look at it as it was just Kareem. He played with Worthy, with Kareem on the same team. He had Michael Cooper. He had guys like Norm Nixon. He had guys like Jamal Wilkes. He had Bob McAdoo. He had Michael Thompson. So it's not just like Klay, like Magic was just only had Kareem. That's what I said. He had a whole committee along with Kareem that gave similar gravity to the group that Curry had. So I said, you emphasizing on some of the help that Curry had is not really good argument to me, because Magic had just as much help, if not more.
But you have to weigh.
Depending on how you want to argue.
But no. Listen again, bro. Listen, I'll meet you guys. Listen, I think Magic is there. I think Curry's close. But you have to weigh the impact of the players. Just because one guy has more players who can do more doesn't mean that a guy like Kevin Durant single-handedly doesn't impact more than Worthy, Byron Scott, etc. Because we know that can be true. All I'm saying is this, man. I think Magic is the best of all time, but I also think Curry has a case. And you're making a valid case for him. I'm not fighting you on this. I'm just saying that I'm going with Magic, but I'm not going to poo-poo or argue if you say Steph Curry. That's all I'm saying. I don't care. Listen, I'm cool with either guy. I'm going with Magic, but I think Curry has a case because of the rule changes, the players, and then especially 2015 and 20 or 2022 we did versus the Boston Celtics. Again, Magic Johnson ain't won shit without Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Even in his rookie season, I can argue that Kareem should have been MVP that season, right? Other than that game he missed in game 6 or 7. And so Kareem has always been there being his second fiddle along with some other guys. So I get it. All I'm saying is this, is that Curry has a spot there. He's not quite there yet, but it's close. But I'm going with Magic, but I'm not going to fight you on your case that you're making for Steph Curry. I'm cool with that, bro. All joking aside. That's what I'm saying.
All right, man.
Yeah, well, let me add a little something to what the context of what you was just saying about the teammates. So Kevin Durant is probably on his way to being a top 10 performer once he finishes his career, right? So we can say 2 of those seasons Curry played with another top 10 guy. 2 of the seasons Curry played.
We ain't saying that. We ain't saying that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Let's say KD's gonna be top 10.
You know what
bro.
I'm about to say? Curry he won 2 championships without another top 75 player. Magic Johnson didn't do that.
Those are facts.
Yeah.
The Lakers were so good. James Worthy was on the bench at one point. Come on, man.
Hold on. We not finna do this.
Yeah.
No, we're not. Because when we sit down and we start talking about greatest teams ever, are the Warriors team not mentioned in that argument?
Yeah, the one with Kevin Durant.
Yeah, with KD, not without KD.
But multiple of those Lakers teams are mentioned.
50% of his achievements come with KD on that team.
That's fair. Yeah, that's fair.
No, it's not.
No,
50%.
No, you're lying. Look, we are not gonna sit here.
No, he's not lying.
Teams and say he had, bro. They had 4 first ballot Hall of Famers on their team at one time. And I'm not.
I don't think Draymond's first ballot.
Yeah.
The Lakers.
Draymond's first ballot.
Draymond Green's gonna be first ballot.
But is he a top 75 player?
I meant to say Clay. My bad.
That's what my question was.
Clay's not
is
first
he a
ballot.
top 75?
All I'm saying is we should get away from this team argument, because when you start talking about greatest teams, the Warriors are right there with the Bulls, with the Celtics, with the Lakers. You're doing yourself a disservice with that argument.
We understand that, but the
Lakers
players,
I'm
players
sorry,
that he played with,
the players he played with
comparable to Curry's teammates, the Magic teammates. It's not even comparable. Magic teammates is washing Curry's teammates. Y'all tripping right now. It's not even a debate. Y'all forgot about Jamal Wilkes. He's a Hall of Famer as well. Bob McAdoo, Worthy, Green, Cooper, Kareem. Like, stop. It's not even.
I
think you guys are looking at the names too
What was
much.
the Lakers doing before Magic Johnson got there? What was the Lakers doing before Magic got there?
They were in the Western Conference Finals.
But here's the thing. You guys act like all these dudes that they had on their bench and all these other players, David West, Iguodala, Livingston, you act like these dudes was bums.
David West was compared to Jamal Wilkes and Bob McAdoo. Yes.
Stop it.
No, they weren't.
Hold on. Let me. When Magic got to the Lakers, he had a 5-time league MVP, Kareem.
Look, bro.
Hold on. Let me finish.
No. Because
let me finish.
Because I can't. Because
okay,
everybody up here knows that the strength.
I thought we wasn't going to interrupt.
The Warriors' strength before KD showed up was what? What was their mantra?
Defense, strength in numbers.
We got the deepest
They
bench.
had the deepest bench,
players, and that's how we beat you. We came at you in waves.
That is true. That is true.
So let's not set up here and cap like this.
But what was happening? Was anybody on the
73
team?
games.
Hey, did he win? Let me ask
I had a problem with what you said, Magda, because despite of the players that you was naming, what was they doing before Magic Johnson got there? They was not making deep playoff runs before Magic Johnson got there.
They were in the conference finals a couple years before. Let me answer the question. So
that was a bad take on that one, Herm.
Before Magic got there. Oh, go ahead, OG.
I just wanted to say this one thing to Bees, and then you can go and finish your point. The fact of the matter is, Bees, what I just told you is Steph Curry won 2 championships without another top 75 player. And it ain't a whole lot of people in the NBA, not a whole lot of greats, that won 2 championships without another top 75 player.
Kobe, Tim Duncan, George Mikan. That's it.
There we go. Three people.
Hey.
Three people.
Hey, I agree with that, Supermac. But my point of saying what I was saying was so we stop this who played with whose teams is better, because the Warriors were so deep in this era, bro, that you can't. That argument don't hold water.
It do, because we just said it's only 3 people. Bro? It's only 3 people. It's only 3 superstars, all-stars in this league that ever did it without another top 75 player. So it do hold water.
Now, but I think the Golden State Warriors had a good collective talent, just as much as the Lakers was. Lakers were top heavy with talent, but the Golden State Warriors had a whole group of talent, like Deshaun Livingston.
They won 73 games, bro.
Barbosa.
Barbosa.
Why are we acting like the Lakers didn't have a great bench? Why are we acting like the Lakers just
the Lakers had some of the greatest dudes to ever do it on their team.
Did they win 73 games?
Curry's on Magic's level.
The point was
Andre Iguodala.
What did they call him? What was
Andre Iguodala was Finals MVP.
So let me
role player.
Y'all comparing them to all-time greats.
But why are we talking about team? Why are we talking about? We're talking about individual. Who cares about who they play with?
Let's get away from this team stuff.
Because they know Magic had better teammates. That's why you want to get away
from it. We were talking about impact, right? On the team's impact.
No. I'm saying right now we're wasting time arguing about who played with who because of teams. You cannot. Steph Curry is that Warriors team is considered one of the greatest teams ever to walk on a basketball court. Let's just stop it and go back to the individual talk.
Without Curry, the Warriors don't make the playoffs.
Correct. And you know what?
What make it so sure? What make it so sure?
Because they were the last seed
won
when he was
playoff
injured.
games without Steph Curry. Golden State won playoff games.
Hold on, y'all. One at a time. One at a time.
Let's expound on your point. Go ahead, sir. Finish that. Now, without Curry, the Warriors.
Magic's teams went to the conference finals. Curry's teams were like last seed when he was injured. Come on, man.
Now, but what make you so sure in the Golden State Warriors won playoff games without Curry?
Whoa, bro.
Does Curry have a season in his prime where he didn't make the playoffs?
Yes, 2021.
Yes.
And he was 7th seed, right?
There's a play-in tournament.
But they lost the play-in. And he lost in a play-in tournament. Was Clay on the court?
No.
And we saw Curry play in the season without Clay and Draymond in and out. He can score the ball. That's what he does best. But what was his impact on that Warriors team?
Hey, well, see, this is where you got yourself in one of the worst arguments you can ever come with.
He didn't make the playoffs.
Bees. This is where you got yourself.
He got put out to play it.
Let me answer this. Let me answer this for Bees right quick. Let me answer this for Bees. It's out there on the internet for you to go research it since you don't know about this.
Okay.
Steph Curry has the winningest impact to his team than anybody in the NBA history of the game. If I sit Steph Curry out, that team will never see the playoffs. As a matter of fact, they tank. But if
that's Cap, you must forget about guys like Tim Duncan and guys like this.
Kareem and all the stop it, bro.
Hey man, if I pluck Magic Johnson off the Lakers are still gonna ball. If I pluck Steph Curry off the Warriors are going to the lottery.
The problem with your argument is that 2 years ago we got to see Curry without the other two.
Draymond was still there.
No, he's saying see the others without Curry. That's what he's saying.
We did for a few playoff games.
We know that Curry by himself is not going to be able to win, but Magic by himself probably couldn't win much either.
He didn't win. We did for a few playoff games, and Klay Thompson was carrying Golden State pretty damn good.
Look, Lamont, they forget
Dame Lillard and the Portland Trailblazers.
In 19, they were 2-1.
Conference finals. It was in the conference finals.
When Curry went down with that elbow wrist, what did the Warriors do?
Nothing.
They went to the lottery, didn't they?
Yeah.
I mean, Klay Thompson didn't play.
Now, if I take now just recently when we won the championship, Klay Thompson wasn't there until what, halfway or a quarter of 75% of the season, and we still was the damn near the one.
All I'm saying is Steph Curry's a great player, right? But individually, he needs the team. He does not have the individual skill set that some of these other dudes have.
Let me get
he
my
needs a team even more.
But with Magic's whole a lot of his impact was based on assists. That means facilitating others. He needed the team more than anybody, especially. I mean, if you talk about your greatness being tied to others, if you don't make shots, he gets no assists. If you don't have any skill on your own individual court, he doesn't get the assists that make him one of the best passers of all time.
That's not completely true.
That is true.
No, it's not. Because just like Isaiah Thomas and just like other guards, when they needed to be propelled into the scoring role, Magic always stepped up and did the scoring. Did he not?
That's not true.
And then
say the same
thing we
for
notice. Hold on, but Bees, with that logic, the one thing we know is whenever Steph has been propelled into the facilitating role, he's been elite. But when he's propelled into the scoring role, he's also one of the most elite players in the league.
That's what I was trying to tell Chilltown to stop them cap locks. Talking about Steve Kerr's offense is what propelled him. Well, I remember when Mark Jackson had him on the ball, he went to Madison Square Garden and gave him 50.
54, yeah.
And that offense thing, you could say the same thing about Magic.
My case for Curry is this, and I don't care who we put at point. Put LeBron, put Magic, put James Harden. I don't care who you put at the point guard. Whoever brings the ball up, no player in history has to be double teamed 30 feet from the basket except for Steph Curry. On a high pick, nobody else in history. If you do not double team that man 30 feet from the basket, he will light you up. Ask the Boston Celtics. So a point guard who's being double teamed 30 feet from the basket, you want him to still be a high level assist guy. Well, he averaged 8 assists one season. He averaged 7 assists one season. For his career, he's still averaging 6.5 assists for his career. Being double teamed 30 feet from the basket. That's a great passer. That is a great facilitator. Now, Draymond Green's assist, you could thank Steph Curry for that, because when he gets double teamed 30 feet from the basket, he passes the ball to Draymond Green, and Draymond Green now has a 4-on-3 mini fast break in the half court. Those are just facts. Steph Curry has hockey assists through all that. And then when even Draymond does assist Steph Curry is scoring off of Draymond Green's assist. So not only is he helping Draymond Green's numbers assist-wise by passing him the ball, getting double teamed 30 feet, but he also, Draymond Green gets assists by passing the ball to Steph Curry on off-ball movement. So, bro, that whole offense is built around Steph Curry. He leads his team in 3-point percentage, free throws, scoring. He averages more assists than Draymond Green for his career. Higher usage rate. Steph Curry is that Golden State Warriors offense. And even when Kevin Durant was there, he averaged more points than Kevin Durant. More points. Think about what I'm saying. He averaged more points than Kevin Durant while he was on the team. Y'all tripping right now, bro. If you want to say,
well,
go ahead,
one
bro.
thing let me say this, Mac Def, because you made some great points. Also, when Steph Curry didn't play, that KD team was 28-18, and when Steph Curry played and Kevin Durant didn't play, they were 32-4. So that was a wash. But what I'm gonna say to Bees, because Bees, one thing you underestimating this brother, man. It's a whole lot of stuff that this brother got that's incredible. Some stuff that I just found out. Let me ask everybody a question here. Who y'all think is the NBA leading all time in history in the playoffs scoring in the fourth quarter? Would you say LeBron James, Kobe Bryant, Kareem, or who was the other one that's there? Who's one of the great?
I'm assuming you're gonna say it was Steph, right?
Yeah, it's Steph, isn't it?
Steph Curry is leading.
Okay.
So see, what I'm saying is, I got Magic right now. Right as of right now, I still got Magic as the number one point guard. But I tell you what, if Steph Curry get one more chip, he gonna surpass Magic, because he got too many things that he's the greatest of in NBA history that Magic Johnson probably don't have. I wonder if Magic Johnson is the greatest of any skill in NBA history. We know Steph Curry is the greatest three-point shooter right now. We know Steph Curry is the greatest free throw shooter right now. I just told you he's the leading
He's
scorer.
not the greatest free throw shooter. He's not the greatest free throw shooter.
On volume, he is.
On volume, he probably is.
Oh, in percentage, he's not right now?
No, not percentages. Not percentages, no.
In percentage, he's not. I thought he was the greatest right now.
No. The one thing I hate about this argument is that people try to take away Curry's three. But when Curry misses shots, the defense doesn't automatically sag off of him. They still play him tight. So you can't take away his three, even if he's not making it.
Right.
Yo, OG, you don't think Magic?
Steph is number one percentage-wise.
Yeah, he is. I thought he was.
In the free all time? When was this?
Yeah, all time.
Yes.
All time.
He's over Steve Nash, Mark Price, and Rick Barry. He's number one.
That's what I'm saying. He got too many things that he's the greatest of in all-time NBA history, which some of these cats don't have.
Greatest off-ball player.
But nobody ain't. A lot of people ain't played that.
He keep on adding to the catalog. He
played in a lot of games. He played.
Well, OG, you don't think Magic? You don't think Magic is the greatest passer anymore? Who passed off and passing? OG.
Oh no, for sure. No, I got Magic as the number 1 point guard right now. But what
Who got the most assists? Who got the most assists in the playoffs, OG?
In the playoffs?
Magic got it.
Who got the most assists in the finals, OG?
Magic.
Oh, coach.
I'm just saying, OG. Like, let's not pretend Magic don't got records himself.
Okay,
too. Who got the most triple doubles in the playoffs, OG?
So Magic is the best in NBA history. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
And passing, yes.
As a passer, yeah.
If you got somebody else that's better, OG, just say it. If you got to say somebody that's a better passer than Magic Johnson, say it. That's all you got to do.
John Stockton.
Come on.
Nah.
John Stockton got more All
Why you
NBA.
laughing at Stockton, man? He got more assists.
Hey, no. See, look.
And he got
Actually, Magic actually averaged more assists than John Stockton for a square. But go ahead.
Look.
Even though it's crazy.
By that logic, you on point. Because I judge the greats by what they do in the playoffs, not the regular season tally all the time. I judge by what they do in the playoffs. So if Magic is the greatest,
beat him 3 times in the playoffs.
Huh?
John Stockton beat Magic Johnson 3 times in the playoffs.
Yeah, but listen to what he said. He said he is the greatest assist man in NBA history, right? In the finals or the playoffs, rather. And he's the greatest triple doubles man in the finals or the playoffs, rather. Playoffs is including the finals, basically. So that's some great stats to have, and to be the greatest in NBA history at something. That's what puts you on the upper echelons of all of these NBA greats. You see what I'm saying? So I got to give it to Magic on that. But
Curry still got more categories in that.
But Curry still got more work to do too. So
yeah, that's facts.
Shooter, 3-point shooter, off ball, efficiency, free throws. Like this, what else do you want this man to do?
He has to have more longevity.
He got some accolades.
You don't have to say
He's already played more years than Magic though. So
no, he don't.
Yeah.
And y'all tripping on Steph Curry scoring.
15. Magic only played like 12, 13 years.
Yeah,
no, we talking about his prime, not his entire career.
Do y'all think Magic peaked higher than Curry?
You can definitely argue that.
Probably not.
As a traditional point guard, you could
I don't want to debate it. I don't want to debate it. Do you think Sturdy? Hold on, Sturdy. You could argue it, but who do you think peaked higher?
I'm serious. Look at if you, especially you include playoffs too. I'm answering your question. If you include playoffs too, 87 is Magic. If you just say regular season, it's Steph Curry. But if you include the playoffs with them regular season, 87 Magic peak higher. As a fact.
So
that's a fact.
So from a 4-year standpoint, 2016.
No, I gave you their best individual season. You said peak.
Bro, 87 Magic is not beating 2016 Curry. Stop.
Yes, it is, nigga. You better go back. Nigga. You better go back.
Stop.
You better go back.
Time out. So 23 and 12.
You better go back, nigga.
So 23 and 12 is washing 30 points per game while shooting 50, 40, 90.
Why you gave him more stats and you only gave Magic 2 stats?
Because he's the only. No, hold on, time out. Because you know Steph Curry is the only player in history.
That is kind of crazy though. That is 50, 40, 90, averaging 30 a game is crazy.
He's the only player in history to do that. That's why that's not. It's not even close.
He would have. That's kind of unheard of.
At 30, I don't think he averaged 30.
You just remind me of another. Hey, you just remind me of another thing.
You know, no other player averaged more than 2012 and 6. Go ahead.
Hey, I wanted to hear this. Somebody,
Isaiah Thomas.
Somebody on the panel.
2012 and 6? And 6, nigga?
6 rebounds? Oh, yeah, Stockton can't.
I want to hear what
Isaiah Thomas.
Somebody on the panel might know.
What do you mean?
What
Oscar Robertson.
All-time
Your mic's messing up. I want to move on off this Steph Curry topic too. We've been on it a little too long as well.
Yeah.
Super Mac, your mic's messing up.
2-1-2.
12 rebounds, or it's like 11 probably. 11.
Man, Curry's over Magic. Y'all just some haters.
Nigga, you got Curry as the GOAT.
Nah,
you got Curry as the GOAT.
Magic.
No. Look, this argument can go a lot of different ways because you got you got a sect of people. You're just not going to change their mind. They want to see the point guard position played a certain way because of how it's traditionally been played, and a lot of people just haven't adjusted to what we're seeing. And it's going to take some years. It's going to take some years for people to get used to seeing the point guard position getting played this way, the way Steph Curry and the Trae Youngs and the De'Aaron Fox and a lot of these other players play it. And until that happens, you just got to accept it. This is the way they see the point guard position. It has to look like the Magics. It has to look like the CP3s, the Jason Kidds, the Chris Pauls, and your John Stocktons. And, you know, there's nothing wrong with that, but at least it's some form of criteria that people are sticking to. They're not just falling in love with Magic. Like having Magic at number one ain't really that crazy. But
I have a question.
I just think, man, my thing is, I think Gilbert Arenas made a really good point because he said, man, it's just you're a 6'9" point guard. Like you ain't really a point guard. You're really a small forward.
There's nothing traditional about that. And that's what I hate about that label. Traditional.
And that's what I'm saying. He said, and even Gilbert said if we're putting Magic in the point guard conversation, we have to put LeBron in there. And it's just that's the doors that it opens up when we start going down these conversations. And
I don't care.
Man,
it's crazy. Put him there. He don't have to be double teamed 30 feet away from the basket, period.
Hold on, Emilio Lake Show. You don't think CP3 and Chris Paul? You don't think Chris Paul is one of the best point guards of all time?
Where his ring at?
You need a ring to be one of the greatest point guards of all time.
Hopefully, he get one.
I mean,
I think with CP3, they just look at him choking, not his actual ability.
He ain't top 5.
I also tax him for injuries too, so that might be one thing.
CP3 nowhere near the top 5.
If you're talking about ability, he is.
Hell no.
I mean, that's cute. That's cute. Like T-Mac had ability, but he didn't win anything.
He ain't better than Jason Kidd, Magic, Curry, Oscar Robertson, Isaiah Thomas. That's 5 right there. We can move on.
He better than Russell.
You better than Kidd.
Chris Paul ain't nowhere near Jason Kidd. Y'all tripping.
That's not true. They are.
I feel like IT gets overrated because
I think Chris Paul might be better than Jason Kidd.
What?
When did Chris Paul?
You can definitely make that argument.
He's not even close. Stop
Chris Paul's a better offensive player. I think he's a better passer. I think in his prime he was even a better defender.
He's a better passer.
Yes.
No,
he is. All but the last 2
What?
Defense is crazy. Don't do Jason Kidd. Don't do him like that.
Bro, y'all, people forget that Chris Paul was a all-league defender in his prime. He was one of the best point guard defenders.
I put him even at.
I don't, bro. I mean, we punish Chris Paul a lot because his teams didn't win championships. Yeah, I ain't gonna find too many players better than Chris Paul at the point guard position.
He's not a top 5 point guard.
I am. I feel like
Jason Kidd is over Chris Paul.
Man, Chris Paul.
I wouldn't go that far. I wouldn't go that far.
I don't think so.
Defensively,
I think Chris Paul's just a better basketball player just in general. I think he does more things better on the basketball court than Jason Kidd does.
He can be a better hooper, but Jason Kidd's a better basketball player. You feel me?
No, Jason Kidd's not. No.
Not at all.
I think Jason Kidd is a little bit more better defensively. It's close, but defensively, Jason Kidd can guard 1 through 3.
I think Kidd's a better defensive player, but it's a little Chris Paul. I think by a distance.
It looked like Chilltown is out. He ain't gonna be able to make it back. But we still had a conversation on the Lakers and Celtics. But we all had to go ahead and finish this one up. But yeah, Chilltown is out for the day. He had something come up.
I don't think Chris Paul was up there. I got him like 6 or 7 point guards.
Yeah, me too. That injury tax guy out of here.
Ralph said he wants to leave.
I got Curry, Magic, Oscar Robertson, Isaiah Thomas, Jason Kidd. I think you could even make a case for Stockton. Like,
bro, is it a far-fetched point to say? I think CP3 is better than Isaiah Thomas, man.
Nah.
See, I'm not gonna lie. Here's the thing, Lamont.
You can shut down your own channel.
No, I'm biased, bro. See, I'm not gonna.
Hey, man, we like winners over here, Lamont. We don't like losers, bro. We like winners over here.
That's crazy.
That's not crazy.
When you don't get injured, you be choking.
That's not crazy.
Chris Paul is nowhere near Isaiah.
Come on, you do a video on that. A lot of people be surprised, but you're not gonna get hard for me.
Tax Chris Paul like heavy, bro. Like you got to tax him mad heavy for those injuries.
He's nowhere near Isaiah Thomas.
Put their numbers up against each other.
All right, hold on. Let me put it.
Those numbers be lying about Chris Paul. Those numbers lie.
Listen, man.
Numbers don't make Isaiah look good though.
Listen, man.
I don't know. Isaiah Thomas did average 13
man.
assists one season, 13.8,
Listen, man.
13.9.
MacDev, listen, man. Lamont, do not pull up laying the basketball, Isaiah Thomas versus Chris Paul. Do not do that.
Why not?
No, numbers wise,
do
Chris
not
Paul
show these
is
dudes.
up there.
Do not
Those
show these dudes
numbers
the truth.
lie, man.
Do not show these dudes.
Hold on.
the
We're gonna
truth,
run through it. Hold on. Let's just run through it real quick just to get so MacDev he said it's not even close. So we're gonna run through everything from top to bottom and just try to let me get through it. No, we're gonna run through it all. We're gonna run through it all.
The stats are
No.
lying, bro.
All
Y'all
right,
ask this, bro.
So Chris Paul has and you guys can weigh each of these things however you want to weigh them. I'm just going to give you all the information. Chris
We
Paul
got to
has
do
the
playoff stats too, because that's what
I'm going to do it all. I'm going to do it all. Chris Paul has Isaiah Thomas has the championships. He has 2. Paul's none. Longevity goes to Chris Paul. He's at 18 seasons and counting. Isaiah Thomas only played 13. Chris Paul made the playoffs 15 times. Isaiah Thomas 9. They both made 12 All-Star games. Isaiah Thomas has been a Finals MVP. Chris Paul hasn't. Now, Chris Paul has been first team All-NBA 4 times. Isaiah Thomas 3. Chris Paul's made 11 All-NBA teams. Isaiah Thomas 5. Chris Paul's made 7 first team defense. Isaiah Thomas 0. Chris Paul has made 9 All-Defensive teams in his career. Isaiah Thomas never made a defensive team. Chris Paul's led the league in assists 5 times. Isaiah Thomas did it once. Chris Paul's led the league in steals 6 times. Isaiah Thomas never did it. And Chris Paul was rookie of the year. Isaiah Thomas was not rookie of the year. When we go to just stats,
Chris Paul clear.
When we just go to their stats, points per game, Chris Paul is at 17.9 for his career. Isaiah Thomas 19.2. We got rebounds. Chris Paul 4.5. Isaiah Thomas 3. We go assists per game for the career. Chris Paul's at 9.5 to Isaiah Thomas is 9.3. Steals per game, Chris Paul 2.1 to Isaiah Thomas 1.9. And blocks is really a wash. They're both below 1 block per game. Chris Paul does have more running points. Obviously, the longevity is going to carry him out in all those numbers from points, rebounds, assists, steals, and total games because of the longevity. But and then when you go to the percentages, Chris Paul shoots 47% from the field. Isaiah Thomas 45, 36% from the 3 for Chris Paul to Isaiah Thomas is 29, and Chris Paul shoots 87% from the free throw line to Isaiah Thomas is 75. And then when you go to the playoffs, when we go to playoff stats, they both average 20 points per game. Mm-hmm. Isaiah Thomas is a tinge higher. Chris Paul is at 20.0. Isaiah Thomas is at 20.4. Chris Paul is at 4.9 rebounds a game to Isaiah Thomas is 4.7. In the playoffs for assists per game, Chris Paul's at 8.3 to Isaiah Thomas is 8.9. And then Isaiah Thomas does lead in steals in the playoffs. Chris Paul's at 1.9 to Isaiah Thomas is 2.0. It's pretty much the same. But
hey,
hold on. Let me finish. Hold on.
You got more?
Yeah, I got a little bit more because we
got wrap. It's Isaiah.
So the playoff percentages, when we go to playoff percentages, Chris Paul shooting 49% from the field to Isaiah Thomas's 44. Chris Paul shooting 37% from the 3-point line to Isaiah Thomas's 34. Then 85% from the free throw line for Chris Paul to Isaiah Thomas's 76. And then those are basically the numbers right there. And then so I think the only thing to me that Isaiah Thomas has over Chris Paul is the fact that he was able to win 2 championships with the Pistons. Outside of that, I don't think there's nothing on the basketball court that Isaiah Thomas does better than Chris Paul. And the numbers actually do support that.
Well, when in the playoffs, like I said, that's where I judge all-time greats, is what they do at the biggest times, the playoffs and the finals. And Isaiah started to actually peak a little bit over him.
So there was the point is
different in the regular season.
The point is OG. It was relatively the same. It's like when someone say Isaiah Thomas watches Chris Paul, when Chris Paul got more individual accolades and is more efficient, MacDev, right? And has the numbers either relatively the same or slightly favor Chris Paul. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing saying
their numbers are essentially a tie in the playoffs.
Yeah, there's nothing that indicates a wash. There's nothing that indicates a wash.
Category.
Hey, man, y'all not factoring the injury tax, man.
This is where they separate, because I wasn't even thinking about points and stats and accolades with them too. I wasn't even thinking about championships. Where they separate is what Supermac is saying in the playoffs. Isaiah Thomas can take over a freaking ball game whenever he chooses to, and there's numerous points where he's done that. Chris Paul has done that maybe once or twice, but he hasn't done it on the biggest stages in the playoffs. He has a lot of more duds than he does taking over games and winning. Isaiah Thomas did that from the gate. That's where he separates from Chris Paul. He's able to take over a game whenever he felt like it, and Chris Paul is not on that level.
So MacDef, so basically what you're telling me is the difference between Chris Paul and Isaiah Thomas is a few games that you're able to identify where Isaiah Thomas was able to.
No, it's not a few games. That's
how many games are you talking about? Because what I just pulled, no, it's not.
He got two championship.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Championship.
Hold on 1 second, y'all. I just went through the numbers. The averages don't support Isaiah Thomas being that much better of a playoff performer. If you're talking about a few games where you think, okay, he went berserk this game and took over, okay, that's a handful of games. But we're talking about an entire career, and you're looking at CP3 for his whole career. Unfortunately for you guys, I know as much as you guys don't want the regular season to count, it does count. It's a part of your career. And so you can't just shy away from the regular season because those numbers don't suit your argument and say, oh, I want to just go to the playoffs. No.
He averages more points than him in the regular season and playoffs.
Hold on. You can, first of all,
what the fuck?
Almost every statistical category, Chris Paul is either leading or he's down by a very marginal number it's not even very significant. But when it goes to honors and accolades, Chris Paul dominates him, and Chris Paul completely dominates him on the defensive side of the ball, where Isaiah Thomas didn't even make one defensive team in his career at all.
Hey,
Chris Paul has 9.
He got one steals champ, though, didn't he? He got one.
He got nothing.
He got zero.
Chris Paul has a skills leader 6 times.
But Lamar,
correct.
Hold on.
And then if you're talking about just pure point guard play, if it's about facilitating and playmaking, Chris Paul's led the league in assists 5 times. Isaiah Thomas has only done it once.
No, but Isaiah got one of the best
in the league. That's kind of
Isaiah got one of the best runs in NBA history for us, beating Larry Bird, beating Magic Johnson, and beating Michael Jordan.
He's gonna go to the Pistons.
That was at the end of the day, Herm, I don't look at basketball as I don't never look at a game and say, Isaiah Thomas
he was the best player on that team.
No. What I look at is I look at the Pistons beat the Celtics. There's no matter how good you are, no individual player is gonna beat another good team. Jordan, as good as he was, 63 on the Celtics, took a L. I don't care how. So there was no such thing as Isaiah. That was a whole Pistons team, because I guarantee you, if I pull up those series, I'm going to pull up a whole bunch of stats from a lot of other great Piston performances from people not named Isaiah Thomas, Joe Dumars and Bill Lambiers and all the other guys. I guarantee you a lot of these other guys played a significant role in the wins as well.
As great as Chris Paul is on defense with the 9-time defensive team, 6-time steals, right? Does that impact on the defensive end overcompensates for what Isaiah Thomas does in the playoffs taking over games?
And I said, Magda,
does it have the same impact? What impact does your stats have?
Okay,
Lamar, can I say this real quick? Can I please say this?
Talking about he took over a few games.
Chris Paul got like 18 games where he take over games from the scoring wise, bro.
Are you? Hey, that was the most oddest number you've ever said in your life, bro.
One of the best.
Hold on. Do you? No. The point is, Magda. No, Magda. You literally said. Magda, you literally said he never took over games from a scoring-wise perspective.
I didn't say that.
Like once or twice.
I said yes, exactly. I said once or twice. I can remember the Clippers one where he was in Phoenix and he took over that Clippers series in Game 6 and won that. I remember that one.
No, you said games. You didn't say series. Let's get that shit.
Yeah, exactly. The Game 6, the closeout game. He took over that game. I can remember that one.
Okay, hold on. So do you not remember
for closeout?
Hold on, MacDef. Do you not remember when Chris Paul dropped 41 in the playoffs, 31 in the second half versus this to lead the Suns into the NBA Finals?
That's what he did versus the Clippers, right?
Yeah, that's what he's talking about.
Okay, hold on.
What I'm talking about.
Okay, but what about 2018 when he dropped 41 and 10 again to close out the series against the Rockets?
You mean
he played for the Rockets. Who did he beat?
No, Jazz. He beat the Jazz.
Yeah, he meant the Jazz.
Oh yeah,
my bad. He beat the Jazz.
Yeah, I'm like, he played for the Rockets.
What about 2015?
That's two.
Hey,
Yeah,
Lamont. Hold on. I got a question.
I can keep going down the list.
Lamont.
is crazy.
Why don't you do that with Oscar?
No, we're talking about Isaiah.
No, we're not talking about
Isaiah.
because Chris Paul is nowhere near Oscar Robertson. That's why.
No, I'm talking about
Oscar Robertson is over Steph Curry. Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. Why don't you do Steph and Oscar?
Is he?
No, we were talking about Steph and Isaiah.
I have a.
Okay, but I'm asking you to do Steph and Oscar.
This is my whole point, bro.
It's getting nasty for you, McDuff. It's getting nasty for you, McDuff.
No, it's not. No, hold on. Time. We could go to Steph Curry and Oscar. I'm not mad at that.
But Bees, I don't have Chris Paul over Oscar. I think Chris Paul is over Isaiah. I think a lot of people overrate Isaiah.
And he doesn't average more points than Isaiah.
Hold on. And I think some people overrate Steph. So I'm asking you to do Steph and Oscar.
Oh, okay.
We're not.
Mac don't want to do that. You don't want to do that
because we wasn't done with this argument.
That did more with less help than Oscar.
Nobody's nervous, bro.
Oscar got
done with this argument. To have Chris Paul even in the top 5 is ridiculous.
Yo, Lamar, can you show your screen to the people for this one? I know you can do that.
Oscar just has a bunch of empty stats.
What are we showing?
Make sure you show the playoff numbers.
Oh, you need the link, Mike. Lamar, I'll help you out with that. But it's Atlanta basketball. Yeah. Oscar Robertson versus Steph Curry.
Basketball, they outdated. They don't put up the they don't even
do it per possessions.
They don't got the championship that he just played.
This is the
Chris
problem.
Paul's a choker.
They do. They do.
You guys
Chris Paul either get injured or
that
choke.
when
I'll
we
give him
just
that. He
read
get injured a lot.
No,
he
dude,
chokes
bro.
too.
Look, the bottom line is you already know what these stats are going to tell you.
They're inflated. You can't use them.
It's not just that.
Oscar is the better player.
They're inflated.
The playoffs a bunch of times.
I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Oscar's missing the playoffs.
We can do it. Lamar, we can just show people to the world.
Oscar was doing
Let's do
nothing
people
in Cincinnati, and then he got
let the people know.
Has
Let the
Oscar
people
built
know.
a dynasty? Has Oscar built a dynasty?
Like I said, we're not talking about team accomplishments here.
Oh, okay.
You guys do that for Isaiah.
Teammates the first time he came up to you brought a great amount of clay.
Hold on. First of all,
I thought we was talking about all-time players.
That's what Oscar is an all-time great player, is he not?
Okay. Well, when I said did Oscar build a dynasty, I'm asking you, did he build a dynasty?
No, he did not build no
Steph
dynasty.
Curry didn't build a dynasty. No one player built a dynasty. No one player. OG, let's stop this. Every great player needs great players to build a dynasty. Let's stop this.
Of course, but what was the Warriors doing before Steph Curry got there?
No one player. They made the playoffs. They made the playoffs a few seasons ago. That's the fact.
Actually, Russell
He got bounced out.
Right?
too.
One time.
Oh, Lamont ain't liking what he's seeing on them.
One time in a decade, by the way. One
The
time in the
numbers.
last 14
Hold on 1
years.
second, y'all. Hold on 1 second, y'all. I can put it on the screen, but I don't think the numbers. I mean, if y'all thought it was going to just show Oscar just blowing Steph out, I don't think it does. But I can put it on the
Yeah,
screen.
his stats are really inflated. If you adjust for possessions, Curry might be similar.
Hold on. You look, y'all. Look, we'll do it. I can show it.
What I'm saying, Lamont, is the reason why I said to do this. Oscar played 14 years. Steph just played his 14th season, right?
No, hold on. So let me just run through it. Yeah, Steph just played his 14th season.
So this is 14 years against 14 years.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is, so we go to championships. Depending on how you weigh each of these categories, Steph wins out there. Longevity is going to ultimately go to Steph because Steph's going to play more than 14 years.
Bro. All right,
No, it's not. Steph about to play your
crying.
so.
Shut up.
Go Lamont.
All right, y'all. So longevity will potentially go to Steph. Playoff played is Steph at 9, Oscar at 10. And then NBA All-Star games, Oscar Robertson is at 12, Steph's at 9. And like I say, Steph's numbers are still counting, but Oscar still wins out in those categories. When you go to honors and awards, Steph 2 MVPs, Oscar's 1. Steph leads in the finals MVP, even though there's an asterisk there because it didn't exist in some cases for Oscar. Oscar has 9 first-team All-NBAs to Steph's 4. Oscar has 11 All-NBA selections to Steph's 9. Steph's led the league in scoring twice. Oscar's led the league in assists 6 times to Steph's 0. Steph led the league in steals. Oscar obviously couldn't. He didn't have an opportunity to get this stat count. right here because the stat didn't exist when he played, or some of the years when he did play. Oscar's rookie of the year, Steph wasn't. You go to points per game, y'all see it right here. Oscar's up 25.7 to Steph's 24.6. Oscar's up on rebounds 7.5 to 4.7. Oscar's up on assists 9.5 to 6.5. Steph's up on steals 1.6 to 1.1. And again, I don't like to really count assists and blocks for guards. Steals and blocks for guards. So that was a wash category. Oscar leads in overall points, rebounds, assists. Steph leads in steals for whatever you want to value that. Oscar Robertson has a higher field goal percentage than Steph. Steph's probably going to have the higher 3-point field goal percentage, even if they did have the 3-point line for Oscar. Steph has the higher free throw percentage. Yeah, I do know that. Yeah, I do.
That's crazy.
Shit. I don't like looking at best season. So when you go to playoff stats,
that's crazy.
If you just for possessions, Oscar doesn't.
Hold on. When you go to playoff stats, Oscar Robertson is at 22.2. Steph's at 27 points per game. Oscar's at 6.7 rebounds to Steph's 5.3. Oscar's at 8.9 assists to Steph's 6.2. And then obviously Steph leads in the steals. So. And then when you go to total stats in the playoffs, it's looking like Steph wins out in almost all these categories: points, rebounds, assists, steals, and total games. Oscar has the field goal percentage, 46% to Steph's 45%. Steph obviously has 3-point and free throws, and there you go right there. I don't see anything.
The old man.
I don't know.
That playoffs is nasty.
Yeah, the playoffs is
I'm gonna say this:
crazy.
the old man tried to pull his weight, but in the playoffs, we see.
Hold on,
down the best playoffs.
Oscar, look at this. Look at this. Oscar significantly declined in the playoffs. Basically.
No.
A lot of guys is wrong in the season, but in the playoffs, they fold.
Okay, look.
Now, Lamar, you can't use that because most of his years he was.
Look at the best playoffs.
He was stuck with
go
the
to best
Wolves
playoffs
all those years.
Oscar, y'all gonna try to use that score.
He wasn't in his prime.
Y'all trying to use the scoring to say he's better because he shoots the three. Statistically, he is not better than Oscar Robertson. Stop it.
That's only because he played in a higher paced era.
Not a goddamn.
Hold on.
Hold on. For dude keeps saying that. Hold on. For dude keeps saying that. Is Oscar Robertson supposed to time travel through space or something? And for your
He
record,
could adjust per possessions.
Hold on. I'm about to explain that because I actually did the calculation myself. Even if you do the per possession calculations, my nigga,
I know Oscar has better stats, but it's not a wash.
It's still it's still a hypothetical because at the end of the day, if players knew they had to play at 150 possessions for a decade, they're not going to adjust their game for 90 possessions because that don't exist, and vice versa. So that's bullshit.
Stop crying. The playoff translation.
Time out. And if y'all paid attention, for majority of categories that he qualified together, Oscar won majority of them.
Yeah,
you know what we call
the ball and he rebounds better. Great.
Hold on, y'all.
Hey, you know what's funny?
He was also playing plumbers.
No. And this is no knock to
So
Steph.
they were literally plumbers. That's a fact.
Hold on. This is no knock to Steph because I honestly believe Steph Curry should have been the Finals MVP in 2015 when he got shafted. I do believe Steph got shafted.
Yeah, he did.
But the problem with this argument is that we were having a different argument just 2 years ago. The argument was he
never had that
perform.
Finals MVP.
Yeah, he doesn't show.
Nah, I thought Steph passed Oscar in like 2018.
That's always been a false narrative.
Yo, let her finish.
No, you got it, bro. I'm done. My voice is
Hey, but Sturdy, this what they forget about Oscar Robertson too. At the time, he was stuck with that horrific franchise he was with. They was holding him hostage. They didn't let him go anywhere, and he was the reason. He is the reason why free agency exists. By the way, so all those years he didn't make the playoffs. It was because he was with that horrific ass franchise. So when he finally started making the playoffs, He wasn't in his prime anymore. So guys got to be mindful of that as well.
Why you don't want him to up?
Herm, I got a question for you, Herm.
He was a loser before Kareem. That's all that matters.
So
Herm, in the 2017 finals, who performed better, KD or LeBron?
Give you a big insight of what Oscar Robinson was going through at those times.
Like 12 teams, man.
Here's what's funny, Herm.
Yeah, but Herm, we weren't talking about winning and losing.
Go ahead, Cook, B.
Herm, we never talked about winning and losing. If you don't, nobody said he lost.
No, I'm just talking about for his numbers. That's why his numbers.
No. But Herm, we've heard you say it many a time, and regardless of winning or losing, if a player's numbers,
I'm just talking about the numbers, Lamar.
Hold on, Herm.
You
I know,
trying to
Herm,
put,
but what I'm saying is,
put shit in my mouth. I'm not even talking about the shit that you could talk about.
Hold on, bro, Herm. Y'all talking about winning and losing. Nobody came in here and knocked Oscar.
Y'all was not talking about winning.
Hold on, Herm.
Herm, when it comes to LeBron, it's a different story.
Don't try to change the subject.
Hold on, Herm. I'm just. You can respond as soon as I'm done. I know you can respond as soon as I'm done. Damn.
Don't move the goalpost, man.
All right. Well, you got to hear the question before you even say I move the goalpost.
I still don't move.
Oh my God, I hate kicking people out, man. God damn. Jesus Christ.
So here's
No, Bees, this is what I was saying. This is all I was saying. Look.
Okay.
Nobody came in here and said Oscar was a loser. Nobody was using the narrative that he kept losing in the playoffs. Like the struggles that he might have had based on his team had nothing to do with how he performed. And so when we talk about him, I've heard a lot of people criticize players of the day because they'll have numbers in the regular season, but then you go into the playoffs and you see a significant dip. If you look at Oscar's averages from the regular season to the playoffs, there is a significant dip. And we talked about Wilt. This was something that something that affected Wilt. Mm-hmm. And people talk about Wilt's playoff success.
Correct.
A lot of the problems that they had, they said even if you were losing, your numbers had a significant drop off. Why were your numbers falling off in the playoffs? So they talk about how he performed in the playoffs. So Oscar's not free from that. He's not free from that. He doesn't get exonerated.
I don't got no.
All the all-time greats.
Go ahead, bro. Go ahead and talk.
You lost Curry the best, man.
Oscar over Steph is nasty. We're not gonna lie.
So here's the thing you got to do. When you're presented with facts, you have to accept them. I got no problem with you saying that. My problem is that when those facts don't benefit Steph, we just move the goalposts.
Like what, for example?
We've been doing it for an hour and a half.
No, but B,
talk about break it down per possession. Let's do this. Let's do that. All these different categories.
One person, bro. One person.
Hey, not to mention, I just heard a man on here say Steph built the dynasty.
He's the focal point.
He was a catalyst.
If he built the dynasty, if he was the true builder of that dynasty, then why did he need KD?
Hey, Herm, that's a lie. Oscar made the playoffs 10 times. He played 14 years.
You could argue Steph could have beat them if he was healthy, maybe.
I want to say this. I want to say this too. Can I say this real quick? I do want to challenge. I do want to challenge that, Lamar. First of all, I keep saying this. Career averages does not dictate what a player does in his prime. For his prime, those first 8 years of Oscar's career, that was his prime. He did not drop off in the playoffs.
Let's look it up.
Let's get that out the way.
Second
of all,
I'm just looking at his career numbers. His career numbers.
No, you understand. Like I said, you understand for a fact. Career number is not an accurate depiction of what a player does in the prime. Shaq averaged 23 points for his career, but in Shaq's prime, he averaged 23 points. Hell no. So that's the point. So don't just say that.
What was his prime playoff numbers then?
His prime playoff numbers was about 29.7 points, 9-9.
So he averaged 29 in the playoffs. So he averaged 29 in the playoffs for 8 years.
No, he didn't. Look at his playoff numbers.
No.
And then that means
what I said.
Hold on, Sturdy. So that means the other 2 years that he made the playoffs were so bad that it pulled that 29 down. All the way to 22.
What I said, Lamont. His first 8 years in the league was the fact that's his prime. I said during that duration when he made the playoffs, his averages didn't drop.
I'll pull up his playoff stats.
Don't you guys use stats when it comes to Magic versus
61, hold on. From 61 to 69, that's 8 years. He did not make the playoffs every year from that time. He only made it 61, to 67.
No, but you said in his prime, his playoff stats
Yes, that's
were
his
about
prime.
29 a game.
Nah, he
Yes, that's his prime. 61 to 67. He missed the playoffs at 68, 69, Lamont.
No, you
You
said
say that's 2 years in his prime. 2 years in his prime.
crazy.
This.
Can you imagine Curry missing playoffs more than once in his prime? Would have killed that dude.
He did twice.
He did.
He was injured.
He did twice.
No, we only did it once.
Not
He
to
did
mention-
twice.
Not to
Dummy.
He was
mention-
injured one year.
Hey,
That's
not
he
to
was
mention.
injured.
2020 he
Hold on,
Boo-hoo. Remember that? Boo-hoo.
Hold
Boo-hoo.
on, sturdy.
Boo-hoo.
Hold on, sturdy. This
Steph
is a
has 4
nigga.
chips. Boo-hoo.
This
So
is a
he
nigga
didn't
that
play.
gave up a 3-1 lead in the finals. It's never been done in history.
Okay, hold on. You said his first 8 years of his career of his prime, right?
That's his prime. From 61 to 69. That's his prime.
So no. So 61, no, because you said the first 8 years.
Yeah, the first 8 years of his prime, Lamont, 61 to 69.
Well, we're
That's
talking
his
about
first 8
playoffs.
years.
Hold on, we're talking about the years he made the playoffs.
Yes, between 61 and 69. He only made the playoffs 6 times, Lamont. He didn't make it all 8 years.
No, why
He
he
missed it
ain't
3 times in
And
his
we're
prime.
gonna
playoffs? I'm not understanding. Y'all, yeah.
That's the duration. Dude, what?
Lamont, use Steph Curry's prime stats in. If they want to use Oscar's prime
Yeah,
stats.
I can get you that too. No problem. I'll get you that problem. No problem.
That's so, but then you got to already have it if you're going to say his prime numbers are better.
No problem. I got you right here. Boom. So right now.
Because I'm talking about this man went from averaging like his drop off was fast too.
We seen it.
I'm talking about 24.
You did not see no Oscar drop.
And 18.
We
He went
just
from
seen it.
18 a
We
game
just-
to
we're
13 a
looking at it
game.
on the screen.
Oh. What's wrong with this thing? All right, here we go. Steph Curry, he didn't drop off either for his prime. And that's the point, Lamont. If you're going to say one thing, say the other thing for the other.
So Steph Curry dropped off. He's still in his prime.
Yeah, he still dropped. No, he didn't drop off. There's no drop off. 27-65, same thing for the playoffs. 26-65 for that same duration.
So
it's the same thing for Oscar. That's the point.
So what's Oscar's average during that 6 years?
During those 6 years he made the playoffs, the first 6 years, he's 29.7, 9-9. Same thing as the regular season.
He does not average. He does not average 29 a game for those first 6 playoff appearances.
Yes, he does.
Bro, all right, I'm about to pull it up right here.
All right, let's go.
Let's
go.
No, he does not. I'm looking at the numbers mathematically. I can just look at the numbers without even doing the math.
I'm looking at it right now.
Bro,
I'm looking at it right now, Lamont. Don't do this to yourself, bro. Don't do this to yourself. Don't do this to yourself, Lamont.
Because Oscar kept.
Lamont.
I'm gonna do it for y'all. I'm gonna do it for y'all.
Maybe one of the stat music.
All right, let's go, man. Let's do it.
The thing with Oscar is you can only make an argument with stats.
Share the screen. Matter of fact, I got the link for you right now. Link for is right there in the backdrop. It's right there for you.
I'm doing the math on those 6 years. I'm doing the math.
A superstar. That's what I'm got.
Lamont, I got you, bro.
Hold on.
I can go ahead. Do your thing. Lamont. Do your thing. You want to do the caveman way.
You said for his because you said he averaged 29 a game for his first 6 playoff performances. That's not true.
Yes, it's true.
So what is it then, Lamont? What is it?
100%.
Sidelines.
Hold on. I haven't even finished it yet.
How about talk about the results?
We don't want to talk about him losing without Curry.
Yeah, the result is he was balling out and despite his team losing. Last time I checked, just because your team loses, not mean you as an individual player did not play great.
No.
Right?
Curry could have had those stats. He was blowing out teams in the playoffs.
Hold on. I'll give you this. I'll give you for example. Just because Steph Curry, hold on,
y'all just said
I got
Steph
you.
Curry in his best statistical.
I didn't say that. I did not say that. I did not say that. Don't say y'all. Don't say y'all. No, I did not say that. Don't say y'all.
Hold on.
Yeah, it was bees.
I didn't hear you say that in support of it.
I said that.
No, because I was doing something. That's why I was on mute.
And put bees. Quick cap locking and put some context to that too.
The context is the nigga didn't make the playoffs. That's
well, I'm gonna tell you what the context is.
They want to bring up losing when it comes to Steph, but when it comes to
Oscar, you want to protect his
let me ask you.
Hold on.
Okay, let me say this.
Not making the playoffs.
Okay, let me say this. Let me say this to be
hurts you no matter when it happens.
Okay, let me say this.
All right, but a championship outweighs it.
Are you a Lakers
Oscar
fan?
success.
So why did you bring
Hey,
it back
Bees,
to
are you a Lakers fan?
Yes, it does.
Do we got any Lakers fans in here?
There's three
Rings
people
without
talking,
another
bro.
superstar. I don't
That
care.
has nothing to do
If
with the
you're a Lakers
conversation.
fan, let me ask you this: how did Juan
not a
Toscano
Lakers-
work out for you?
I'm not a Lakers.
How did
Kent
Beasley
Bazemore.
work out for you?
Kent Bazemore.
How did Kent Bazemore work out for you?
Garbage
How
ass
did
nigga.
Michael Golder work out for you?
So if we're gonna go
It's not
to
in
what
the league
ifs,
no more.
if we're gonna go to what ifs,
What do you mean? What if
lucky-
they play for the Lakers?
bro, stop. See,
But
if we're
That's
gonna do
who
this,
was on
what
the
ifs?
team.
How this guy work out? How that guy work out? You're just lucky that Chris Middleton got hurt, or there wouldn't have been no
Steph
chip.
having chips is not a what if. He has four of them.
Chris
No,
Middleton
bro,
been healthy,
stop.
and they haven't
Chris
got back to the
Middleton got
championship
hurt.
yet.
That's why you saw the inexperienced Celtics. And if you would have
Bucks
seen
were in the Western
Giannis, it
Conference.
would have
That's
been a
crazy.
totally different story.
I didn't know
So
the
let's
Bucks were in
stop
the
with
Western
the what
Conference,
ifs.
buddy. That's crazy.
Hey, wait a minute.
hypotheticals, what if?
It's not a what if.
Bunch of hypotheticals,
You just did a
what
what
if?
if.
We don't know,
Watch
bro.
If I'm not mistaken, the Boston Celtics had the best
Avery Bradley
defense.
played for the Lakers.
The
bro.
best
And these
defense in the
niggas
league.
talking over each other like
We was
kids.
talking for an hour, bro. Like,
Lamont already stopped
More
the
success
thing and
than
said,
Oscar.
talk one at a time, nigga. You got no manners?
I'm good.
Bunch of damn kids.
But do you think it's fair to compare players like, okay, say like it wasn't no play-in, so Steph Curry was the 7th seed. So when you saying he didn't make the playoffs, if it was the same playoff format that Oscar Robertson had to go through, he would have made the playoffs. But you
Yo, Lamont, let me up.
Hold on. I can't say that because even the playoff format and the way they picked the champion, who got to go to the playoffs was different then. See, we're dealing with all different type of rules. All I'm saying is that it's okay to knock Oscar for not making the playoffs for those 2 years. Just like I'm going to hold Steph accountable for 2021 and for losing a 3-1 lead in the finals. That happened. You can't take it away.
Do that for everybody.
No, and I do.
So what?
No, you
All right,
don't.
Oscar has
What's the
a
point of bringing up Oscar? Why'd you bring up Oscar?
Yo, I have a question. I have a question.
Yeah, because
Let me
Oscar.
share my.
Steph
I
Curry
don't
got
bring
more
up Oscar. Do you
MVPs,
think
more
Oscar's better
chips.
than Steph? Like, why'd you bring up Oscar?
Wait, I have a question. for Bees.
Yo, real quick. Yo, Lamont, let me share my screen.
I don't see nothing. Hold on, I see it. Hey, let me ask you a question. Hey, let me ask you a question though, Sturdy. Let me ask you a question. Why did you say Oscar was out of his prime after his first 6 playoff performances? When Steph came into the league hurt, didn't really hit his prime until maybe 2014. He got a late start. And he's 34, and we still say he's in his prime. So why are you saying Oscar wasn't in his prime when they were practically the same age?
2 things. Number one, when I did my research, Oscar received an injury around that time. Number 2,
Steph been injured.
not every hold on. No, I got you. Hold on. But also, you not both Lamont. You and I both noticed, Lamont. Not every player had the same prime. Had the same prime window. Some players start off in the league running. That's just what it is. Kareem, Shaq, Wilt, they started in the league in their prime. Tim Duncan started the league in his prime.
So how do you weigh? So if he was completely out of his prime when they won that championship, how do you weigh that championship with regards to his legacy? Do you count it? Do you look at it like a Jason Kidd championship?
No, I still count it because to me that contributes to him being a high level player. To me, longevity isn't just your prime; it's also what you contribute after your prime too. For example, Tim Duncan, his prime was from rookie season to 2007, but due to injuries, he was not the same level of player, but he still gave you all NBA caliber seasons. It's the same thing with Shaq. It's the same thing Kobe did before he entered his prime, and it's the same thing with Oscar. He still, even though he wasn't the same level he was, he still gave you all NBA caliber seasons.
All of his numbers fell.
No, what I'm saying is you basically said he exited his prime when he was 28 years old. Because you only what injury?
It was knee injury.
Because he didn't miss any games. I don't know what injury you talk about because it's not like he missed the whole season.
He had a knee injury during the offseason, Lamont. Let me see if I can find his article.
Hold on. He played 60 after 1966. After 1966, he played 65 games, 79, 69, 81, 64, 73, and 70. So it don't look like no injury significantly impacted his ability to play.
Lamont, like I reminded you.
Bump his knee? He bumped his knee over the summer?
Lamont, like I reminded you, and the players I mentioned, Lamont, Tim Duncan, you looked this up too. His prime was from rookie season to 07. He still gave you all NBA caliber seasons, but he had a knee injury that stopped him from being MVP caliber.
NBA history, prime ends when they're 28 years old.
Lamont, I explained that to you already.
Injury. There was no
Lamont, I already explained it to you. Lamont, I already explained it to you.
But there was
Lamont,
no
I literally just explained to you. No, why I said, hold on. Once again.
You can't say there was an injury when there was no injury.
Lamont, once again, I consider longevity is how much you were as a high productive player. So that includes your prime. For some players, that includes some years after their prime.
What I'm saying is this, Sturdy. You're missing my point. My point is,
you
only want to count Oscar's playoff stats up to a certain year because if you start counting them after 66, that's when his stats really impact his overall totals. So
no, I do this for every player. I do this for every player, Lamont.
Hold on, 30. So you just say his prime ended when he was 28 years old, just so you can justify the claim that he averaged 29 points per game in the playoffs.
No, once again, Lamont. He had an injury during the offseason.
What injury?
I just gave you a knee injury. I just told you that for the third time.
He played 40 minutes. He played over 40 minutes.
Steph Curry was injured.
No, that's fine.
Tim Duncan.
Y'all discredited.
I got a question.
Once again, y'all slow.
Hey, don't. Hey,
47
sturdy. It doesn't. Whatever you say, they're gonna move. This is like playing.
No, I'm not gonna
soccer.
move the goalpost.
They're gonna move the goalpost, and they've been doing it all day.
No, nobody.
Hold on, y'all. Here's the crazy thing about it. Oscar did have a knee injury. Oscar injured his knee in 1964. He came back in 65 and averaged 30 a game. He came back in 66 and averaged 31 a game. So again, this narrative that this knee injury impacted his career, it did not, because even after the knee injury in 64, it happened in the summer, he came back and was still averaging 30 a game. You cut his playoff career off at 66 because you say he was out of his prime, but then in 67, he averaged 29 a game. So how is the year 1967? He's no longer in his prime, but he averaged 29 a game. How is that not his prime?
He didn't say that. He said he didn't make the playoffs in 67 and 68.
Okay, but when did he make
the That's what he said. He said his prime was from 61 to 68, and the 67 and 68, he did not make the playoffs. That's what Sturdy said.
Yeah, that's tough.
And let me get this clear. Lamont. Let me say this clear.
Are you saying
Lamont, let me say this clear.
Hold on, are you saying in 1970 he was out of his prime just because he was on the team when he couldn't be the number one guy?
No, I'm saying I'm saying he's clearly was not the same level of player. Doesn't mean he wasn't a great player. He was not the same level. I keep giving you examples like Tim Duncan. I keep giving you examples like Shaq. I keep giving you examples like Kareem.
Hold on, Sturdy. First you said his game diminished because of an injury that happened 3 years prior, and he was still averaging 30 a game.
No, I'm still staying on that. I'm still on that.
And in 1960s, so then you stop his. Then you stop counting his playoff numbers in 1966 because when he joined the Bucks, he couldn't be the number one because obviously as the number one he couldn't win the playoff.
No, Lamont. I do this for every single player ever. I don't go by career averages because it's not an accurate depiction of what a player did during his prime. I keep giving you examples of Shaq.
But bro, why do you say he was out of his prime just because his numbers dropped? Maybe he just took up on a different road.
No, it's not just his numbers dropped. I'm gonna find this article, Mark.
Sturdy, let me get this straight. In Oscar Robertson's prime, which was his peak years,
bro, the man played
from 61 to 67, right? Hold on, real quick.
68, he said, bro.
Hold on. Okay, bro, so 61 to 68. That's Oscar Robertson's prime years, and his peak is in there, and he's averaging 29 in the playoffs. Steph Curry played more. Hold on, Steph Curry played way more games, and before he reached his prime, and right now, and he's averaging 27.
Yes.
You're basically saying Oscar Robertson in one playoff run where he gets where he loses in 5 games because he averaged 31 points per game is better than Steph Curry going on a playoff championship. I'm not done.
I didn't say it was better. I didn't say it was better. I didn't say it was better.
Yes, that's basically.
I never said it was better.
That's basically what you're saying.
No, it's not. No, it's not. Listen to that was to respond. That's to respond to Lamont saying there's a significant drop in Oscar Robertson's career playoff averages. And I keep repeating that's stupid because that's not an accurate representation of what he's doing during his prime. These players, hold on, Lamont.
That's
what I'm saying. Y'all adding shit to what I'm saying.
Hold on, you're trying to say they're on the same level of
Hold on. No, Oscar's actually a better point guard than Steph.
No.
That's not
Sturdy
debatable.
was trying to make it seem like his numbers only dipped because he got hurt. The man got hurt in 64, and after 64, he was still putting up 30 a game.
Yeah,
so his numbers did not. So obviously, when you see his numbers dip, it had nothing to do with injury or the fact that
Lamont, I just
hold on, 30. Let me finish. He was not old, nor was he injured at that time. And even when he did injure his knee in 64, he was still averaging 30 a game. And back when he was with Cincinnati, his numbers dropped when he joined the Bucks. Why? Because he was no longer the number one guy. Why couldn't he be the number one guy? Because he couldn't be the number one guy in the championship team. Who we all know who the number one guy in that team.
Hold on, Lamont. So you're telling me if we transport Steph Curry to 1970, he would be the number one over Akeem? Over Jabbar? No, he wouldn't. Stop that. Don't do that.
He averaged more points than Kevin Durant on his own team. Shut up.
Don't do that.
Shut up.
Curry is not, bro. Curry would not be no number one option over Kareem.
I'm going to raise my listen, B. You can say that, but listen, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying because it's a hypothetical. But my fact, hold on, it is a hypothetical.
Why Curry wouldn't average that? Right?
No three-point
different game.
There's no 3-point line.
Exactly.
There's more possessions.
And number 2, he would get touched a little more.
Niggas in the 60s and stuff. Cut it out, bro. Niggas are sorry, bro.
Let me answer B's question real quick.
Hold on. We're not talking about what Jordan went through. You can look up tape after tape after tape.
All right, we're gonna pull up some 60s.
Niggas are sorry, B. Cut it out, bro.
Yes, do it.
They was firing. Let B finish this round. Go ahead.
They were hard fouling like preschool basketball, bro. We're not doing that.
They were hard fouling in the shorts, Bees. They were hard fouling.
Go ahead, keep going.
Y'all gotta let Bees finish.
Go ahead.
You can't say that on YouTube.
The Harlem Globetrotter was better than
this is the prime example, Lamont. What niggas were we at now?
I'm saying like
niggas in the room, bro. You put 9 niggas in the room, there will be no order.
Let me bring context to what you're saying to your hold on. Let me bring context to what you're saying to your hypothetical.
I'm done with y'all.
Kareem, hold on. Kareem
never
played. Kareem, no, don't cut me off.
Look how physical it is.
My mental
physicality.
Bro, niggas are sorry, bro.
Weak shot contest. Weak shot contest.
I'm out.
All right, bye then.
Oh my God, the physicality.
When the tape come out,
this is the niggas y'all be rating, bro. These niggas are sorry, bro.
When the tape come out,
that's why he left.
This was a part
quick person.
He's not even being touched. He's not even being touched.
What kind of shot? That was a horrible shot.
Come on, bro. These dudes cannot hang today, bro. Cut it out with these old niggas, bro.
Russell was on that glass. Russell's on that glass.
I specifically just want to focus on the defense.
Oscar.
Leaner. That was an and one.
I didn't know it was 1970 season, Lamont.
Wow, look how
this ain't
physical it is,
1970.
man.
That's not 1970.
They got some games.
Y'all niggas is some Steph Curry haters, bro.
I didn't say that shit. I didn't say that shit.
Steph can't play in this era. Y'all are
that dribble.
Wide open. Wide open.
Everybody's touching each other.
Oscar Robertson's prime in his playoffs. He didn't play that many playoff games.
No, the point is, once
no physicality. Hey, what happened to no layup 60s? The no layup.
And once again, the point is, you don't. I don't judge. The point is, McDuff, it's not accurate to judge any players by just the career averages. It's not an accurate representation. That's the whole
Then why is Bees pulling up hype?
There's got to be longevity in the first place.
Yes, it is.
This got to be the worst post up in basketball
history.
Everything counts. It's not the end all be all.
No, it's not accurate.
Yeah, these niggas see the left-handed dribble. The left-handed dribble.
You think Shaq will make the Hall of Fame averaging 23 and 10, my nigga?
Yes.
Like, come on, bro.
Yes. He would.
Yes.
Bro.
What are you talking about?
Tailpipe dribble.
Okay, let me correct my question. Is Shaq? Hold on, McDuff. Is Shaq dominating the league averaging 23 and 10?
Why wouldn't he?
Averaging 23 and 10 during his prime. He's dominating the league. 23 and 10.
No.
Why wouldn't he?
That's still good.
No, he means averaging that. No, you're not getting it.
You are insane, bro.
Hold on, time out. What did Joker average this season?
What did Tim Duncan average?
Thank you.
Joker averaged like 20.
Max thinking that he's gonna average like 30.
No. Listen to me. He's saying Shaq couldn't be dominant, averaging 23 and 10. And I'm looking at MVP. Hold on, I'm looking at Jokic, 24 and 10.
Shaq isn't the passer like Jokic.
I'm looking at David Robertson, 24 and 11, and then all of a sudden Shaq, his whole career, 23 and 10 is not dominant. Yes, you're averaging a double for your career.
That's still good.
McDuff, you insane, bro.
That's not okay. If I understand what you're saying. That's not peak Shaq. I get
you guys
it.
shouldn't bring up hypotheticals to gas.
But if you're going to say 23 and 10 is not dominant for a span of 15 years, you're crazy. 23 and 10 over a span of 15 years is crazy. That's ridiculous.
McDuff. If he was McDuff, I swear to McDuff, if Shaq was averaging 23 and 10, the Lakers would not have 5 chips. Kobe would not have 5 chips. I promise you.
I don't know. That's hypothetical, bro. I don't.
Hey, but that defense that Bees was talking about was not evident in.
Bees was bringing up hypothetical.
Shaq literally almost won an MVP.
So take that shit up to Bees.
I'm gonna tell you
Take that shit
Put
up
up
to Bees.
23 and 10.
Kareem never played with a 30-point per game score like Steph Curry.
Hey, Bees is still a little salty because Curry and them won this last chip.
No, he actually won money. He actually won money off that.
He a little salty because
it's hard to be salty when you won $250 off a bet. I'm just saying.
He keep claiming that if Milwaukee would have got in, they would have just dominated everybody. But they can't get past. They can't seem to get past Boston no time or Miami.
Yeah,
but
they beat both those teams. They beat both those teams.
So Sturdy, let me ask you a question. So when you watch that tape, right? How and you see the skill level of the players. Obviously, the game has evolved, especially the defensive side of the schemes and how they play defense. So how do you measure a guy like Steph Curry playing against way more athletic players, playing against way better defenders, playing against team defenses that are really trying to lock him down, compared to Oscar Robertson that's getting wide open middies a lot of the time that we just saw?
Oh, okay. So thank you for answering that question. I judge like any logical person to judge any player is judge them how dominant and great they are during that era in a vacuum. This bull crap hypothetical shit is only subjective one way. It only pushes the individual's only agenda.
But what about when you're crossing eras though?
Another thing too, Africa. People assume that if you just copy paste this player in another era, either way that they're playing the exact same. Where reality, no matter how great you are or how trash you are, the rules dictate how a player's limits on that court. They're not going to look the same.
I'm not talking about the hypothetical transferring plays. I'm just talking about when you look at Steph Curry's game and then you look.
No, I just said it.
You can't do that. You're going to have the same game.
I just said you have to evaluate these players. You have to evaluate these players in terms of innovation, production, impact relative to their era. The reason why majority of people got Jordan as the GOAT is because from an individual standpoint, he separated himself that much from the pack.
Yeah, that's still I would say is modern basketball. But when you compare,
no, that's any player. Hold on, Mac.
When he's dominant. But let me ask you. I heard you, but when you talk about the dominance relative to the era, aren't you comparing him relative to his era of players and his competition in that era?
That's the point. Yes, that's the point.
And then how do you cross that across eras? Is my point. So
Steph Curry's more dominant than Oscar.
You do the like I said, you do the differential. That's why I gave you the comparison of Michael Jordan. If the differential is that wide from the pack, That's how you determine an individual player is great.
That means he's a great player. He's
Anybody.
all-time great
George
player.
Michael got to be the GOAT.
The essence of my question has not been answered about
Actually, no, there was other great players on Michael's level.
Relative to his era, he was an all-time great player. But when you cross eras, now you're talking about different play styles, different games, and different competition. I think that has a huge factor to when you compare.
Yeah, you're talking about once again, Africa. You're talking about hypotheticals that no one can ever prove. All we can do is put the shit in 2K and do a simulation. That's it.
So Sturdy, my question is this: who dominated their era better, Oscar Robertson or Steph Curry?
In my opinion, Oscar Robertson, because Oscar Robertson.
Oh my God! This guy's fine.
No. Y'all gonna react? Y'all gonna react or y'all gonna listen?
Now I get it. Now I get it.
Y'all gonna react or y'all gonna listen?
I'm gonna push it.
Y'all gonna react or y'all gonna listen?
Let him respond.
Yeah,
Let him
listen.
Give him a
it's just a
chance.
fact. No, it's just a fact that one, he was the best offensive player of his era. Number two, even one of the most versatile players of his era. Number three, there's a reason had one of the greatest picks in NBA history during the time, especially for that era. And he was one of the most efficient scorers and best scorers of that era. Top three, only behind West and Wilt. So you take all that into account.
Hold on. He wasn't a better scorer than Elgin Baylor.
Not done.
Shut up.
He was not done. Even with all that, I didn't say he was. Even with all that, for his era, he's the best offensive player, just like Curry. And just like Curry, he has at least 8 years of prime. So yes, being the best point guard of your era, getting the MVP of your era, and being one of the faces of the era, just like Curry, you can make that argument.
He's done everything.
He's not a better Sturdy. He's not a better scorer than Wilt. He's not a better scorer than Elgin.
And my fault. Last thing.
He's not a better scorer than Jerry West.
He was the original. No, he was the original big, quote unquote, big guard that pushed the ball up the pace, control the offense. Not Magic. It was him.
Oh my God! I can't believe you said that, Sturdy. You lose all cool points with me, bro. You comparing Oscar Robertson in his era to
all that shit was facts.
You comparing Oscar Robertson to his era.
No, you put out a
change the game.
You put out an opinion.
All that shit is no. What I said, opinionated. What did I say that was opinionated? Elaborate.
That he's a better scorer.
Dominating his era relative to Steph, that's an opinion. It's not a fact, bro. Like, that's
Dominating your era is not getting like first round exits.
Steph dominates era better, bro. I know what to say.
No, individually, yes.
Individually,
you don't believe
he did not dominate his era.
You believe that Oscar was a better offensive player than Wilt, Jerry West, Elgin Baylor?
Yes.
That's crazy.
What made Oscar a better offensive player than Wilt Chamberlain?
That's cap lock, Sturdy.
He was able to control pace better than Wilt. And like I said before, ironically, even ironically, hold on. Let me say this.
Stop, Sturdy. Get out that pot.
No. Even he's just as consistent in the playoffs scoring wise, if not more consistent in scoring wise than Wilt too. While providing high level assists.
We're not doing that.
Okay, what about Jerry West? What about Jerry West?
The same thing for Jerry West. You can compare with Jerry West.
Jerry West has better playoff stats.
Jerry West got some top numbers in the NBA in the playoffs.
Loser can't stop
controlling pace when you
get his team lose. Yeah, his team.
Hey, Lamont, can I say something real quick?
I know. Hopefully we get to that for the Celtics discussion. You will understand that's why that's a big deal.
Hold on, let me go to Joe.
Yes, I just want to say something real quick. I'm mad. I was listening. I was a little behind the stream, and I heard Bees. He got off, and I've heard Sturdy talking and this and that, and everyone keeps bringing up 21 Curry missing the playoffs, and they're using that against them. The year they went 8 seed, 39 and 33. I just want to just name the roster real quick. It's going to be quick. This is who he was playing with. This is the team he drugged to 39 and 33, and they were 2-9 without him, so they obviously had a better record when he played. He played with Kent Bazemore, Jordan Bell, and mind you, all these guys are out the league. Kent Bazemore, who started in the play-in game, out the league. Jordan Bell, out the league. Marquise Chris, out the league. Ooh. Damian Lee, out the league. Exactly.
Damian Lee ain't out the league.
Yeah, no, he ain't on Phoenix. No, Phoenix didn't pick him up. So Damian Lee's out the league. Nico Mannion, out the league. Michael Mulder, out the league. Kelly Oubre hasn't been picked up, so he's out the league. Eric Pascal is out. Eric Pascal is out the league. Alan Smoliak out the league. Juan Toscano Anderson out the league. He just tried out for the Warriors again. Out the league. Brad Wanamaker out the league, and James Wiseman on Detroit. That's 9 people. That's 9 people on that team that played in the fucking play-in game, and he drugged that team. All the names I just named y'all know all them niggas is trash.
He drugged that team to the eighth
Hey,
seed.
Sure boy. Don't bite into the narratives because I just
No, I know it's all a narrative. I just wanted to say that. Look at who he was playing with, bro, and he still put up 37 against the Lakers, and no one else did nothing. I mean,
Shout
like
out to LeBron,
But
greatest shot in playing history.
You know
you
what I'm
can't make this
saying?
up, bro. You can't make this up.
Shut up, young Africa, with that LeBron stuff.
Jordan, you do realize that
Hey, like Africa, you can say what you want, but that's 8 dudes. He played with 8 dudes on that team playing.
It wasn't a great team.
They're not even in the league.
To be out the league, that's kind of crazy. That's kind of.
When you say drag them to 39 wins, that's not like a big accomplishment.
It is with that team. It is.
It was only 73.
They only play 72 games that year.
What the hell?
Even with 72 wins, 39 games impressive to you?
Hey,
he got hurt.
Sturdy.
They went to squad.
Sturdy.
He was out for 10 games too.
Sturdy. They went Sturdy. They're 39 and 33 into the season, but they went 2-9 without him. So do the record with add the 2.
Listen, bro.
That means
listen,
they went.
bro.
No, ain't no listen. There ain't no listen. He dragged. You can't win with that team. They wasn't gonna win nothing with that team. They wasn't gonna get past the play-in. AC was good enough for that team, bro. 9 niggas out the league. Come on, man. Ain't nobody playing with that. Ain't nobody ever played with that. Ain't nobody ever played with that.
Why do you deny Steph Curry's team?
With anybody else, y'all would be like, that's great. When it comes to Curry, y'all just some haters.
No. It's the same shit for anybody. Great players gonna be great with great teammates or with poor teammates. What Lamont tried to keep doing, y'all low IQ niggas keep doing, is keep bringing the teammate shit up. We never got down to the individual. Because great players gonna be great.
Curry would have better stats.
Led the league in scoring that year.
That's why I said I miss Bees.
Way better offense. Like, come on, bro.
He did let him score. I never said he didn't.
Then what's the individual problem?
Oscar Robertson ain't never led a team with 9 people out the NBA the next year. Who made an AFC? He ain't never did that.
Dude, you never did the research to even say that, bro. You don't even know the roster Oscar played on. That's the one-sided.
4 Hall of Famers. He played with 4 Hall of Famers.
That's the one-sided thing I'm talking about.
You played with 3 to 4 Hall of Famers.
No, wrong. And 3 of those Hall of Famers was on the Bucks, sir. Oh, he only played 1 Hall of Famer.
Jack White.
I ain't gonna lie, that playoff drop is nasty. I don't give a damn. That was ugly.
No. The point, once again, Mac, it's not a mark against playoff drop. The point is, it's not for anybody. I don't care if it's Curry, Oscar, whoever. It's not an average reputation. Just go off career averages. Go off what they did. What made them put them on a level. Go off what they did in their prime.
If you give Curry an all-star, if Curry plays with an all-star, he gonna make it to the playoffs and finals.
If you value longevity, we have to talk about their careers, bro. You can't twist it any other way.
No, like I said, to me, longevity is how many years you were playing at an all NBA level. Okay. And we talk about all-time greats.
Let's just break this down. Who's a better scorer, Oscar or Curry?
Curry.
Oscar.
Curry.
Yeah.
Okay.
If Curry played as much as Oscar, he would have more points.
Besides, because we know Curry is winning versatility. How is Oscar?
How's Curry winning versatility?
Because Oscar didn't do nothing off the ball. So how is Oscar better scorer?
How would you know? How many games you watch with Oscar?
How is Oscar Robertson a better scorer than Steph Curry? Because versatility goes.
According to y'all, we just going by career averages. Oscar averages more for the career.
Okay, so that's your reason.
I'm doing y'all points.
No, it's cool.
I'm going y'all points. Let's do that. Let's go y'all points.
All right, let's go our points. Career playoffs.
That's what you guys did.
Let's just move on because he gave a cookie cutter answer because he doesn't have a real one. So who's a better shooter, Oscar or Steph Curry?
Steph Curry.
Who's better off the ball?
The fact that you didn't watch Oscar, I'm not going to answer that question.
So you didn't watch Oscar though.
I watched way more than him. I watched way more than him.
Hold on.
I watched way more than you.
Hold on.
Are you sure about that? All right.
I give you the link for Oscar's games, nigga.
Oscar's a better.
All right, fine. Do it.
You watch that film and you be gassing this nigga. That's crazy.
Do it.
No, what I do is any logical person take what they did in their era.
Man, that era's trash. Whatever.
And you know what people say about Steph Curry's era? They say it's trash.
I don't think
What's
it's trash
trash?
though.
They say the 2010s, which
A lot of people do say the 2010s is trash.
Ball and watch now. Tell me
let's
which one is
stop.
more trash.
Actually, let's
We
stop
just watched
because
that
Now this
listen,
era
bro.
sucks, and y'all arguing.
No.
No, Magda, don't say wow. Magda, don't say wow. You called it the second
don't say
out
this
of the
era
five
sucks.
out of 5 generations. You rate the second last, Magda. Don't do that.
No, it's not. This era is
can't say
better
this
than the
era sucks. That's
70s and the
disrespect.
60s. What are you talking about?
Steph Curry don't have an era.
Don't
He has
I wish Bees would come to the Bay. I wish
better-
Bees would come to the Bay Area. He got an era, bro. We've been down for so long. He got an era,
What is
bro.
Steph Curry's era, sir?
From when he started winning until today.
2016 to
Period.
2022.
LeBron's era, nigga.
That's Steph Curry.
Yes.
Nigga, I'm a
Bro,
Warrior fan.
I'm a LeBron fan.
That's
It's
Steph
not
Curry
his
era. That's
era
Steph
right now.
Curry
You're
era.
lying.
Okay, so hold on. So, Mr. LeBron fan, tell me what LeBron's era is.
It's like 2012 to
9 or like
2016.
2014.
Oh, he only had a 4-year era. That's kind of crazy. 4-year era.
I mean, like, you can that's crazy.
That's crazy, man. That's crazy, bro.
Hey, Lamar, so don't do no more streams, bro. Don't do no more streams.
He packed up LeBron in 2015.
Your content is getting nastier and nastier.
Tell me when LeBron's era was, young African.
Yeah. I would say it was from like 2007 to 2020 straight.
Let me ask you, Young Africa.
Come on, bro.
Young Africa.
We're not doing this.
He didn't have a 13-year era.
Or even 09. We could go from 09 to 2020.
Young
09
Africa.
to 2020.
Who was better, Kobe or LeBron? 08.
We're not going there.
Young Africa, quick question. Hey, does Steph Curry have an era too? Hold on. Does Steph Curry have an era?
Up here, all he does is move the goalposts, bro. That's all this nigga does.
Hey, according to B's logic, if only one player can have the era, well then it is the LeBron era.
It is the LeBron era.
The team I watch,
it's Steph's era. If you're using the logic,
the team I root for, the team I grew up on, just beat LeBron 3 times
No,
in the era.
you look, y'all.
And
I have a question.
I don't give a damn about none of
We're
that.
not going to say it's LeBron.
I have a question.
So B, it can't be
One at a time.
multiple players.
Individually, you could argue
let me
that.
ask you a question.
One dumb take at a time.
No. See, what we do is we associate the top player. We call it his era. Jordan's era was the 90s, was it not?
All right, then 2012 to 2018.
Okay, Bees. Okay,
well,
now that you said that,
let
Jordan,
me
right?
finish saying what I'm
Let him
saying.
finish his dumb take. Go ahead.
Okay. I'll go ahead.
Nobody's gonna say Akeem Olajuwon because he won 2 chips in the 90s. It was his decade. Nobody's gonna say that, are they?
Okay, go to another decade. Yep.
All right, Beast, 2012 to 2018. That's LeBron's era.
I'm not talking to you anymore. All you do is shift the goalposts and you're a clown.
I'm not shifting the goalposts. You could argue Steph Curry was better than LeBron in 2016.
You can never argue.
No, you cannot
argue that.
Never argue Steph Curry.
You said 2016.
At least in terms of
If you're
impact.
going by era, hold on. If you're going by eras, bro, from 2000 to 2010 was the Kobe era. From 2010 to 2020 was the LeBron era.
Thank you. Let's just stop this Steph Curry era. He don't have an era. He was a great player in LeBron's era.
Yeah, but I don't believe Oscar has an era either.
I'm not saying Oscar does, Lamar. I was just arguing Steph Curry doesn't have an era. He's a great player in LeBron's era.
Okay, well, how was he able to get a unanimous MVP in his era?
It don't matter. It's
how was
still
he able to
LeBron's
beat him?
era, bro. LeBron
How
is the
was
best
he able
player,
to beat him
period.
in 3 games? How was he able to beat him in 3 finals?
Oh, he had a better team.
I can tell you that easy. I can tell you how you beat him in 3 finals. I can tell you that easy. But y'all not gonna believe it. So what does it matter?
Look,
because the first time he beat him, LeBron, second and third best player on his team was hurt. But no one cares about that because he lost. Because the loss is a loss. We can go with that. Hold on. He said how he went 3. Hold on.
No, I don't want to break down the games one by one,
So,
bro. We
so
know how it
Lamar,
happened. We're not
Lamar,
idiots. What I'm saying is, no, look, but Beast, I believe an era can belong to 2 different players, just like the 80s is Magic and Bird.
Exactly.
Right? Like, if you see 2 guys go at it so much within an era, you can say an era is 2 players like Magic and Bird. Like LeBron and Steph ran up against each other so much in the finals that you could argue that it was split between those 2 because they faced each other so much. Like, you can't. It's gonna be hard to mention any era. It's gonna be hard to mention LeBron without talking about Steph. Especially.
So are we gonna forget about KD? Are we gonna forget about KD?
Yeah, I agree with LeBron and Curry's era.
That is the problem.
What you mean?
But for most of that era, go ahead, Bees. My bad.
Because that matchup was so tilted in LeBron's favor that they needed KD to neutralize LeBron. Steph couldn't do it. It's not Steph versus LeBron. It's the troops versus LeBron.
I mean, he could do it possibly.
Okay,
no, he can't.
Hold on, guys. I just got one question. So if it's Curry versus LeBron, was KD considered a better player in this era more than Curry, or was Curry considered more of a greater player? Because I remember when it was KD 2 and LeBron number 1 for most of this era.
Majority was KD.
Yeah,
so
it was
how
majority.
Can it be Curry? So how can it be Curry if you have another guy who's besides another guy? Hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. If you have another guy besides LeBron who was better than him in this era, how can it be Curry and LeBron?
A lot of the narrative around Curry is how he changed the game of basketball. It's more about the narrative, like how he changed the game more than
a bigger impact than KD.
It's not that his own court play made it his era.
Exactly.
That's all I'm saying. It's LeBron James' era.
Yes, it is.
And how can you say Curry had more of an impact? How can you say Curry had more of an impact when he went and got KD? He went and got KD.
All right.
That was
He didn't get KD. Bob Myers did.
One at a time, bro. Shit.
Thank you.
Horrible take after horrible take.
No, but so are you saying, Bees, that a significant free agent signing eliminates you from the conversation of being the best in the era? Because if that's the case, then the Celtics, adding Bill Walton eliminates Bird.
What I'm saying, Lamont, is that when Durant came on the team, I think Curry was the most impactful player on the Warriors, but he wasn't the best player. He wasn't even the best player on his own team for 2 of those finals against LeBron.
Well, I disagree because
you can disagree all you want, but KD.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what the
hold
truth,
on, Supermac.
what
Let
the
me
truth
finish.
is.
Let me finish. So let me go back to Lamont. I believe Steph Curry was more impactful on the Warriors. Who was their best player when KD was on their team? Lamont.
Who was most impactful?
KD was the best player.
KD probably the best player.
Yeah, and that right there, you can't have that battle when he's not even the best player on the team.
No,
you can't.
I look at it a different way. I look at impact.
I disagree because I don't think KD was the best player.
What do you say, Sturdy?
I don't think KD was the best player, and the record proves.
All I'm saying, I'm just trying to remind people that Curry faced LeBron 4 times in the finals, 5 times in the playoffs in total. But let's not forget KD faced LeBron 3 times in the finals as well during that same decade. Like what that dude just said, that was a fact. Majority of that decade, KD was considered better than Steph. Majority of that decade.
But it doesn't span just like one decade. Like only one decade.
No, that's how eras work. That's how most eras work. Like they do it by decades. When they say who's the 90s era, they typically say Jordan. Who's the 80s era, Magic and Bird.
If that's how you look at it, I'm okay with calling it LeBron's era.
All I'm saying is an era can have 2 players
but we can't
that are
have
looked at
LeBron
as the era's players.
Yeah, but they won't look.
I look at eras differently.
Let me ask this question. Okay, y'all said on that team, KD he played the best in the championship. That's what he did. When Kevin Durant had the team, when Curry wasn't on the floor, he was 28-18 with the team.
Yeah, he played worse. The Warriors,
and the vice versa, when Steph Curry had the team, they was 32-4.
Right.
So who was the better player?
Can I tell you what's the difference? What's the difference that you're missing in that? Can I tell you what's the difference that you're missing in that? The team was built around Curry. The team was built around Curry. They just added KD to the team. How don't you want to hear? How don't you want to hear? How don't you want to? Prime example, right? No, it's not an excuse. So if you hold on, it's the truth, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. The team was built around Curry. That whole franchise was built around Curry. Curry is the engine that makes that team go. So if you take the engine out of any team, the team is not going to look the same, bro. You can do that if you take Magic away from the Lakers. Hold on, B. Let me finish. Let me finish. You can argue. Even when Magic and Kareem was playing, you can argue that for some of them years Kareem might have been a better player, right? But the team, when they brought Magic on, the team was built around Magic because Magic was the ones who made them Showtime, bro. So you get what I'm saying? So like at the end of the day, bro,
That's just an excuse, bro.
Let me respond
that's
to that.
not an excuse, bro. It's the truth.
Hold on, real
you
quick.
can take.
I agree with you guys.
Let me respond to that. When Magic in '81, after their first championship, missed half the season, 42 games, the Lakers still had a winning record and went to the playoffs. So if you take Magic off the Lakers, they still have a winning record and they're in the playoffs.
You can say the same thing about KD. KD still had a winning record too. But it's not going to be. It's not the same. You're missing it. When the numbers you just proved, KD still had a winning record, so they still would have made the playoffs. So you're saying the same thing even for KD, bro. But the point I'm trying to make is, bro, if you just listen to what I'm saying, bro. If you take Magic off that team, are they still going to win the championship?
I would say no. I would say no, but before Magic, they're winning. They're still, hold on. The point is,
hold on, Super
let me
Mac.
finish.
I got a question. Hold on, I got a question for you, Super Mac. Without KD, in your opinion, this is hypothetical. Do the Warriors beat the Cavs in 17 and 18?
Well, it depends on who we replace Matt Barnes with.
I'm just saying.
My goodness!
We replace him with another wing. Just like we did Wiggins. Yes
or no?
If we would have got Wiggins,
yes or no?
Okay.
Wiggins was not the same player then that he is now, bro.
I guess my question to you,
we would have replaced.
Do you believe that the Warriors
with another wing?
Do you believe the Warriors was good?
The Rockets win. The Rockets beat them.
Yes.
No,
Exactly. They don't get
You
there.
think a choker and Harden's beating the Warriors? Cut it out, bro.
They took KD to 7. What are you talking about?
KD to 7. Thank you, bro. They took them with KD to 7, bro. So
They beat him in
Timeout.
Hey, I'm gonna tell you.
So why did they go get KD? Why did they go get KD then if they didn't need KD to win the championship? Why did they go get him?
I'll tell you why they got KD.
I didn't say that.
I'll tell you why they got
Really
KD.
didn't, but
they got KD because LeBron could outdo their top two players in Clay and Steph combined.
That's a lie.
Yes, because it's not a lot. They just brought them to 3 more.
I agree with you. The Cavs would probably win, but the Warriors still have a chance.
How
does
that work, bro? Can someone tell me how that works?
Hey, Beads, let me ask you this: since LeBron was so much potent in us, how did we get up 3-1 before they kicked Draymond out? How did we get up 3 games to 1?
Actually, see, I hate that argument because to me, the pivotal moment in that series was Andrew Bogut's injury.
Thank you, B. Thank you.
I hate that argument. No.
They rim protector went down. They changed their defense, bro.
Wait. He played 12 minutes. He played 12 minutes a game, and he got more fouls than blocks.
He was still their best center.
He was their best center.
He was their best rim protector.
But their best lineup is when they went small.
The moment he left, LeBron went 41-41, 29-point triple-double.
So you just made
LeBron had 20. No, LeBron had 29 before Bogut went down. LeBron had 29 before.
Bro, I'm telling you, game 5, game 6, and game 7.
Hey, Beach, you just made my point.
Game 5 in the third quarter. He had 29 and Bogut was on the court.
Wait. You just made my point. You said we had to go get Kevin Durant because we couldn't deal with LeBron, but we was up 3-1 on LeBron.
Hey, LeBron.
They lose Bogut.
Look, we was up 3-1 on LeBron. So how come we couldn't beat him?
Hey, Super Mac. Look, an old LeBron just sit your ass home this year.
So what? I mean, that's a different season.
Hey, Superman, I'm be honest.
What these means is Bogut is gone.
Anthony Davis, a top 10 player.
I don't know. Can I say this real quick? Let me say this real quick. Superman, I'm be honest with you. I'll be on your side, but like, there's too many players of that team you're referring to, the 2016 Warriors, that's saying otherwise, bro. When you got Draymond, Klay Thompson, and Curry publicly say why they needed KD because of another guy on the opposing team, that's the reason why, bro. I'm like, that's too much primary evidence to tell you why they needed KD.
Hey, Sturdy.
Draymond Green literally said, Draymond Green literally said, we thought the Cavs figured it out. We thought the league in general caught up to us. That what he literally said verbatim.
Right. But let me ask you this: why were they up 3-1?
B just told you, bro.
Could you answer that
But
before
we
Draymond
keep
got
answering
kicked
the
out?
Supermax. We keep answering that question.
You never answered it. I said they was up 3-1. You said
They was up.
They needed
They was up.
KD
They was up.
to beat
They was
LeBron,
up 3.
but LeBron was down 3-1.
They was up. They was up 3-1. They was up 3-1 because the Warriors defense was at their best those first 4 games. Not just from Bogut. But hold on, I'm answering your question. I'm literally answering your question. Those first 4 games, the Warriors were playing their best defensively. It wasn't just LeBron at times having trouble getting to the paint. It was majority of the cast. Kevin Love, Tristan Thompson wasn't getting the easy boards as he was, but on the post the rest of the series. And same thing for the backdoor cut. It was their Warriors defense in total as a team was on point first 4 games. But just like you know, as a Warriors fan, I'm assuming injuries happen.
So see what I'm saying is y'all making my point. Y'all keep saying LeBron was so potent that we had to go get Kevin Durant, but we was up 3-1.
No, Supermax. No, I didn't say that. Supermax, I didn't say that. All I did was quote your best defender. All I quote was your vocal leader, Draymond Green. He felt from his perspective that it wasn't enough. The Cavs figured us out. That's what he said verbatim.
My thing is I will agree. 2010s, you can say it's LeBron James' error, but to say that Steph Curry, it wasn't Steph Curry's error when
he's a part of it.
Anytime when in there's 75 years of basketball, any nigga that has a dynasty, whoever the face of the dynasty is, that's literally his error. In any decade, 60s, Bill Russell, 80s, Magic and Bird, they both had dynasties. 90s, it was Jordan, dynasty. 2000s is Tim Duncan and Kobe. They both had dynasties. Now, all of a sudden, when Curry is beating the skin off of LeBron James in the 2010s, winning record, championships, all of a sudden, it's not his error.
I'll explain exactly. I'll explain that. No, let me answer that question. The reason, the main difference to all those errors you just decided, McDuff, is the fact that Bird and Magic individually was going back and forth. There was a base of who was better for majority of that decade. Same thing for Wilt and Bill Russell in the 60s. And same thing for Tim Duncan and Kobe in 2000s. People were debating who was better individually. Majority of the decade, there was no debate who was better individually. There was no debate who was better.
It wasn't a debate.
There was no debate.
It wasn't a debate?
For majority of the decade, there was no debate who was better.
Wait a minute.
That's a fact.
It was a debate.
How do you win a unanimous MVP and another MVP back to back? And nobody is debating whether you.
It's the same thing.
Y'all just switch up. Y'all just move the goalposts.
Hold on. I got a great question for you, Supermac. So was arguing with guys when Steve Nash won his back-to-back MVPs in 2000? Was he better than Kobe? Was he better than Tim Duncan to you?
How many did he win a championship?
Let Supermac answer the question.
Was he better that year?
No, back-to-back years when Steve Nash won championships, was you having debates with niggas in terms of who was better, Kobe and Tim Duncan, Kobe and Nash, or Tim Duncan and Nash? Did you think Nash was better?
That's low-hanging fruit, bro.
I thought he was better at his position. Yeah.
Yo, what?
No, don't tiptoe.
No, Steve Nash was nowhere near Kobe and motherfucking Tim Duncan.
At his position, that's crazy.
But Sturdy, that's a cop out because
better point guard than Kobe Bryant.
That's a cop out because when we talk about Sturdy, that's a cop out because when I talked about the face of the dynasty and the second best player, Bill Russell is smacking Wilt Chamberlain, winning record.
But McDuff, you didn't hear what I said. You didn't hear what I said.
Magic and Bird, when it comes to Magic and Bird, they're playing against each other. When it comes to Kobe and Duncan, they're playing against each other. Steve Nash was losing to Kobe in the Lakers and to Tim Duncan in the Spurs. He never beat the Spurs.
So what about Hakeem coming back to Sturdy Logic? Was there ever a conversation?
They never played against each other.
So it's about playing together. It's about being
no. What it is?
First of all, to debate Hakeem Olajuwon's era in the 90s with Jordan is ridiculous. First and foremost, and based on what I'm talking about, they didn't play each other. Since they didn't play each other, you go off another narrative of championships and who dominated, and Jordan wins that outright. When you go with Shaq or when you go with Duncan and Kobe, they actually had head-to-head meetings. Where you can go off of that. Magic and Bird, the same thing. Bill Russell and Wilt Chamberlain, same thing. LeBron and Curry, same thing. So that's what I'm saying. When it comes to errors, sooner or later, somebody's going to have to go head to head against each other. It's not just stats and accolades. That's all I'm saying. And everything has been like that.
And so what happens when that player outperforms the other player every time they meet head to head?
Literally every time. Literally every single playoff series, all 5 times Steph Curry and LeBron matched up in playoffs. LeBron outplayed him. Yeah. All 5 times.
Does that matter?
That's a fact.
In 2015, I think it was. In 2015, I think it was.
You crazy?
But y'all,
but that's again.
I know a lot of times it's not about who outplays, because it's about who wins. That's generally considered the guy who really.
That's head to head.
Yeah.
Lamont, you know that's not true. Lamont, you know that's not true.
How should it be looked at, Lamont?
That'd be like me saying Jordan outplayed Bird when they played in the playoffs. Well, duh. But he lost.
Yeah.
He did. Yes.
But no, he did not.
But it still matters that he outplayed him, though. That still matters, though, right?
No, that does not matter.
Hey, hold up. Hold up. Y'all let Showboy come up here and talk about Steph Curry drag somebody to 39 wins. Y'all all
season, bro.
I question that, B. I question that.
I question that too. I'm like 39.
That's a shortened season, bro. Y'all not putting context or nothing, bro.
Because if you think,
I didn't defend that. That was kind of weak.
If you think like that, then you can't knock LeBron's losses.
Bees. What I'm saying is, we know when we see these head-to-head battles like Mac Def was just talking about, we generally, the guy that really came out with the edge, irregardless of stats, the guy that we all normally just feel won that series is the guy that came out the victor. No matter how unfair or fair it was, no matter how many injuries one player had on his team or how bad the roster is, especially in the playoffs.
Okay,
right. Especially in the playoffs, we always really look to who won the series, and the numbers really don't.
Is that how you look at it, though?
Lamont, don't
you look at it.
That's not true.
I'm gonna give you LeBron's quote. I'm gonna give you LeBron's quote after Steph won unanimous MVP. Winning the MVP don't mean you're the best player in the world.
There were debates, though.
Okay,
and that's a fact.
I understand that.
So I'm gonna give you LeBron's. Hey, let me get this one off on Bees, because Bees be putting himself.
Because if you look at the head-to-head with,
Bees, guess what LeBron's statement was when Steph Curry and them missed that playoff tournament. Steph Curry is the best player in the world. I think he should be getting MVP because of what he's doing with that team over there.
Yeah, you know why? I'll tell you. You know why LeBron wants to pick up Steph? Because it makes his losses look better.
Because he beat him.
Makes his losses look better. But it doesn't change the fact that Steph Curry is an all-time great player. I'm not trying to take away from him. I just heard somebody say Steph's era. Steph don't have an era. Let's stop that.
It depends on your criteria.
What were you saying, Young Africa?
I know you were talking about popular opinion when it comes to head-to-head battles, but is that how you see it when you look at two players that come together and play? You look at who won over who played better?
It's hard not to look at it that way. Like, I mean, if we're talking about the player that we feel like came out, like, it doesn't necessarily mean you always had a better player, but it's hard to walk away from a series and feel like the losing player came out with some type of advantage. It's hard. I mean, now after the fact, when we come back and look at everything and we add context, maybe, but we all know that in the moment, that's just how we view these series. Nobody, and that's the unfairness in it, but that's just how we look at it.
So when LeBron was losing to the Warriors, you didn't come away from those series saying LeBron was the best player on the court?
But the masses didn't perceive
what I'm saying
that.
is, I said in the moment, it's hard to right there. I said it's hard to say right there in the moment that he's the best player in the world after he's fresh off of losing. I said we can always come back and revisit it, and we add context after the emotions are invested and involved in it, just like we doing now with these conversations. But we
never, when it was head to head, we never looked at who played better. Hold on, Sturdy. We never looked at stat accolades on who played better.
Here, I'll give you an example. My example is this right here. Like my example was. My example was I could use two players. I could even use Joel Embiid from this past year, who's lost, which a lot of people don't say he's no longer the best player in the league just because he lost. But if we're and a lot of people are saying Jokic is the best player in the league now.
Yeah,
because he won. But see, the thing is, in the midst of that MVP run, a lot of people were saying with certainty, Joel Embiid's the best player in the league. He's far better. It wasn't until Joel Embiid lost where people said. So we know that winning and losing moves and moves how we look at these players. We can see it with Embiid and Jokic right now. All he had to do was win, and almost everybody here is saying he's best player in the league.
Lamont. Let me just say this.
Most of the year saying Embiid was
time out. The most marketable
only
player
thing that
ever
happened between now and then is Jokic won and Embiid lost.
The most marketable player ever, Michael Jordan, when he was getting his ass, or the Pistons was being the shot of the Bulls, there was literally articles from New York Times, Chicago, all them dudes were saying Jordan's still the best player. What we doing?
The media isn't as controlled as
this is the only thing that I'm saying. This is the only thing that I'm saying, and I think guys will listen to this. Bird and Magic but when Bird and Magic was in the 80s, bro, they were considered the two best players of the 80s.
Okay, so 1990, you have Jordan being the best player. Okay.
Oh, 90's different. I thought you were talking about
90s is different.
Hey, Sturdy, all you
1990, that's the season.
Go back to that footage that when the Dream Team came together and they had that game, Bird and all of them had that scrimmage, and then Magic said, "Okay, now we got to pass the torch. It's a new sheriff in town." It wasn't until then that they said Jordan was the man.
Salute.
That's not true.
But my question is, how can you not be considered one of the two top players of your era, and it can still be considered your era, bro? That has to matter.
If you're just strictly dividing it into decades, and yes,
man. Ain't no way you get back-to-back MVPs and a unanimous MVP, and you go to all them straight championships.
He doesn't have the longevity.
And you win against somebody who's
in the 2010s.
One of the best players.
What are you talking about?
Hey,
two of those championships, and for 2 of those championships in 4 years out of that era, you wasn't even the best player on your team. That equates to something too.
Let me get this straight. So for a 10-year decade, hold on, real quick. For a 10-year decade, the man goes to 5 straight NBA finals.
Yeah.
The only other
he didn't go for 5 straight NBA finals in the 2010s. That's a lot.
2015, 2016, 17, 18, 19. That's 5. Count. So for half a decade, this man went to 5 straight NBA finals, the face of a fucking dynasty, and he's beaten the best player in the world for 75% of those championships.
Hold on, what you say? You keep saying him, but it was his team.
Listen, we're talking about individually. I understand Bill Russell Celtics beat Wilt Chamberlain. I understand that. But if we're talking about errors, whose error was it? The reason we say it was Bill Russell's error is because he won championships. Individually, he's not ranked.
He was also the best player on his team. But you keep missing that out because he was the best player on his team as well, bro. But 3 of his 5 championships in this era, he wasn't the best player on his team. That has to account for something, bro.
First of all, that is highly debatable. And Steph Curry has a winning record versus Kevin Durant beat the skin off of him.
Curry was not top 2 for most of the decades, and from 2000
by 2016 it was.
He was not, bro. That's
by 2016
he didn't come on the scene until half the decade was over with already. He didn't even come on the scene until half the decade was on the scene already, bro. For the first 5 years of that decade, KD was bro. Listen to what I'm saying. He won his first championship in 2015. The decade was halfway over with already.
Okay.
What are you talking about, bro? And KD, hold on. Let me finish what I'm saying. And KD, for most of them years, was considered the second best player of that decade. After he won his first championship, hold on. Let me finish saying what I'm saying. You keep kind of cutting me off. In 2013, after that 2015 championship, no one said that Steph Curry was the best player of the league. It didn't come on. Hold on. It didn't. People didn't start talking about Curry until after he won about his third championship, bro. That's when they start talking about. And the decade was almost over by then. 2000. It was on. That's not a lot.
That's not a lot.
Let me get him. Let me get him. Hold on. Let me get him. Let me get him. Super Mac. I got you. Hold on, real quick. Let me get him real quick. Let me get him real quick.
There are debates, bro. Like,
Let's say Kevin Durant. Hold on. Let's go off of his logic. Kevin Durant, for the majority of the 2010s, was the second best player to LeBron. So tell me, sir, what year was no, Bees, don't cut me off, because I got him. What year was Kevin Durant second to LeBron James? What year?
All the way up.
Hold on. In 2012, KD was better than. Hold on. In 2012, KD was better than Kobe.
Yes. Hell yes.
Kobe was on the down end of his career by then, bro.
By 2011, 2012, he was better than Kobe.
He was on the down end.
2012, yes. 2012, hell yes.
Okay. So 2012, 13, 14, and 15. That's 4 years. Hold on. That's 4. Shut up. That's 4 years. That is 4 years. 2012, 13, 14, 15. I give him 4 years. By 2016, when I won unanimous MVP and I beat you a 3-1 comeback, your second place is gone, sir. That's to Steph Curry. So 2016, 17, 18, 19. That's also 4 freaking years.
I have a question.
Am I right or am I wrong?
Hold on. Guys, he was talking to me. Let me rebuttal that. Hold on. Let me rebuttal that. It's crazy that you say that, because you can say that, but what about the years that they played together? Because if memory serves correct, did Curry win Finals MVP any year that Kevin Durant played with him?
No, he didn't.
Hold on. He did not win. Hold on. He did not win Finals MVP any year that he played with him. And let's be real. People are arguing.
Hold on, y'all. Look, we can just look. We ran over something that we could just easily go look up and showcase. So we trying to determine if KD was looked at as the number 2 player right behind LeBron. Like I said, the one thing we can look to is the player power rankings that the NBA releases before the season starts, before each year.
It's crazy.
If we start with 2011. It was LeBron. They actually had D Rose at number 2, KD at 3 in 2011. If we go to 2012, they had LeBron at 1, Kevin Durant at 2, Chris Paul at 3, Kobe at 4. If we go to 2013, it was LeBron, then Durant 2. If we go to 2014, the power rankings actually had KD over LeBron. It was KD 1, LeBron 2. And then when you go to 2015, here's the thing. If we go to 2015, it actually has Steph Curry as the number 1 player in the league.
Thank you, bro.
Oh, so I gave Kevin Durant an extra
Hold on
year.
1 second. I'm going to got more. Then when you go to 2016, it has Steph Curry as the best player in the league again to start at 2016.
2 finals, the 2 finals MVP years.
With LeBron at number 2.
Mm-hmm.
But then as we go on from there, it goes back to 2017. LeBron's back at 1. And then it also has Kawhi Leonard at 2 that year. And then 2018, it has LeBron, then James Harden, and then Anthony Davis. And so there were some years in there where Steph was
there.
That's weird.
In 2017? Oh, he wasn't even second in 2017.
So there's no clear-cut number 2 in the 2010s is what it is.
I don't think anybody would say Harden's better than Curry.
Bro, so you just lied on Steph right there. That's crazy.
I think they're going by season rankings.
Harden was better than Curry in 18.
Wow.
Harden?
Yes, he was.
Man,
I'll give you that in 18. But
they have Harden ranked
James Harden ain't never been better than Steph Curry.
He had more impact than AD.
Look, I'm not talking about career. I'm saying that individual season.
He
James
wasn't
Harden,
better, bro.
Yes, he was.
No, he wasn't.
No, that individual season was a great. That was a great season.
Bro, this nigga was putting up 60-point triple doubles. What is wrong with you?
That was historic numbers.
Every year, bro.
Hey, Bees,
you can make an argument for Harden.
Harden was a
cold-blooded losers like Oscar and Harden. I hate.
Oh, we know that, but hey, Bees, let me ask you a question, Bees. So when we look at these, when we look at this individual play, because there's a lot of talk about the team success, right? How do you compare Curry's fall all NBA teams when you look at a guy like Luka, for example, that already has fall all NBA first teams? How do you look at the first team selection?
Hey, and that's where when the glove don't fit, you must quit.
Man,
because individually, he's missing chapters. When you start stacking him up to these all-time greats, and you remove the championships. Let's say all the players have championships.
Yeah, remove the championships.
Yeah,
Yeah,
remove
remove it.
one thing that I hate y'all.
Bro, are you gonna let me finish?
You're
Remove
talking
the
about
championship.
individual plays.
I'm talking about individual players. So
Correct.
when you start stacking up individual great players, and they all got chips, right? And you remove the championship argument out of it, Curry's going to fall short. He doesn't have enough of those teams and those individual accolades to stack up to some of these other guys.
Sure he does. How many? Hold on. Sure he does. Out of the top 10. Timeout. Out of the
top 10, Mac, he would have the lowest first team selection.
He doesn't have the individual dominance.
Young that's correct. First team, he would out of the top 10, he would have the lowest. What about MVPs? He has two. How many does Shaq have? One. Okay, get him out of here. How many does Kobe have? One. Okay, get him out of here.
Yeah,
how many does Oscar Robertson have? One. Get him out of here.
Yep,
okay.
get him out.
Yeah, he's in the middle.
So he's top 10. Okay, so he's top 10. So he's top 10. My point is he's top 10.
My point to you, Mac Dell,
hold on,
is that that's all you're going to be able to use is MVPs and finals.
Oh, what about scoring titles, sir? What about scoring titles, sir?
Listen, because he's been in the league 14 years. He's only been All NBA 4 times.
First team.
That's not true. That's 4 times. You talking a nigga that you said on the decade only has been on the first team 4 times.
Yes.
That's horrible.
And he's got 9. And he's got 9 total. And again. How many? Hold on. How many scoring titles does he have?
Bro, that's a lot of All NBA teams.
Luka already has Luka has 4 already in his.
Okay, and how many scoring titles?
3 of the 2010s.
Correct. Okay, hold on.
Luka already has 4. He only played 6
Bees and
years,
Young Africa. Bees and Young Africa. Time out. Bees and Young Africa. Let's say Luka has 20 All NBA teams. Great. All right. How many? I don't care. How many? He was great. He was great for 20 seasons. All NBA, the best point guard in the world for 20 seasons. He doesn't have the scoring titles that Steph Curry has. He doesn't have the steals titles that Steph Curry has. He doesn't have hold on. He doesn't have the MVPs. He doesn't have the league MVPs that Steph Curry has. So individually, you could give them all individually. If you're gonna say All NBA first team is over and holds more weight than MVPs and scoring titles, then all power to you. I don't believe
no one said that.
And it doesn't take into account team success.
Then it doesn't matter. All NBA.
Mike Duff, I gotta correct you. Out of
the got two league MVPs and 2 scoring titles.
Mike Duff, out of consensus top 10 for the MVPs, he ranked 9th.
Is he top? Oh, great. Is he top 10, Sturdy?
Yeah, no. You talking about compared to top 10? You said compared to top 10.
Is he top 10? My whole point is that you guys are simply saying if you take away championships, he's nowhere near there. And I'm saying if you take away the championships, he's still a top 10 in all categories. What are we talking about?
He's not top 10 in all categories.
No. He's a top 10 score. Yes, he is.
What I'm trying to explain to you is that when you take these dudes that got 4, 3, 5 chips, that's why I said you can take the championships out of him. Once he doesn't have more rings than another guy, right? Now you got to look at his body of work. And all I'm saying to you is that his body of work will come up small to some of the other guys. Some guys he's going to come out ahead of. But
if you come out as a top 10 player, I don't care. Like, what the fuck are we talking about?
This is all you got to say to him.
Because let me give you an example. He's got the scoring champs, right? He was scoring champ in what, 2 times?
2, yeah.
Right. And he's got the 2 MVPs, right?
Correct.
But
he got the greatest.
Hold on, bro. You're gonna have some people that are gonna have 14, 15 all defensive teams with MVPs and with other rebounding
with first teams. Yes, with first teams. Yeah.
And that don't stand up.
And Mac Dep, let me just say this to you,
still
Mac Dep,
top
because
10.
you can say
He's
that
not
in your
top 10,
opinion,
bro.
but let me say this, Mac Dep, because when you talk about all NBAs, right? MVP is an award for a great peak season, right? So at your best, you were the best twice in a season according to the media. But when you're talking about all NBA first team, you just have to be top 2 at your position. Top 2 at your position. And so if you're ranking him as one of the greatest players of the decade, I'm assuming he got to make more than 4 All-NBA first teams. He got to just be top 2 at his position, not even the best player.
Again, you assume
he
that.
missed out on a couple of those.
Hold on,
he
time
was
out.
hurt.
You assume that. You assume that. That's what you assume.
What am I
But
assuming?
if you're making first of all, 9 All-NBA teams is not. That's a lot. What are we talking about?
But that means he wasn't top 2 a lot of the time.
That's not top 10,
prime.
Mac Dep. I was trying to tell you, bro. He's not. He's not top 10.
Let me just ask
9
you this.
All-NBA, and 4 of them are
This is gonna
first
wrap
team.
this discussion up. This is gonna wrap this discussion up. Where do you got Kobe
No,
Bryant?
man.
Where do you got Kobe Bryant ranked?
He made a lot of first teams. You can't say that.
No, I'm asking you in the top 10. In your top 10,
Superman, come on, Superman.
I need to ask y'all where y'all got
Can't
Kobe
go
Bryant
there.
ranked.
That's what Mac Dep does for everybody.
Huh?
That's what Mac Dep does for everybody.
I got Kobe 3.
I got him
Okay.
5. I got Kobe the top 3 all time as well.
Where do you got him?
Oh, I got him top 5. He number 5.
Okay.
he's fine.
Sturdy, where you got
Y'all
him?
niggas insane. No, like
Sturdy, where you
8.
got him?
Like 8.
Okay.
Sturdy don't even got a top 10.
Hey, no, Sturdy. Hey, Sturdy. Hey, Sturdy.
Hey, you didn't ask me, Superman.
I did. Beans, where you got him?
You didn't ask me.
You know, Superman.
You gotta ask Lamont. You gotta ask Lamont. Superman, you gotta ask Lamont something, man.
No, hey, Lamont, where you got Kobe?
11.
Okay.
11.
Me and Sturdy is probably about hitting on the same. I got him at
I got
around
Kobe
maybe 7
number
or 8.
6.
Steph Curry got all around better numbers than Kobe Bryant in the playoffs.
What that mean?
Can
Different
anybody
era.
explain that to me?
I mean, Luka got better numbers than Curry.
Supermax, follow up on that. Are you saying
Curry is not nowhere near the type of player that Kobe was?
Hold on. Let me ask him the question.
Numbers than him in the playoffs. That means
Different era, man.
Better numbers than Curry.
Supermax, hold on. Supermax, that's what I'm asking you. Supermax. So are you saying Curry is greater than Kobe?
He's a better playoff performer. That's what I'm saying.
No. Okay, so
Luka a better playoff performer than Curry.
No, that's not true. That's not true. Even that's not true. If you're just looking at raw numbers,
definitely not true, bro.
You got to put in context the defenses they went up against. You got to look at how many top 10 defenses Kobe played in his whole career. He mostly played top 10 defenses.
Your role determines what you do in the playoffs, y'all.
Yeah, and it's the context of
if
how
you're on
you
a
did
team.
it.
If you're on a team and the offense and everything's spread out a little bit more thinner, or you playing a scheme that's more matchup based, your numbers are going to be impacted. Because that's what I was saying with the whole Oscar Robertson situation. I don't want to say he's no longer not in his prime, and I can't count his playoff numbers just because they went down. His role changed. That's a clear thing.
I want to know what the argument was for Oscar.
Hey, but let me ask you that. Okay, so let me finish my point. How about Kobe Bryant?
I don't want to get into Kobe.
Why you want Kobe Bryant all day, Superman?
I know everybody got Kobe Bryant ranked high.
No, Superman.
Your mic is messed up.
Your mic is messing up, bro.
Hey, Superman.
They camping he doing.
Here's a better question for you. Here's a better question. Africa made the point to be first team All NBA. You got to be one of the top 2 players. In the era that people are saying is Curry's era, the 2010s, he only made it 3 times.
4 times.
Isn't that a problem?
4 times.
He made it 3 times.
3 times.
In that decade, in that decade,
he made first team in 2020.
Yeah.
Well, my point, what I was trying to say before.
No, answer the question.
Answer the question, Superman.
Because hold on, but Bees, the question is very easy because all NBA teams.
You gotta let him answer the question.
I know.
You gotta let him answer.
I just want to know.
Nah, they trying to jump. I can answer it.
Hold on. The main thing with all NBA teams just detail who had the best regular season. And a lot of you guys had already said earlier, y'all prioritize the postseason. So again, you guys are going to an award that just simply highlights who had the better regular season when we know that there were a lot of times where there were a lot of them years where Steph was splitting the scoring load. He was splitting a lot of what he would normally do when he didn't have KD, he's splitting it with KD.
So he had a great team.
When he
had a great team.
Hold on.
Nah, I need to
Hold on. What I'm saying, what I'm saying is, I believe you can still be one of the best players in the league, even if it's not directly reflected in your numbers. And so there's a lot of things that go into your numbers going up or down. It could be due to your role. It could be due to you having to diversify what you do best with other players, but it don't truly say that you're the worst. And a lot of times these awards, like all NBA team, are given out based on who was the best statistically, not necessarily who was truly the best.
You know what,
Lamont, I got a question.
Hold on,
That's facts, man.
Hold on, Herm. I'm glad you said what you just said, because you can still be a great player even though your role changes and your numbers go down, right? That would be why Oscar still made all the NBA.
No, but Beast, I wasn't saying Oscar wasn't a great player. I'm saying that's why I was asking Sturdy. I said, why did you stop counting years? Because you just think he was outside of his prime just because his numbers went down. It said it looks more like his role just changed because he was playing with another great player. So those years still count.
Nobody's hating on Steph Curry, bro. This all started.
Hey, B, this is what I want to say too, though.
This all started because I said Steph Curry don't have an era, and he don't.
He do.
He does.
Hey, B.
I'm still waiting for an answer. I'm still waiting for an answer.
When the Warriors and when LeBron and Steph kept meeting in the playoffs all them years in a row, and it just seemed like it was always LeBron versus Steph. That's what made it the LeBron and Steph era, because they consistently met each other at the end, and it was always just those two teams battling it out. And it wasn't always LeBron winning, because LeBron actually got a title in, and then Steph got some in. Obviously, Steph got the advantage over the winning and loss record there, but it was a battle there where they always met at the end. That's what makes these. That's what
their teams met in the end.
Yeah, but the thing is,
there was never a battle between
Magic,
Steph and LeBron.
Hold on,
you can't call that a battle.
So are we saying because the Lakers dominated the? Are we saying because the Lakers dominated the Celtics in the '80s, we can't say Bird was a?
For two of those championships, it was LeBron and KD.
Why was LeBron?
I need to say this, and I know Curry fans ain't gonna like it. But
KD only led the finals. Why y'all not talking about playoffs?
Well, we just went over the Lamont just told you. Lamont just told you who was ranked over who in them times. And
LeBron was top two. LeBron was top two more times than Curry.
Yes, Kawhi Leonard was second in 2017.
We talking about the time when Kevin Durant was on the team.
Can y'all let Herm get his point off, please? Go ahead.
Hey, here's the thing. The Bees can attest to this too, because we talked about it before. Steph Curry knew how important it was for him to finally get a Finals MVP, because prior to him, before getting that Finals MVP, a lot of people, I'm not saying they was right for doing it, but a lot of people was questioning his legacy because he never had a Finals MVP. So with him not having that Finals MVP on his resume, people was questioning how great he was. So when he finally got it, why you think Steph Curry would break it down crying, feel like he got the big monkey off his back, and the whole nine? Curry really, bro, you can't put a nigga top 10. They only got one Finals MVP out of all.
Hey, Herm.
Hold on.
What you
basically saying you can't put somebody top 10 that only got one Finals MVP, but you can.
No.
Hold on 1 second. You can
put
somebody top 10 that got one league MVP.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. When you win 4 rings and you only have one Finals MVP.
Because a league MVP is based on 82 games. A Finals MVP is based on 4 to 7.
This nigga that
Andre, that's why it makes sense, Lamont. Larger and simple size.
Win a Finals MVP.
Hold on. What's harder to win, a Finals MVP or a league MVP?
A league MVP.
My big question is a guy with one league MVP. When Supermac asked that question, a lot of you guys had Kobe in your top 10.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So what I'm saying is,
but Lamont, you the same guy that said that you feel like Kobe Bryant should have about 4 MVPs.
It don't matter what I feel. He don't have them.
Nah, but I mean, everybody knows.
Herm, you see how you trying to use context right there? Use some context with Curry. Then. Use some context with Curry. You trying to use context right there? Use some context.
He's out of here.
Let's see.
You cooking your damn self.
Hold on. Let's see what Lamar going at. Let's see what Lamar going at.
Let's see what Lamar going at. All I was saying was because Herm or somebody had just said, how can I put somebody with only one Finals MVP in my top 10, but you're willing to put somebody with one league MVP in your top 10? How does that make sense when the league
because
MVP
the league
is more
MVP,
significant?
But he got two
league MVPs are far more significant.
Exactly, Lamar. You answer your own question.
Hey, let me look at it.
So how is Kobe in your top 10?
Are you asking the panel?
No, I'm saying
Herm in that pot.
He got defensive accolades among. Not only that, he got a lot more all-NBA first team.
That's not what you said, Herm.
Okay.
Herm, this is what you just said, Herm. You just said, irregardless of all these other factors, if somebody only got one Finals MVP, they can't be in your top 10. But you got a dude with one league MVP in your top 10. How does that work? When the Finals MVP, like we've seen throughout NBA history, anybody has a chance to win Finals MVP. Anybody, Dennis Johnson. I'm talking about guys that will never win a league MVP ever in their life.
Show some respect.
Guys that will never win a league MVP in their life, won't come close to sniffing it, can have an opportunity to play well from 4 to 7 games.
But Lamar,
and get that
what you alluded
to win a Finals MVP.
what you're trying to, how you coming at me though? You can't say that if you the same guy that felt like Kobe Bryant should have more than that one.
What I feel, but Herm, what I always say is,
Sturdy, you talking about what he feel like.
Herm, what did I say? Herm,
get him, Sturdy.
That case got everything.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
Save him, Sturdy. Save him.
Herm, I've always said, the unfortunate reality of these ranking lists is
said what he
unfair.
feel.
Our feelings don't matter because sometimes these guys don't get the accolades necessary to crack into certain tiers that we need them to crack because they don't have the accolades to get them up there. And the unfortunate reality is just because, like I say, you can feel like LeBron's supposed to have 6 or 7 MVPs. I feel like Jordan's supposed to have at least 8 going through the 90s, but unfortunate reality is they don't got all these. So it's unfair to a certain degree. It's unfair that Kobe didn't get more MVPs, but he didn't get them. And for Steph Curry, it's unfair that he didn't get a Finals MVP because it's a shame. He should have got one. But so again, how do you have a guy in your top 10 with one league MVP?
Pass the mic.
If the Finals MVP is so significant, the league MVP is even more significant.
Hey, Herm, let me ask you this before we
I mean, Supermaker's the guy that value postseason. So if he value postseason, how in the hell he got Steph Curry in his top 10? And he only got one Finals MVP. Since he values postseason.
Okay, great deflection, Herm. I like that. Defensive player of the year type deflections, right?
I'm gonna write that down. I'm gonna take a note.
You stupid boy.
Hey, Herm. Could you tell me why Steph Curry averaged more points, more rebounds, and more assists than Kobe Bryant in the playoffs?
Man, they already got you on that, Supermac. When Young Africa was telling you, got to put context behind it for us, the defenses that Kobe Bryant faced or Curry faced, for us the top 10s and the whole 9, the era, everything matters, man.
So how come all the other top 10 greats got more rebounds or more assists than Curry or more points than Curry?
Which all-time greats you referring to? Which all-time greats you referring to then?
Shaq.
Kareem, I mean, Shaq's supposed to have more rebounds.
Magic, all of them. How come
Bird?
How come they got more?
Wilt Chamberlain.
More rebounds.
How come they got more assists than
they should have more assists. They should.
More rebounds than Kobe? Is that what we're doing now?
Yeah, all them guys don't have more assists though. They have one or the other, but they don't have all of them though.
More rebounds than Kobe Bryant in the playoffs, and assists, and points. And then you're gonna talk about how Steph Curry performed in the playoffs. Come on, man. He performed better than Kobe Bryant in the playoffs.
Let me put.
So what happened? So what happened? So what happened in that 2016? What happened?
No,
what
it's
happened in
Super
that
Mac that's doing
26?
that, bro.
He did
So
choke in
Super Mac hate
2016.
Kobe Bryant, but what happened in
No, I
that
don't. No,
2016
I don't. I
finals
got
in
him
that
right
fourth?
where Sturdy got
Since
him.
you want to talk
He
about
did
fourth
choke in
quarter points,
2016.
since you want to talk about big moments in the playoffs, why Steph Curry came up small in those last few minutes in that fourth quarter in 2016, Game 7 at home?
Well, let's talk about the 43-10 game that he just won a
Because
championship.
everybody done came up short one time.
He had a bad
Like
series.
everybody
Now, Game
ain't
7
won
in the
every
NBA
year.
Finals at home.
Hey,
Is that the big? Okay,
hey,
if you want to call that a choke
Bro,
job,
Kobe
is
won
that
the
the
worst
big?
NBA
MVP
Finals
of the league.
performance.
What?
Yeah, thank you.
Which one of your top 10 guys had a 43-10 game in the finals like Steph Curry just had?
No.
We just saw it.
No, it's not one of the worst
Jordan.
Against a team that a lot of people don't
LeBron,
believe won in
Jordan,
the Boston
Shaq,
Celtics.
Hakeem.
Yeah,
Same
everybody did.
Celtics
Wilt
team
had a
that lost
40.
to the
Wilt had a
AC Miami
40 and
Heat.
10 game.
This is what I want to say. Out of
Magic
everybody,
had a 40 and 10 game as a rookie.
yeah, as a rookie, 42, 15, and 7. Everybody
Who else
basically
in the top
did,
10?
bro. But
Majority of the
everybody
seven.
basically
No.
just named
So
about
Super Mac, to answer your question, Mac,
people.
Super Mac, to answer your question, out of the consistent top 10, there's at least 7. At least 7 had a 40-10 game in the finals. What's your point?
This is where Curry kind of separates himself and puts himself in top 10 discussion. And it's to Supermax's
That
point
nigga
as far
not
as
top
playoff
10.
translation. Steph Curry's averaging 27 for his career. Among players who are top 10 consideration, that's third, only behind LeBron and Jordan.
Trae Young
He's averaging 27. He's
more than
averaging
Steph
27 in the
in
finals
playoffs.
for his finals
What that
career.
mean?
That's fourth among top 10 players, only behind Jordan, LeBron, and Shaq. So basically, playoff
Trae Young averaged
translation.
more points a game, Magda.
Why the
What
fuck
that
you talking
mean?
about Trae Young? Trae Young is
I
like
said
y'all
people
don't
who are
win 'cause
considered in the
Curry
top
averaged
10.
27.
I
He's
said
not
people
even
who
in
are
the topic.
considered in
Why
the
you
top
bring him up?
10.
He's not in the top 10, though, Herm.
People who are considered top 10 consideration. Steph Curry, with his 27 points per game average in playoffs, is third behind LeBron and Jordan. In the finals, he averages 27. He's fourth among players considered top 10 behind Shaq, Jordan, and LeBron. Like his playoff translation is on par with the greatest of all time, and he has a winning record versus one of the players who is in the GOAT debate. Like for y'all to say that Curry ain't top 10 is ridiculous.
It's
Because
He's
he
not,
had
he's
a
not
more
top
superior
10 yet, bro.
team, Magda.
He's not
He had
top
a
10
more
all time yet, bro.
Preposterous.
He's not top 10 all time yet.
He's between 15 and
hold
20,
up,
man.
hold up.
He's between 15 and
Hey,
20.
Macdam, since you brought up playoff averages, I'm going to give you the top 10 playoff averages, minimum 50 games. Okay?
Minimum. Mm-hmm.
Michael Jordan at 33.45.
Mm-hmm.
Luka Doncic, 32.54. Allen
Are
Iverson.
we supposed to be talking about top 10?
Bro,
10
Let him finish, man. Let him finish, man. Let him finish.
Allen Iverson, 29.7.
That's my nigga. Yeah.
Kevin Durant, 29.4.
Yep.
Jerry West, 29.1. LeBron, 28.45. Anthony Edwards, 28.1. Devin Booker,
shit.
28. Donovan Mitchell, 27.8. And Joker at 27.5. There's no Steph Curry in that, bruh.
Because that's just one individual game.
No, it's
That's for their playoff. That's for their playoff careers. That's for their playoff.
Man,
careers.
you naming guys ain't got enough games, man. They ain't.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's why I said people considered top 10 all time. But okay, dude.
I'll just keep going. George Gervin, 26.9.
But there's not people that's in the
No,
top
he's
10.
not. Steph
Yes,
averages
he is.
27.
I got Steph. Steph averages 26.98. He has 147 playoff games played. He's got
As a fact, Macdam. 9-8, 9-8, Macdam. Remember that?
No. On Basketball Reference, it's 27.0. I don't know what Bees is talking about.
I'm telling you, he's got 147 playoff games played. He's been
Okay, well, go to a minimum of 100 games then. Don't go. You trying to?
So he said
you trying to weigh it
minimum of
against
50.
people that barely got 50 games.
So if I go to a minimum of 100 games, okay, so some of these dudes fall out because they're just young.
All right, then. Let's see what we're talking about.
The problem you got is the niggas that's over him already. They're gonna stay over him as soon as they get to the game.
The problem with that, Bees, is Them dudes don't go to the
How do you
playoffs.
know they're not gonna go down? What's wrong with this?
They not
Luka ain't going down. No
Hold
time
on.
soon.
This is
Luka ain't going
my
down
point
no
to
time soon.
They ain't got no championships.
this was my point. The same thing I was trying to say.
They don't got 104. They don't got 146 games.
Let me finish. Your Michael Jordan, Allen Iverson, Kevin Durant, Jerry West, and LeBron James, Elgin Baylor, they not George Gervin, they not moving.
They all
Like that, that's like 8 niggas, bro.
They not moving.
That's a fact. That's 8 niggas. But again, hold on. Again, if Curry is Curry all time versus in 50 lower games is hold on, time out. If he's top, hold on. If Steph Curry is top 15
right now, Steph Curry is 0.2 ahead of Giannis. Would you bet money that Giannis's average is going to continue to climb or to fall?
It's gonna climb.
Yeah,
I say that. Hold on. We don't. First of all, we don't know. This nigga might not even be with Milwaukee. And Steph Curry has got to. If Steph Curry's gonna make the playoffs, we don't know what Steph Curry gonna do next year.
Look, bro.
This nigga just got done averaging 30. Giannis didn't average no 30.
And this is what makes your argument disingenuous.
Giannis did average 30 for the season.
This makes your argument disingenuous.
In the playoffs.
And also, you do Steph Curry a discredit by doing the foolery you've been doing, McNeff.
No, Bees, you're doing the foolery. You're doing the foolery.
Yeah, you
what did I do, B?
You pulling out bullshit because that.
What did Mac do? What did Mac do?
Yeah, what did I do?
This nigga said Donovan.
What did Mac do?
Not all-time great.
This nigga said Donovan Mitchell.
Anthony Edwards.
Donovan Mitchell.
Anthony Edwards been to the playoffs one time. Stop, bro.
10 guys.
One time.
Nah, he been a couple of times. You dumbass.
What?
What's the foolery, B? What's the foolery, B?
All I did was read what the scoring averages are. What
Hey,
they currently
how
are.
many games? Hey, Bees, how many games? How many? No, Bees, how many
Let him
games?
finish. Let him finish.
Hold on. You said Steph Curry played 146 playoff games.
Yeah, 147.
Do the averages for people who've played 146 or more.
Well, let me ask you a question.
Hold on, no, just do that.
I bet he won't do that.
Just do that. Just do that.
I'm about
Just
to.
do that.
I'm
Just do that.
about to. That's why I said, I got a question.
Just do that.
So Steph Curry, who people say is his era, played 147 games, right?
Yeah, do the people that played that much or more.
LeBron has 282, and he's still higher than the nigga by a point and a half.
Okay, that's LeBron. That's fine. That's cool. Go ahead.
Nigga started in 06, nigga.
What? What?
Nigga started in 06.
That's
But
LeBron.
Mac, you can't lie. You can't lie. That's impressive.
Okay.
No, I got something for that.
You wanted the niggas that had 147 games.
That's one player. That's one player.
I'm giving you another one.
He's trying to give you the numbers, bro.
I'm about to give you another one. Kevin Durant has played in 166 games.
Okay.
Oh, he played a lot of playoff games.
Second best player of the 2010.
He averages almost 3 more points.
Ooh.
Okay. Keep going.
Okay.
I'm saying top 10. I'm saying top 10. Though.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Michael Jordan played 179 games.
That's not a game.
He averages almost 7 points.
That's
7 points. Wow.
That's 3. Go ahead.
Yeah, we know who Jordan.
Jerry West played in 153 games.
That's 4.
That's the real conversation we should be having.
Not a lot of rounds.
Averages 2.5.
Jerry West better than Curry.
Curry and Jerry West is the real conversation.
That's 4. Go ahead.
Yeah, that is the real conversation.
LeBron and Tim Duncan is a real conversation.
Well,
that's
make
5.
Sure,
that's not enough. That's not enough.
Make sure none of them is in the ABA, not the ABA. We're talking NBA.
Hold on, that's not enough. That's not enough. Go ahead. So you still at 4. You still at 4.
No ABA.
That's what I'm saying.
Said no ABA.
Now, if you
Hey, Lamar, I'm gonna drop off. Let P5 in, man.
Hold on, that's 4. You still hold on. Bees is
You ain't gonna roast me, nigga. Come on with it,
Go ahead.
before I
Let Bees finish, bro. Shut up. Let Bees finish. That's 4.
This next one, Joe Boy, is for Super Mac default because he keeps bringing up Kobe Bryant because Curry's average is higher. It's 26.98, and Kobe Bryant is 25.6. So
that's
Curry,
less.
hold on. So Curry is 1.2 points above
Bro,
Kobe.
that's 4. You're at 4. Give me more.
Hold on, bro. Listen. But Kobe's got 78 more games played.
That's 4. That's 4.
Which
Go, keep going.
No.
Technically, if I only used 147 of Kobe's, Kobe would be 6 or 7 points ahead of this.
He'd be way higher. He'd be way higher.
Okay. But that,
So my
okay.
point is,
Bees is cooking right now.
No,
Like that. Look.
No, that's not. That's not a
I
cook.
don't even like that. I don't even like that. I don't even like that. I don't even like that.
Stop using the career averages, because if you went prime for prime, Kobe
Facts.
will blow him out the
Facts.
water.
No, he
He
won't.
will blow that
So
nigga
hold
out
on,
the
real
water.
quick. So
You still
hold on.
haven't
So
been able to tell me why he rebound and
Y'all let
one
him off the
at a
hook.
time,
Y'all let him off the
bro.
hook. Bees, keep going. Keep going.
He named you like 9 players.
No, he named me 5. He named me 5 players. That's it.
I can't keep
That's the point. He's not in the top 5.
because
I didn't say top 5. I said top 10, bro.
Look, I can't keep going because a lot of the players don't hit 147.
Let's leave it alone then. Let's leave it alone then.
That's why I couldn't name out anymore, Joe Boy.
Let's leave
they
it. I
don't
know.
hit the 147.
I know.
There's
I
players
know.
with players
I
with
know.
97
Bees,
playoff
didn't you say
games.
when a player plays more games, his averages
Averages
start
go
to drop?
down. Yeah, they do. Of course they do.
They do. That's why I
So that's
said
context for it.
Curry's averages is going down. I acknowledge that. But when Supermac kept bringing up Kobe.
He been averaging more in the later playoffs.
Kobe has played 78 more playoff games.
I'm not
than
bringing up
Steph.
Kobe though. I'm not bringing up Kobe.
He was a number 2 for his
Bro,
early playoff
Bees,
runs as
you're
well.
trying-
That brought the
Bees,
average
this
down.
is a
Bees is finessing right now, but
KD was on the
my
Bees,
my
this is a
question when he
reach
answered it, he
because
said it was on your missed 5 people. You didn't name
nobody. You said
He
nobody.
wasn't
I
in his
said
prime
top
yet
10.
when he first
I
started
said
making the
niggas who are
playoffs.
top
We
10
said top 10.
consideration.
We said top
Hold on.
10.
I consider Kareem Abdul-Jabbar a top 10 scorer all time. I don't care that Curry averages more. You don't consider Kareem a top 10 scorer all time?
No, unless you're looking at prime.
All
Because
right,
to me it goes to average
Kareem's
per
the
game.
GOAT, but he's not a top 10 scorer. That's what I
he goes to average per game. If I'm gonna say you're the best scorer in history, then your per game average should back that up.
It doesn't for Kareem.
His per game does.
No,
It doesn't for Curry.
If Kareem would have left earlier,
he's not better than
walked
Kareem.
away,
though. I'm not saying he's
his
better than
average
Kareem.
would be a lot higher.
Oh,
just
okay,
like
I'm gonna kill this
Shaq's,
argument.
but these guys stay around and they bring their averages
Just like
down.
Wilt too. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
bring
Is
their
Luka?
averages down.
Listen, is Luka Doncic a better scorer than Steph Curry? Is Luka a better scorer than Steph Curry?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
All right, I'm done. That's all. That's all I wanted to know.
that's
Because
whack. That's
I get it.
whack.
I'm done. I'm done
That's
with y'all. Y'all got it. I just wanted to hear that.
Hey, Lamar.
I
drop the link in the chat, Lamar.
You should be
Can
ashamed
you
of
put that
yourself
link
too.
on the screen?
Luka scoring more ways than Steph
I'm
Curry.
done.
No,
I'm
he
done.
doesn't. Herm, you should be
I'm
ashamed
done.
of yourself, bro.
He
Lamar,
said
put a
Luka
link in
was
the
a better
chat
scorer than
about
Steph.
Curry.
I just heard it
We
all.
need to
That's
talk
whack.
facts. We need to talk numbers.
niggas is
It's
whack,
interesting
bro.
I heard
list.
it all because it's based on his averages. Okay,
Interesting
So
list.
Curry scoring more ways than
I
Luka
got
Doncic.
you. I got you.
He just
It's not
shoot more like
it's not
Allen
even a
Iverson. He has
conversation,
bad
We can move
efficiency
on.
like Allen Iverson. Shut up, man. Come on, bro.
We can move on.
Come on,
Yeah,
man.
You say Luka have bad
y'all be
efficiency like
using
Allen
that
Iverson?
efficiency shit too much, and you act like Curry be.
Oh yeah, I
He
guess
is
the best.
efficient.
Whoever
That
shoot the
is
best, whoever
efficient.
score the
It's
most
one of the
points,
tops
I
when
guess
it
that
comes to
don't matter.
efficiency.
Curry is efficient. Herm. You know
I guess
that.
whoever
Now
make
you
it the
saying
most
that.
no.
Yeah, like
Curry-
he's one of the tops.
Curry has not been efficient. Hey, I put a link in the chat, Lamar,
Go
right?
ahead,
And this is why Bees' point about how only recently Curry has gotten to the discussion. Literally in the last 30 playoff games is when he's elevated to become this supposed top 10 all-time player. Now, I put a link in the chat that shows Curry's first 112 games if he's playoff
That
career.
means he been cooking,
And it shows
Africa?
112
means he
games
been
in his first
cooking,
playoff career. Oh, he been cooking recently, no doubt.
That
But
means
and
he
it
been
shows
cooking,
So
huh?
that's
Yeah.
against his
Yeah.
point that if you
And it
play
shows
more
what
playoff games,
Yeah.
Put it on the
that
screen.
depends
Give you
on
some
how
hard facts
much you play.
to back
So
up the
Curry,
narrative.
so Curry deletes
That's
that
against
point
his
that
point,
says the
then.
more you play, the less it gets. This nigga getting better the more he plays.
Yeah, this
Yes,
nigga, his average is raised.
So he's beating the narrative. Like he cooking,
No,
bro.
actually, them Roosters are about to come home because he's getting into year 14, 15, 16. He keeps playing. That average is going down, Chief.
Okay, we'll see.
You know what?
How much he averages here?
That is highest
He
point.
just got done averaging 30. His best playoff
I
run.
don't care if he continues to play, unless you think he's LeBron James, like everybody else. His numbers are gonna fall.
All right, see this.
Well, let's
is
wait
what
till
I'm
it
saying,
happens,
bro.
Bees. Let's wait till it
When we
happens,
talk
bro.
about top 10 consideration,
Look,
not
nigga,
no
you been
Anthony
up here lying
Edwards,
all day
not
saying this
no
nigga was this
Luka
and that, and we
Doncic,
showed you he
not
wasn't.
Donovan Mitchell.
I just looked at Africa stats, and this nigga's last.
Hey, did you see that? Did you see that?
What?
It goes by most inefficient. It goes by most inefficient, but literally 30% of his playoff career, he shot 40% or below in his playoff career.
Yes.
So that means he been cooking, huh? Africa, he been cooking, right?
It means 30% of the time he was definitely not cooking, bro.
Africa, he been cooking, right?
He on the list for some of the most inefficient players of all time.
Okay, so 30. What's left out of 30?
This is why I don't want to put on the screen. He don't like.
Well, what's left out of 30? Then?
It says
Africa don't want to say
players with at least 100 playoff games since 1980 with a high volume, low quality shooting output and at least 30% of those
and he's
games.
shooting from further than anybody.
And he's
still killing these niggas. Still killing these niggas.
Russell Westbrook's at the top of the list, just to let you know. So that's a list of inefficient guys.
So trust that if you want to.
Yeah, that's a terrible stat you pulled up there.
This is what I don't like about the basketball community. Y'all know all these stats, and y'all criterias and how to judge players is horrible. It's
terrible,
ridiculous. Luka's a better scorer than Curry.
Like,
what the fuck are we
a better scorer than Curry.
Is y'all criteria and how y'all judge players is crazy. That's why we never gonna get nowhere.
Does Luka average more points than Curry? Yes or no?
Yes, he does.
And
McDuff compare Curry's first 5 years to Luka's first 5 years. And you tell me who's the better scorer.
No, you know what they're gonna say. Hold on, McDuff. You know what they're gonna say. McDuff. You know what they're gonna say. They're gonna say.
No, I'm just answering their idiotic questions. Yes.
Hold on, no, McDuff. Listen to what they're gonna say. They're gonna say because I heard B say earlier in the conversation when I tried to catch him, he was like, "We're not talking about teams." But watch this. When you say that Curry did this or that, all they're gonna say is he had a better team.
No,
then they start saying it, but then they don't want to talk. No, you said it several times tonight, though. He had a better team. You said that. You said that. You said that.
No, Showboy, we were talking about individuals between Magic Johnson and Steph Curry. That's why.
No, after that, Bees. After that, you've mentioned Curry's team, but you don't mention nobody else's.
What you mean? No,
no. Showboy. That was out of response. Listen, Showboy. Listen. That was out of response. What people keep saying. That Magic played a more talented team because they were talking about championships for a moment. And what Bees is trying to say and Lamont trying to say, any logical person say when you compare individual players, great players gonna be great with great teammates or poor teammates because they're great players. So the teammate thing doesn't matter. We're comparing individuals.
Yo, what's the overall convo? Like, what's the debate?
Right now, somebody says Steph Curry top 10, and then they didn't prove it.
Top 10
they didn't take out nobody.
Said that,
they didn't take out nobody.
Let me.
Well, I think Curry's
top 10. Let me ask the panel or Lamont a question. This is for I can get more ammo against other suckers that be, cap locking. what all time?
Get on my Bay Area, brother.
Hold on, y'all.
I have Curry top 10.
Never got swept in the series. What all-time players never got swept?
Oh, Charles Barkley.
Steph Curry.
Who doesn't get enough credit? Barkley doesn't get enough credit.
Really? That's a team accomplishment. That's not an individual.
The nigga never got swept.
Oh, really? They never got swept.
He never lost in 5 games.
Quick to say, he never
Young African. Never got swept. Never lost in 5 games.
Yeah, but hey, you can't. Look, Superman, you up here dropping heat rocks. You up here dropping heat rocks. You cannot say the nigga's never been swept, but he's the only nigga that
exactly
3-1 lead in the final. Stop it.
No, he's not.
Hey, Bees,
I gotta ask.
Oh yeah, in the final. Yeah.
Hold on. Let me ask Bees something real quick. Bees, this between me and you. Let me ask you one question real quick. Let's just say, and like, because I know y'all was doing hypotheticals earlier. I don't like them, but let's just ask real quick. I'm gonna just ask you. It's a hypothetical. Let's just say they come out this year, the Warriors win a chip, and Steph Curry wins Final MVP. Do you hold more? Does he get more regard from you? Do you like him a little better?
And Showboy, I'm gonna be honest. I will give him another little bump, but I believe.
Good Lord,
me, bro. I believe that coming out and winning. If you don't already think he's in your top 10, in my opinion,
I get that.
Chip doesn't raise him there.
Okay, I get that.
Because there's enough evidence already out there on him
I get
where
that.
I could put him in my top 10. And if I don't put him in there now, him winning a Finals MVP or a chip doesn't make me think he got it.
I get that. I get that.
What about his play that doesn't put you in?
Same thing with LeBron.
Showboy,
That's why
you gotta
understood.
you asked a lot of questions. I don't even know why you asked it. Why did you ask the question about the players that got swept? Because you really didn't even get an answer from anybody because you didn't get nobody time to respond.
No, he really
Barkley and Curry.
He really shows how great his team is. That's what the
they were great in 2013. I know they were great in 2013.
I want
Hey,
to know
just
all
so I
the
know.
players, all the greats that did.
Hey, hold up, bro. Let's finish. Hey, Joe Boy,
I heard
just
Barkley,
to answer,
and I
that's
heard
why I tell people,
and who else?
if you don't got Bron as your GOAT, if you don't got Bron as your GOAT now,
you got Tim Duncan,
Jordan, winning another chip shouldn't change anything.
Hold on, there's a lot of.
No, that's why I said I agree with you. I agree with you on that. Like it ain't gonna change my mind. I get you.
Well, okay, Tim Duncan. That's the third one. He never got swept.
You got. Hold on. I got a list right here. You got Tim Duncan, Dirk, Karl Malone, Stockton, Bill Russell.
No, they got swept.
Championships. They didn't win championships.
No, they didn't get swept.
No, they got swept. No. Lamont, you misunderstood his question. No, he asked what superstar players didn't get swept.
What all-time greats didn't get swept?
That's what I'm telling
you. And Dr. J never got swept.
Hold on. I'm giving you a list of the players that never got swept.
Yeah, I don't remember Dirk getting swept.
Tim Duncan, Dirk, Malone, Stockton.
Karl Malone is all-time.
Dirk got swept by OKC. Dirk got swept by OKC though.
Dirk got swept.
Yeah. When did Dirk get
Dirk
swept?
got swept.
Yeah, Dirk
he got swept by OKC.
When
they went to the finals. When they went to the finals.
OKC 2011, 2012.
Yeah, when they went to the
first
finals.
round. 2011, 2012.
He got swept in the first round.
Yes,
he got swept after he won the championship. He got swept the very next year by the Thunder.
Bro, he didn't win a single playoff series after he won championship in 2011.
When did Tim Duncan ain't never been swept, has he?
He got swept by the Lakers once, didn't he?
No.
Yeah, Tim Duncan
he did get swept by the Lakers. Yeah, Lamont, I don't know what list you own, bro.
And Karl Malone got swept by the Warriors.
Karl Malone got swept too.
Hey, maybe it's swept.
Yeah, I was going to say because they got
You're looking at 2000 or something.
Like I said,
unless he ain't playing.
You got to revise that list, bro.
Robinson never got swept. Robinson never got swept.
I have to ask,
look at Mac Depth. Stop that.
I have to ask though, who just
that Curry's the GOAT because he ain't never been swept, but all your other niggas.
That's low hanging fruit. That's low hanging fruit.
That's the motherfucker. Ain't never lost, but come on, but Young Africa, every playoff series he's been, you got to take him out in 6 or 7. That's crazy. Stop it.
Go ahead, P5.
I just wanted to ask, just so I know who's on what side, or if y'all are still on this or not. Who doesn't have Curry in their top 10?
I don't.
Who's ahead of him?
Haters.
I have him in my top 10. I have him at.
I do too.
Africa. Who's ahead of him?
Oh, guys like Bird, Magic, Shaq are ahead of him.
Or do you rank Wilt and Bill Russell?
I haven't put him in my top 10.
Good Lord.
Name me your top 10 because if you're not ranking Wilt or Bill, then I don't know how you can't have him in. But who's your top 10 African?
Well, I'm gonna name you my top 10. I got LeBron, Jordan, Kareem, Hakeem, Kobe, Shaq, Duncan, Bird, KG, Magic.
No way.
Yes.
Stop it.
I mean, that's
Stop it.
his opinion.
Yes.
That's a great top 10.
Africa. I'm gonna name my top 10. I'm gonna name my top 10.
That's his opinion.
KG's ridiculous.
Why are you shaking your head, Lamar? I don't know why you're shaking your head about.
Because you only put Hakeem in there because that's your African brethren.
Hakeem is certified top 10. I don't know what you're talking about.
Hey, Young Africa. Ever since you took that L to ticket, man, you've been off, man. Go ahead.
Yo, man, stop it, man. Lamar set me up, man.
Who got the next top 10? That nigga, Lamar hit him over the head with that. He said, KG over
Ticket destroyed that nigga.
That's not what I said. I'm saying KG and Hakeem, like you.
Yeah, KG. Bro.
Yeah.
KG is crazy.
Hey, how does tell me how this sounds.
That boy won that one chip. He was happy as a
Tell me how this sounds.
Wait, Superman, you hating on the championship now, Superman?
No, I said he won that one chip. He was happy as hell, wasn't he?
Oh yeah, as a championship, man. What's me?
Who got another top 10 without Curry in it?
I've got Jordan, LeBron, Kareem, Tim Duncan, Magic, Shaq, Kobe, Hakeem, Curry, and Bird.
So you don't have Wilt or Bill Russell in your top 10?
I don't rank 60s basketball.
He like me. He like me. I got them on the Mount Rushmore. I just put them on the Mount Rushmore.
I don't like.
Yeah, I could slide Bill in there for KG. You know.
I just
can I ask 30 something? Can I ask 30 something?
Okay, go ahead. No one has a problem with me putting Curry over Bird.
You know how we all be on all these panels and shit. I'll be listening.
It's not.
Hold on, Bees, real quick. Hold on, real quick.
It's not that nobody's got a problem. It's just there's no reason in arguing. That's your list. Go ahead, Joe boy.
Yeah, that's your
list. I just want to ask 30 something.
That was my whole point of putting it out there, though. I wanted to have that.
No, your list.
But Bees, let me ask you, Bees, did you have Kevin Garnett over Steph Curry?
Right
KG's
now,
borderline top 15 in my opinion.
He said right now he does.
Ask your question.
Right now you do? Okay.
Yep.
Ugly.
Damn, I forgot. I'm smoking right now.
What was his numbers? I ain't never really looked his numbers up.
2010 and 5. You know how I get down.
I always thought KG should have scored more. I always thought he should have scored more though.
Well, that's his prime. That's KG's prime, like for about 7-8 years.
You know what we looking for. We looking for.
I mean, all time. I think he's what 19 and 11, 19 and 10.
No, he don't average 20. We were just discussing. We looking for.
No, he didn't average 20 for his career.
That's nasty.
Playoff numbers is the most important to me. I don't know about.
I just want to know where Africa has Curry.
Most important to me.
Hold on, we got the locker
room. Curry top 15 for sure. Top 15.
But tell me, is he like closer to 10 or is he closer to 15?
He's like around. He'll be 14. He'll be 14, 15, something like that.
Haters, bro.
Who are the other players better than him?
Oh, now we got to stop putting Wilt in there. We got to stop pulling Bill Russell in there.
This is what I want to ask.
The real question.
Could I ask 30 something real quick? This is what I just thought about real quick. I know y'all was talking about this.
Whoa, that's wild. Why you put 60 players so late though?
Hold on, y'all was saying that Curry, this is not his era, this and that. Well, let me. I just want to say this real quick though, Sturdy. I know you were saying that this ain't Curry's era; it's only Bron. But I'm gonna tell you something.
Wait, whoa! Time out! I didn't say that. Damn, nigga.
Let me ask Bees.
I still think the 2010s are Bron's era.
Hold on, let me ask Bees. See, I don't, but let me ask Bees then. Because I think Lamont made a great point that it can be two people's eras. I believe that. But let me just say this, because it is obviously LeBron's era, but it's Steph Curry era too. And Bees, let me ask you this. So I don't know how, if you have kids, younger kids or whatnot that play hoop, because I coached basketball teams and whatnot. But I was more so a football, baseball player, but I have coached little AAU teams with my brother, because my nephew's into that. And I'm telling you, all these kids coming up, they're gonna tell you it's Steph's era, bro. Maybe not to us. And I'm just not people smacking their lips like women. People smacking their lips like women. But I'm telling you right now, there's a whole bunch of kids you will ask, and it is his era, bro. It is.
He is right about that, y'all.
That's just gonna be. I feel like that's just gonna be like because Stephen
that's
Curry,
you watching basketball as a kid. That's you watching
as a kid. Yeah,
So my response to that when people say that,
B's an answer.
No, Chobo, I got you. But my response to when people say that, who do you think is most influential for the 2000s for the kids? Who do you think it was?
You got to ask the kids, and the kids are gonna say
Kobe.
No.
Bro, I've heard kids say Steph is the GOAT because of what
it was AI.
Hey, Lamont.
AI. It was AI, bro. AI was
y'all gotta understand what
Showboy's
saying is right. Like it's not that we have to agree with it or not, but what he's saying is right. Like these kids today do look at Steph Curry like this was his era. That is not
they try to replicate his play style like AI.
No, that's not what we're talking about, Sturdy. Right. That's a whole different thing. You could bring in 115-year-olds, and I guarantee you 75 to 90% of them have Steph in their top 10.
And it won't now.
And you can do a poll, MacDev. Yeah, and MacDev. I mean, Lamont, you can do a poll. So all
some of
people
them
from
even have
ages.
I've heard
from ages.
Yes, I have too.
Lamont, you can do a
poll.
The
kids. Yes,
I got you, bro. But you can do a poll.
Lamont, you can.
And
I agree, but hold on, Lamont. Like I said, hold on. Let me finish, bro. And Lamont, you can do a poll so everybody that's 20, that's in a mid to late early 30s of who they follow and impersonate the most. I just said, let me finish. Who impersonated the most in the early 2000s? They'll tell you AI. It wasn't just his polls. Bro, niggas try to do a crossover all day.
You're on another page.
In the early 2000s, yeah.
I don't know.
You're on another
I just said that. I just said that.
Nobody in Indiana trying to replicate no goddamn Iverson.
No one trying to play like Iverson, bro.
Yes, we did.
He's hip hop. He's hip hop.
That old weird. Y'all can't even hoop.
He's hip hop. I'm from Cali, bro. I'm telling you. These niggas love. These kids love Steph Curry, bro. Like you don't even get it.
Break this
look.
Bees,
let me say one more comment. Bees,
let me get this off,
Hold on, let me get this off.
Let him get them heat rocks off.
That motherfucker was on Nike. Steph Curry got signed to Nike, went to Under Armour, which we all think is whack, and that shit starts selling bazillion.
They got the worst
selling what
ever made.
Hey, look it up.
That's Under Armour.
That shit sells.
Who's buying Under Armour?
People always say that, but his shoes sell like a motherfucker.
Bro, we don't even wear that in Africa, bro. We ain't even wearing no Under Armour in Africa.
But they sell. That's what I'm saying. They sell. But in Africa,
that's a little bit disrespectful, young African. That's strike one, nigga. I ain't cool.
Y'all don't wear shoes in Africa, so it's different.
Oh, come on, man. That's what I'm saying. Come on, bro. Come on.
Hey, why you laughing, Lamar? You laughing too hard,
Lamar. Get back to basketball, man.
Hey, that nigga's shoes sell like a motherfucker. All you gotta do is Google it. His shoes sell.
That's what we trying to tell you, my nigga. It don't.
Sturdy, you were right.
No, his shoes do sell. What are you talking about?
Sturdy, you were right on with the AI reference.
That's a fact.
And it's the same.
Wasn't nobody replicating AI.
No one trying to play like
bro.
Hold on,
yes, we was.
Not only did he have that crossover,
I don't even remember.
He had swag and he was the culture. Now,
the culture
wasn't, man. He was not.
But some of the same reasons AI, Steph has also got that badger. And the number one reason is
Steph is basketball. AI was culture.
Bro.
It's different. It's different.
Let us finish, man. Let us finish.
Number one that both these dudes got, right? The number one thing going for both these guys is that they little niggas. And people think that, they're closer to. I can't be no LeBron James. I can't be 6'8", 250. I can't be Kobe and be 6'6" and this. But I can be 6'1".
That's right.
And that is their impact. That is their impact.
Exactly. That lets you know.
Hold on.
They're relatable. They're relatable, bees.
So why did Dwayne Wade choose the number 3 jersey? Why did Dwayne Wade choose the number 3 jersey? Who did he have induct him into the Hall of Fame?
Because Steph Curry's not in the Hall of Fame yet.
No, we talking about Iverson had impact, not just with the culture. He had it on NBA players. He had it on NBA players.
Man, Iverson come to the post game, man, with the jewelry on. Man, this is 90s hip hop, bro. Like
hold on. Culture, I understand. I get the culture. We understand that. Are you guys saying Iverson on the basketball court didn't have any?
Nobody was trying to.
Hold on.
Yeah, they were about.
Oh, with the handle, the crossover, the handle.
Yes, I'm talking about on the court or on the court. You're talking about Iverson wasn't influential on the court.
No, he got usurped by Jordan at first, and then Kobe. Period.
Y'all are
it was
crazy.
Always
he was one of the earliest high scoring guards.
Niggas wanted to dress like AI. That's it.
I understand the culture he has on the court. Everybody tried to replicate Iverson. What are y'all talking about?
It was Kobe, bro. It was Kobe, man.
Y'all gotta realize, hold on. They was replicating the players that win. They was replicating. Kobe, go ahead. They got kids to this day still yelling Kobe when they shoot their shots. Man.
Yes, that
they replicate the winners. Don't nobody replicate the losers.
No one said Iverson trying to throw it.
I lived in the area. I used to ball up paper and shoot it in the garbage and say Kobe. But nobody's game. Hold on. Nobody's game out there was replicated to Kobe. It was AI. Number one.
If you don't think Kobe and
Devin Booker is trying to do that now. What are you talking about?
Hey, McDev, give me some players that you think are.
Tatum trying to do that
now. Derrick Rose, Dwayne Wade, Chris Paul wore number 3 because Derrick Rose. Dwayne Wade wore number.
That's how they felt about them. That don't change their game though.
Let me finish. Dwayne Dwayne Wade wears number 3 because of Allen Iverson. That's who influenced him. And I'm sorry,
Jordan
yes, he has
influenced him. He said Jordan's my favorite player. That's what he said.
but he wears number 3 because of what? Because
he said Jordan. He said Jordan is my favorite player.
Who inducted him into the Hall of Fame, nigga?
He liked Iverson.
Okay, let me finish because this is the caveat. This is the caveat. Iverson brung street ball into the NBA. And one became a phenomenon because of Allen Iverson. He endorsed that. He went to Rucker Park. Like nobody was doing that.
He was hip hop, bro. This nigga was on commercials with Jada Kiss.
We're talking about the
He
game.
was hip hop. He was just hip hop was the biggest thing in the world at that time. He's culture. He's culture based, which I give him that. As far as changing the culture, he's the biggest motherfucker ever.
So the crossover, the killer crossover.
Crossover was there before AI.
It was there before. Hold on, it was there before Tim Hardaway as well. But he was called the killer crossover. Are you trying to tell me that Iverson's impact? Hold on, are you trying to tell me Iverson's impact with the crossover was not replicated in the NBA? No,
it was trying to be Kobe.
Man, I've been around a lot of hoops in my life, bro.
Shut up. What do you think? Kobe started crossing niggas up after AI did that to Jordan.
That's not
Y'all
true.
are tripping.
That's
Y'all are
not
tripping
true.
right now.
Kobe
Y'all are
never
tripping
crossed
right
over
now.
before Allen Iverson did.
Bro, I'm not saying he invented the motherfucking shit. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying people started replicating that even more from a street ball perspective on the NBA court when Allen Iverson got into the game.
You from Philly?
No, nigga, I'm from the Bay. I'm from the Bay Area, bro.
Where you at? We're from the Bay. Where
I'm from Vallejo, nigga. 707. Yeah.
You should know Tim Hardaway had that crossover, had a buzz before him too.
I just said that he had the killer crossover, but I'm saying nobody replicated it either better and got it more prominent as a move in the NBA than Allen Iverson. Everybody started doing it after Allen Iverson. It wasn't nobody when Tim Hardaway was doing that. He was the king of that. He was the only one doing that. When Allen Iverson did it, he wasn't the only one doing crossover. Everybody picked it up after him. You can
Whose crossover was better, Hardaway or Iverson?
Iverson.
Hardaway.
Iverson's the king of the crossover.
That's sickening for you.
Iverson is the king of the crossover. I don't care what nobody says.
That's sick.
Iverson was the king of the crossover. They made him change the rules.
Hardaway shit was
no, because
bro.
they said Iverson was palming the crossover after he crossed Jordan. They started calling him for palming.
Hardaway wasn't palming.
Oh, I agree with that. What I'm saying is after Allen Iverson crossed Jordan up and they started saying, okay, he's palming the ball, he had to change his crossover up. Do you know how he changed his crossover up? He changed it off of the pivot with his first step, which Iverson had the quickest first step, other than Jordan. After that, he had to change up his crossover. So he had two different variations of his crossover, and they had to change the rule because of his crossover.
We got it.
Yeah, that's kind of bullshit, but go ahead.
That ain't no bullshit. Just look it up.
All right, Macbeth, we got it. I want to get off Iverson. That's just
talking about he ain't influential to the game. Y'all niggas
no, he's culturally.
Listen to rap all day.
Post something about the basketball when they play.
That motherfucker was not influential to everybody, bro. That motherfucker ain't nobody was trying to be no AI, man.
Hey, Lamont,
he wasn't a player
to post the FIBA basketball schedule, man, so I can know when they play. I've been missing them.
I ain't really been watching myself, but I could.
You ain't been watching them?
I saw the game when France got upset. France got their ass upset like by Latvia. Them motherfuckers out there, Rudy Gobert and them let everybody down. So
Rudy Gobert and them faked out, huh?
Dennis Schroeder been cooking in the World Cup.
It was the number 2 team in FIBA.
I think that the Lakers made a mistake by.
It's always low key.
Schroeder's underrated as a motherfucker.
I think they made a mistake by.
Not opportunity, man. You don't get to play like that.
I think with Schroeder is they couldn't keep everybody because they had to re-sign Hachimura and Reeves. So somebody was gonna get the axe here regardless.
Right,
you know.
But what does it mean, Lamont?
The most intense on-ball defender, they had to let him go.
Well, I mean,
but what does it mean about opportunity in the NBA when a guy like Schroeder can cook in the World Cup, drop 30 and be pulling up and looking like an all-star level player, and then he's in the NBA here, rotation bench type.
Eric Gordon out there looking like all-star level player. That motherfucker dunking on people for the Bahamas.
Who?
Eric Gordon.
Eric Gordon's dunking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He's on the team.
That motherfucker been dunking on people playing.
You see Daniel Tice hooping? The fuck? Daniel Tice
Durant
hooping.
loading up on offense for some reason.
Wendy and Gabriel getting buckets, having big time games.
Oh, shout out to South Sudan.
Midnight
Wendy Gabriel's, huh?
He's a good player.
Nice. Man, somebody need to post one of them schedules. And where could you find that schedule for everybody, man? Or shit, I gotta
What
figure out
channel is it on?
Just type in FIBA World Cup schedule.
Yeah, it's on Fox Sports.
It's on Fox Sports.
Is that like
they be coming on? Don't they be coming on like 5 in the morning? 4.
Hey, who did the US
Now they are. Now they coming on about 7 Central. I
US
don't know where y'all at.
Okay, I'm
USA lost.
What's good with it?
Hold on, y'all. It says the USA lost or something.
USA lost.
You mean Austin Reeves didn't save today?
No, USA didn't play yet. They just.
I'm glad you said that because I was going to ask a question.
I don't think they lost.
No, they just beat New Zealand. Lamont.
Y'all waiting on that man to fail, bro.
I'm looking at her. Hold on. I'm gonna put it on the screen.
No, they didn't play yet.
Last person they played was New Zealand. They would
New Zealand.
That's what I thought.
beat them by
So
30.
what, they might have played.
This was updated on CBS 10 hours ago.
Hey, I'm surprised Lamont George ain't came back up here. So shout out
panel
to George.
full. I'm trying to get George up here. Look, this
standings.
ain't 2023, right? Am I tripping? Look, I go down here, group standings. I go to the US. They say these motherfuckers 1-1. What you want me to say?
1-1.
Games played, one win.
Oh, my bad.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna say, bro, what is happening?
Hey, my bad. I'm looking at the 1-1. I'm like, what the fuck?
Hey, Lamont, bro.
Who the best player on the squad right now? Who playing the best? I ain't seen nothing.
Edwards.
Oh, really?
Edwards is balling.
I like his attitude.
Tyrese Halliburton balling too.
And then Halliburton is second.
Hey, Lamont. I live in Sacramento, but Tyrese Halliburton, my barber, like he flies him out there, like that's his barber. Like so, he be telling me shit about Halliburton, man. I like him. I'm a fan of him. People underrate him because his game is ugly, but I like his shit.
That comeback against
India's
Germany.
one of them teams in the East I got coming up a little bit. I think India's gonna be raw this year.
Hold on, say that again.
George said you won't let him in.
George can come up now. It's a spot open.
Right, spot open.
You gotta click the link.
Y'all seen that crew that Indianapolis got this year coming up?
I like Halliburton.
Hey, Super Mac, can we now agree that Steph Curry don't have an era?
He definitely don't have an era, bro.
Hey, you better watch out before I hit you with these heat rocks again. You better hit. You don't want them heat rocks.
Supermac, did you listen to the shit like this? When you live in the Bay Area, it's a little different. Or you live in Northern California, it's different because they just had a whole segment about who's the greatest person from the Bay Area sports wise. And number 1 was Steph Curry, number 2 Joe Montana, and number 3 was Jerry Rice.
Ooh, Montana, huh?
Steph Curry beat Montana and Rice, bro. Everybody loves Steph Curry, bro. So like when you say it's not his era,
in the Bay Area.
No, that's what I'm saying. But listen to what I'm telling you. Like when you all say that's not his era, all I'm saying is like,
I don't want to go back to that, man. We was already on Steph Curry.
I get it, but
I thought we was off of that conversation.
My bad. We were bad for so long.
When y'all told me what all time
the nigga is a great player in LeBron's era. He don't have an era.
He's two. There's two. It's LeBron and Steph.
I would say we can agree to disagree. I disagree on that. I think the players of that era determine.
When you mention LeBron, you're gonna mention Steph Curry.
It's definitely for sure. LeBron is one of the people.
That is not true.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's definitely not true.
Do you live out the country?
Look, bro. When you mention the word LeBron James, Steph Curry ain't the next name that comes out your mouth.
Yeah, right, bro. Come on, man.
If you say it to me, I'm gonna say Steph Curry.
So why y'all trying to pump up one of his rivals though? Like he done been through Kevin Durant, Tim Duncan, Steph Curry. Why y'all just, you know what I'm saying, pumping up Steph? Why y'all pumping KD like that?
Steph is looked at as the leader of the Warriors.
Wait a minute.
What are you talking about? He been through.
Hold on. First of all, First of all, he haven't been through Steph Curry. Steph Curry been through him.
Hold on. First of all, hold on. First of all,
let's get that right.
Let's get
I didn't mean to
He
start
came
this,
back from
Lamont.
3-1. Is that what you said?
He just put this nigga out the playoffs this past year, bro.
That's fine, but when I mentioned him,
But what's that?
but
So what's that? Be 3-2 now?
Bees, did you watch the game? Like no one on Steph's team even played well at all. Like no one.
Oh, so really? But we talking about the record though. He said 3-1, which he lied about. Now it's 3-2. Now you worried about how
it's 3-1 in the it's 3-1 in the finals. Nigga, what are you talking about? It's 3-1 in the finals.
Come on, man. He just beat him in the playoffs.
It's 3-1 in the finals.
How about Jokic?
He came back from down 3-1.
Hey, all I know, Super Mac. If your man had the heat rocks that you claim he had, he wouldn't be calling OKC.
Hey, well, you know what? I'm gonna tell you.
He called Cody. What he calling OKC for? He calling us. We just whooped them.
We never want to talk. We never want to talk real about that either. Bob Myers said, "Man, Steph Curry was on vacation. We had to beg him. We had to beg him to fly out to the Hamptons with us because he wasn't gonna come."
Yeah.
No.
They said Kevin Durant wanted to say, if Steph Curry don't come, I'm not fucking with it. But if Steph, so they begged Steph to. Draymond Green said it on the spot. They had to beg Steph. They begged him to come out there.
I'm gonna tell y'all what the story is
because he's a team player,
it's
bro.
on YouTube. Everybody can pull it up on YouTube.
He said that.
David West already said that Kevin Durant and him already talked to each other and said, "Let's do it."
Before that, too, he was gonna come
anyway. To the Warriors, and this was before. This was before.
Hey, so y'all just gonna pass up Draymond crying in the car?
Hey,
that never happened, bro.
No, that never happened. That was all bullshit.
That's a lie. That's the biggest lie in NBA history.
That was all bullshit.
What up,
That was all bullshit.
Hey man, them niggas still win and got KD at the end of the day, no matter how y'all slice it.
And you would have too if you was a coach or organization.
Right, and that should be a reason, and that should be another reason why he should be in the top 10.
Hey, we was gonna get one win if it wasn't Kevin Durant.
LeBron tried to, he just failed. LeBron just tried to get a Kawhi, he just failed.
Hey, when I'm beating a nigga up, I'm gonna step on his throat too.
Well, we know LeBron just switched the team in the half of the season, so I'm trying to get Kawhi.
Woulda, shoulda, coulda.
Hey, Lamont, you see I threw that bait out there, threw that heat rock in the water, and them niggas came, the piranhas.
Look, I think.
I understand that it hurts your soul to say he's the greatest point guard ever, but he don't have an era. I understand that.
You don't believe that, Bees. You don't believe that.
Bees enjoy this too much.
No, Bees don't believe it. Bees don't believe it. Africa don't believe it.
Because
every era has two players except for this
Bees,
era.
but what I even when I did my top 75
Jordan's own
list,
era with only himself.
Hold on, Michael, man. Hold on. Yeah, I'm saying, even when I did my top 75 list, I had a special 10 guys selected because I called them in between eras.
Okay.
Like, because a lot of times if you don't start soon enough into an era, you're going to get mixed into the next 10-year segment that comes along. And so, remember, Steph didn't really get good until what, the 2014 year?
Right.
Yeah.
And then it carried on into the 2020s. It's just
he was number 6 in MVP voting in 14, then 15 he
I know,
won.
but what I'm saying is there's some guys that are in between a 10-year gaps.
Right.
So if we're looking at it in 10-year gaps, but I think I just when I look back on NBA history, the errors are the 2 players or the 3 players, how many players it is. The guys that we say ran that era are generally the guys that make up the majority of the matchups in the finals.
Look.
That's why I say it's Steph and LeBron because they dominated the finals for a very long time.
And you could throw KD in there. You could throw KD in there too.
You could put KD in there, but it was always the Warriors versus.
Hey man, but it's domination, Lamont. But then it's going to 8 straight finals, 9 out of 10 years. What are we talking about, bro?
We didn't say it was just Steph. I said it was Steph and LeBron.
No,
yeah,
that's
both
the
of
problem. No, you guys got to stop, bro. Because
LeBron never had a
LeBron, so it's not.
They sell the most jerseys.
What you're doing is you're putting Steph on the level with LeBron, and he is not there.
No, we're not.
Yes, he is.
Yes, you are.
So where do you got Bird ranking?
Hold on,
where you got Magic and Bird ranking?
Hold on, bro. I think that if you say this era is LeBron and Steph, you put them on the same tier, and they do not exist in the same tier.
Oh, we got too many ad-libbers.
Well, I'll tell you this. All the all-time greats, Michael Jordan, who got championships on his watch?
Well, what do you consider his watch? Hold on, y'all. Hold on. Wait.
His
What do you
era.
consider his watch?
Y'all saying era. His era.
Okay, what do you consider Michael Jordan era?
I'm asking the panel.
I'm asking you that question though, because we have to know that, because you want to say 6 is for 6, right? But he
What do you
played
consider
15
Steph Curry's
years.
era?
So if the other 9 years people won titles, that's his era, right?
What do you consider Steph Curry's era?
I consider Steph Curry's era.
Does it start when you start playing, or does it start when you get great?
No. I think his rise, his meteoric rise, which did culminate with him winning some MVPs, was between 15 to 17.
No, it started in 2014.
Hold on, Lamont. You asked me, right?
Man, y'all gotta stop it.
No, I'm saying you could even see, because you did the power rankings earlier, right?
Yeah.
Well, you read off what basketball people thought, but the general public, you're not going to find too many people that's going to tell you that Steph individually was ever better than Kevin Durant. You're never going to find that, and you're never going to find too many people that will take that that same Kawhi in 17 and say Steph is better.
Hold on, but Beast, the reason why I know that's not true is because the general public goes off of who won last. We just saw that this year. You literally have people running around saying Jamal Murray's the best point guard in the league just because they won the chip. Yeah. Like, they'll elevate anybody at any time for any reason. The general public will elevate anybody for any reason.
But we not,
even if it's not even necessarily true. Like, Jamal Murray's not better than Dame Lillard. He's not better than a Kyrie. But people are saying he's better just because they won.
When KD and Clay got hurt, did he get it done?
Who was
what?
Who the fuck was gonna get it done?
When LeBron
Hey, but y'all giving Steph Curry that credit for that first title when Kyrie and Kevin Love wasn't there. Y'all sure ain't said that.
Y'all let me finish.
Kyrie,
Supermax, let me finish.
Went down
because nobody.
Bro, I think y'all missing the point. Y'all missed my point completely.
Steph Curry gets full credit for winning in 15, even though we know the context. So all I'm saying is in 19, when there was no KD,
and go ahead
with a hobble Kawhi,
and a hurt Clay,
he didn't get it done,
and a hurt Clay,
and then 2 years after that, we got to see the nigga without Clay not even be able to beat John Morant.
Bro, without Clay, they won the championship for most of the day. He didn't have Clay most of the season.
He was on the court. He just didn't have a great season.
No, they didn't get Clay until after the All-Star break.
Come on, man.
They got Clay like damn near the last couple weeks of the season.
You heat rocked yourself because
bro,
he basically won that championship without Clay. Clay Thompson was never first.
You talking crazy? I don't know what you.
I got a question.
Hold on, Art. Hey, I'm gonna have to call you Pele, Lamont, because you just moved them goalposts.
Pele. That's a soccer player, Lamont.
I'm talking about the 2 years we got to see this man when he had injuries to his second or third players.
Mm-hmm.
He did not carry the baton. Why?
No, he just didn't win the championship.
Why?
No, when he didn't have his best players around him, the only thing he didn't do was win a championship.
Why?
No, he didn't even make the playoffs. He didn't even make the playoffs.
Hold on. Everything that y'all talking about, everything that y'all talking about he didn't do is based on team. Him as an individual was still Steph Curry. As an individual,
he was third in MVP.
His numbers showed he was.
But the standard we're talking about is top 10 all-time players, right? So aren't you meant to elevate the floor of your team at least to make the playoffs?
No, hold on. No, the standard is the LeBron standard because you're saying that it's his era with him and LeBron.
No, what I said was
no.
Beast, you gotta stop.
So you gonna discount LeBron?
No one said he was better than LeBron.
Nobody said that neither, bro. Nobody said y'all said that. Listen to the man.
Even when I say even when I say it's the Magic and Bird era, that's not even necessary. I'm not saying one is better than the other. I'm just saying we call it generally the era, even though you had players like Dr. J and a whole bunch of other greats like Isaiah Thomas who won championships in the 80s. You had a whole bunch of good players in the 80s. We generally say that it was the Magic and Bird era because these are the two that led teams from their conferences and they met in the finals the most.
And
it has nothing to do with diminishing
NBA,
Isaiah
right?
Thomas. It has nothing to do with diminishing Dr. J or Moses Malone. It's just saying we saw these two at the pinnacle the most, and this is why we say. So I'm just keeping that same consistent logic, and I'm saying when I say it was Curry and LeBron's era, I'm not saying Curry when I rank them all time should be number 2 right behind LeBron or anything like that. What I'm saying is for that time span, they met each other in the finals the most, the absolute most.
But what I'm saying is,
and that's what makes it that era. It doesn't put Curry on this top 3 all time level.
That's a nice little trick you try to pull.
That's not a trick. I've been saying it the whole stream.
Because I'm gonna tell
you keep adding weird stuff to it.
I'm gonna tell you because Magic and Bird are comparable. That's actually an argument. Which one of them is better?
My God.
It is not an argument between Steph Curry and LeBron.
What do you mean comparable? What do you mean?
There's a lot of people that had Bird better than Magic.
Okay, there's some people that got Steph better than LeBron.
No, what?
Where?
Oh, yeah, like Mac Def. Yeah,
I promise you it is. It's a
Hey,
lot of people.
I got a question. Let me ask my question real quick, guys. How long
And a lot
was
of people
Steph?
say Steph better than LeBron just because of the championship.
And it goes to that point, Lamont. How many years was Steph considered the second best player in the league behind LeBron?
How many years was Steph considered the best player?
None.
2.
None. Even them two MVP years, he was considered the second best player.
No,
and I will give you those 2. After that, he ain't been considered the second best player besides them 2 years, Lamont.
No.
Why? Because you said so.
No, because that was facts. We all lived through it if you're old enough.
No. I'm saying
that's not what
according to the power rankings.
Okay, so how many years
the
then?
rankings
Sir?
that rank the players before a game is played that particular season. There were 2 years, 2015 and 2016, where Steph came into the season as the number 1 player in the league over LeBron. Both those years, there was even in 2015, it was actually James Harden at 2 and LeBron at 3. I'm looking at it right now.
That's even bigger cap right there, Lamont.
No, I'm not. I didn't do the ranking.
You know, just because a player might win MVP or whatever the case might be, don't mean that they necessarily the best player in the league. You said it earlier in the stream.
What my personal feeling has nothing to do with what the ranking actually is. I'm just telling you, it was somebody in 2015 that did a vote on NBA.com, and they said to themselves, going into this season, we feel the best 3 players in order: Steph, Harden, and then LeBron. Now, how it unfolded and how it played out, I don't know. I'm just talking about the preseason power rankings, and it was like that in 2015, and it was like that in 2016.
So, okay, them 2 years, right? What happened after that?
Okay, in 2017, so we go here. This is the year in 2017. They actually had. They had LeBron James, James Harden, and Russell Westbrook as the top.
Okay, so for 2 years, he was considered the first or the second best player in the league.
Yeah.
Right. So why in the hell is he talking about him in an era that he was only considered the best or second best player for 2 years?
If you want to say that an era was owned because these players were ranked at the top, then that's your logic. I said my logic on it, my logic for me saying that it was the LeBron and Steph era during that time is because of how many times they met in the finals and the types of battles that they consistently had. They dominated the NBA finals. It was always the Warriors versus the Cavs, with Steph being the leader of the Warriors and LeBron being the leader of the Lakers, just like the Magic and Bird championship run, and the same thing there. And if Jordan would have had a nemesis that he would have constantly faced in the finals, 3, 4, 5 times, then that it would have been split with Jordan to me, because that's just how it is. Exactly. Whoever you see in the finals the most, if you see him multiple times and y'all dominating it, that's whose era it becomes.
No, I can acknowledge that,
because number 1 and number 2 player of that era, era.
When we talk about narratives of history, basketball history, we talk about like the top of the game, and we talk about the finals. We talk about who won, and then you talk about the rivalries and who came against each other. So I can understand
what you do. That's what you do.
And the rivals, and then that's when we have to include people like.
No, that's what you're doing right now. That's what you're doing right now.
In the LeBron James era.
I'm saying is you don't have to be the number 1 and number 2 play. Like of course, they were the top players of that time. However you want to rank them, but these are the two players that we saw the most. They was on national TV the most. They was in the finals the most. They had the biggest matchups. That's why we say it was their era, because they were the two players on Front Street during that time.
So where does Kevin Durant fit into all of this? Because if it wasn't for Kevin Durant, hold on, Lamar. If it wasn't for Kevin Durant,
the one thing that
Steph wouldn't even be in this conversation.
No, here's the problem, Art. Here's the problem. The one thing that screwed Kevin Durant is that he changed teams. And so by him changing teams, I don't knock him changing teams, but it takes away from you having a team to associate you with during that particular era. Because do we associate you with OKC or do we associate you with Golden State? So as soon as KD switched teams, it almost ended his era and started a new era, because now he has a Golden State era and then he had OKC era. So by him changing teams, it ended an era for him. And now he has a new era so that's why when you talk about KD, okay, the OKC days, okay, the Golden State years, okay, the Brooklyn era, because his eras ended every time you change team. And it's similar with LeBron James. When you switch teams, it ends an era. What he did in Cleveland the first time ended an era. He went to Miami, that's an era of his own. Then his time back in Cleveland again, that's an era of his own. Just like his stint with LA right now is an era of his own. You can't just intertwine them all. I believe once you change teams, it ends an era.
So there were two. So were there two Michael Jordan eras?
Era after switching teams.
Was there two Michael Jordan eras? He played for Chicago. Then
no, there was one Michael Jordan era. That's the 90s.
But he moved teams though.
But at the end of the 90s, that's the end. Who ruled the 90s?
I mean, LeBron moved in 17
when he went to Washington. When he went to Washington, Big Art, was the Michael Jordan era still going on, or had that shit ended in Washington?
Yeah. Hey, before he got injured, man, I swear they was talking. Before Michael Jordan got injured, before Michael Jordan got injured, they kind of was Lamar.
That shit ended when he went to Washington.
Well, stop that, man. That was no Jordan
era. That shit was dead when he went to Washington. Well, nobody saying it's still the Jordan era. And we knew what time it was. When you switch teams, it's just like your era is just over.
And that's why it was the LeBron James era, because he could switch teams,
because he switched teams,
and still win championships and win MVPs.
Well, LeBron's unique, bro. He's a unique player in that. He's unique, yo.
Unique. KD is a big part of that era. He's a big part of that era. But when we talk about, if you want to say that era belongs to two certain players, I just don't see how you don't include Steph in it with LeBron. That you can't mention, like, they had too many battles in the finals to say Steph Curry's not a part of it.
Now, if KD stays in OKC and takes out Curry and meets LeBron 4 times, now we're talking about LeBron and KD.
Yes. But why don't we do it? Why don't we do it for the Spurs then? Because then they meet 3 times, if I'm not mistaken.
The Spurs had a dynasty.
You call it the Kobe and Duncan era. You can do that.
Had a dynasty.
Hell yeah, they had an era.
You see how now you see how y'all said the Spurs, right? We were just talking about players. So let's take their best player. Let's take their best player, because their best player is 2-1 against Bryant in the finals, and say it was his era too.
So are you saying Duncan didn't have an era?
The 2000s is Duncan's era.
I mean, but see, that would contradict what y'all was saying earlier, Lamont, because y'all went through Allen Iverson, Kobe Bryant back then, Shaq back then, right?
Who? Well, okay.
So you tell me when was Tim Duncan's era?
Consistently find his teams in battles in the finals.
Yeah. Personally, I would call the 2000s the Kobe and Duncan era. That's what I'll call it.
No, not it's the Kobe and Duncan era.
We know the 2000s for who battling it out the most. It's the Kobe and Duncan battles that stand out in their minds. A lot of times we didn't even think about who either one of them teams played in the finals, because by that time it was no confusion. It was either the Lakers or the Spurs winning it.
Yeah, I don't think that's a little disrespectful to Shaq though.
Yeah, but you know what Shaq did? What made it hard for Shaq to say he's attached to an era?
Oh, he switched teams.
Yeah, but he did a 3-piece first, man. Early in the 2000s, and if we're counting the 2000s, we got to count all the 2000s.
Add players in who changed teams. It's hard to say, and LeBron's just the anomaly of all anomalies because he's so great. But when you change teams, it's hard for your era to continue on. Yeah. As we know it, it's a whole.
So Shaq era continued on because he won a championship.
That was a different
Shaq is one of those in between, like what you said before, Lamont. Shaq is one of those in between guys that was in the mid '90s and then went into the mid 2000s and kind of stopped in the mid 2000s in terms of.
Hey, that's facts right there. Young Afro. They always, matter of fact, they always fill in guys until LeBron.
Shaq always looks like a different player with every team he's been with. When he was with Orlando, he was more defensive oriented. Looked like a different Shaq. He goes to LA, he's more offensive oriented, dominant Shaq that we saw. Then he goes in 2000, he wins with Shaq in the Kobe years. Then he goes to Miami. Then we start to see the regression, but he's still good, right? But it is a regression. He has to turn the team over to D Wade. As you change teams and you have to start over from scratch, it's hard to tie you into a particular era. And that's what makes it complicated. So
it is. But people will say Kobe went through that same kind of regression when Shaq left. Not winning. With the Lakers. You know what I'm saying? Being pissy, trying to get up out of there. So he got a better team. I'm just saying, when we talk about eras, we can break it up for decades. But then you talk about a specific player, a generational kind of player. You only get one. You don't get two.
But when y'all act like when we put other people in a specific time frame up there with LeBron, we're trying to diminish LeBron, and it's not. It's just for this time frame, these are the two guys that was the most influential, biggest players in the game. These were the two most the matchup we wanted to see most was Steph and the Warriors versus LeBron and the Cavs. If you said you wanted to see another team, you're a fool.
Well, we didn't have a choice because they went to 5 or 6 in a row.
And that's why I say they dominated that particular era. And you got to include Steph in it. You don't have to be number 2 in the league.
It was some good battles. I mean, they still
like
battled.
I said, if we go up to power rankings,
they still OGs. They still the OGs battling each other. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So do y'all truly believe? Would it sound right if I said it was the LeBron KD era?
No, because you're trying to put somebody's name next to LeBron, and there is nobody named next to LeBron.
KD fell off.
Come on, bro. I said it earlier, Lamont. I said it earlier, bro. 8 straight finals, bro. 9 in 10 years.
That's a separate conversation.
Come on, man.
That's a separate argument. We're not saying
it's not a separate argument. When we're talking about your era, Lamont, that's relevant, my nigga.
Look, you know, LeBron's played through like 2.5 tight eras. Like
that's
LeBron's
interesting.
And he's been and it's been his era for over 10 years. Lamont, what are we doing?
I don't think
I'm not saying it's not LeBron James era.
Face of the league. If it's your era, hold on, Lamont. If it's your era, you're the face of the league. You're the best player in the league, and you winning championships.
Because the thing is, the reason why these other players play a significant role in this is because, especially with Steph Curry, whether you like it or not, or whether you think he stacked the super teams or not, he beat up on LeBron James during that same time frame. So it was
so it would be different if Curry never beat LeBron. It would be different, right? Or would you still call it the Curry?
Well, if LeBron just put it like this, if LeBron just had dominated Curry and Curry got no wins off, no matter who his team was, no matter who LeBron's team was, that makes it LeBron's era. But for the fact that LeBron was able to beat them, they was able to beat him. Yep. Somebody's going to win more or less, even with the Lakers and Celtics in the 80s. The Lakers won more than the Celtics, but that doesn't take away from that era being Bird and Magic.
Hey, but the context does, right? The context of Steph getting his titles, right?
That's all.
Because I don't think he would have won that first one if Kyrie and Kevin Love was there.
It
happened. Walked down. Hold on.
It happened, man.
He got walked down the next year, right?
Okay, we could say that, but look.
Then he went and got Kevin Durant.
Hey, Art, how was we up 3-1 and then they kicked Draymond?
Oh, don't do that again.
Please don't do that, bro, man. We all know Draymond got suspended because he had too many technicals, bro.
He get to use his argument.
Art just want that Jordan treatment for LeBron. He want that individual era.
I want to know how we got up 3-1.
I mean, I don't want it. It already exists. What are we doing?
If LeBron was so dominant, how did we get up 3-1?
How did y'all get up 3-1? Y'all got up 3-1 because y'all got up 3-1. Who cares? Y'all got walked down. It was the greatest walk down in NBA history, bro.
And then Draymond got kicked out, right?
And what happened when Draymond came back, sir?
He had 2 games to close out.
Did another 41 apply to you niggas?
You had 2 games to close out, game 7
bro,
at home.
Bro, please stop with this Draymond, Andrew Bogut excuses. What are we doing?
But hold on. But see, here's the thing. I don't want to get into the excuses, but you open the door for excuses when you talk about, do you think we would have lost if Kyrie and Love was healthy?
Like, don't open up the door for excuses when you making up excuses for LeBron. We talking about one game, right?
But what I'm saying is, don't open the door for excuses for LeBron. And then not expect the Warriors fans to open up excuses on their end.
What he said about Draymond is an excuse, bro.
Yeah, but what you said about Kyrie and Kevin Love is an excuse.
Dude, those are people actually getting hurt.
Man, it's still an excuse.
It's not. That's what happened.
Hey, so when in the NBA history has the league intervened and kicked out a player?
What do you mean the league intervened? What do you mean? When you hit a tech limit, you get suspended. Nigga, you don't understand that?
In NBA history.
So when you hit a tech limit, you get suspended.
And you down 3-1, and the league got to help you to get back in it.
Man, you delusional, bro.
Okay, all right, I am.
Yeah, but
right, man. But hold on, man. I want to tell dude to go back and build a time machine, bro, and go tell Draymond to stop kicking people in the nuts. Then, since you worried about the league coming down,
if you built that time machine, it might just be Steph Curry's era alone.
What?
If you build that time machine and you go back and tell Draymond not to kick LeBron, then it's probably just going to be Steph Curry's era alone, because it's going to be complete and utter dominance.
And let's be truthful.
It's
let's
not
be
going to be
dominant. Draymond didn't even touch
wins and losses don't equal dominance. Man. You got to outplay the man as well.
No, I said for it to be a shared era, you have to go back and forth. You can't just be complete another dominance over another team. Like nobody's gonna say it was Karl Malone and Jordan Eric. Karl Malone and them was getting smacked around.
So that's so you're requiring a player era for his team for his team to be dominant all the time.
No, I'm saying if you're gonna get to the finals, because this is all predicated on the finals, and if your team is getting to the finals, you're talking about a really good team, especially if you're able to get there consistently. And if you get there 4 or 5 times and then get rocked by the same team every time, it ain't your era. Because y'all ain't nobody walking around talking about the Buffalo Bills as anybody's era. Because them motherfuckers lost 4 Super Bowls.
I get it.
It's the Cowboy era. Why?
Because
the Cowboys got the multiple wins.
I got you, Lamont, bro. What you're trying to do is that you're trying to take a small part of LeBron's era and say
that's all we talking about.
Era.
This is not about a LeBron conversation. This is a small segmented conversation in a portion of time where we feel like, okay, during this small segmented portion of time, which we were talking about Curry's prime, is Curry a major factor in that era? When we say whose era it was, I believe Curry's name goes up there as a synonymous with LeBron James during that time. We're not talking about the whole 20-year time frame where LeBron, who's been otherworldly all this time. No, that's a different conversation.
It's still there. They still going at it. They still.
I mean, but he been the second best player in the NBA for 2 years.
So LeBron was one chip away from losing the era. Lamont, it was one chip away from losing the era. That's crazy, man.
Bro. Hold on. I want you to ask yourself, Young Africa, because remember the magnitude of that 3-1 contest, 3-1 comeback never had been done in NBA history. The magnitude of it had so much gravity. It's done a lot for LeBron James's legacy. If he doesn't win that one, and he goes down and damn near gets 4-1, and he gets eliminated by a Warrior team again, that completely changes the narrative. So let's not act like it wouldn't. It had magnitudes. It had big implications on both ends. If LeBron's able to come back or if he loses, a lot of things were at stake there. Luckily for the Cavs, LeBron, they came back and won. They can't. I don't care that the Warriors fucked up. That was on Draymond and them getting suspended. That's on y'all. I don't care. But LeBron got it done. And I'm not going to diminish it just because Draymond and them was running around getting texts all playoffs and then he gets suspended. I don't know what led up. And then what about the years when Kyrie and Kevin Love got hurt? I don't know if these motherfuckers was going to practice, not taking their training and their yoga and all that other stuff seriously, so these motherfuckers don't get hurt. They might have been slacking. Well, shit. There's a lot of things that come that lead up to these injuries and these unfortunate situations.
And who knows? Maybe he would have never went and got Kevin Durant.
Well,
I think Kevin Durant saw a style of play and wanted to be a part of it. I think he was on his way irregardless.
I think Kevin Durant just want to play basketball.
Kevin Durant came down.
No. I'm telling y'all, bro, it's fun playing with a winning team. I don't think y'all realize how fun it is playing with a team to beat the shit out of everybody. I want you to get into a league. I want you to get into a rec league, like, because out here we got leagues, and they go League A, which is the top tier, League B, and then League C. I remember one time League A, the most competitive one, was filled up. We couldn't get in, so we had to put our team in the League B. You know how fun it was running through everybody in League B, just beating the life out of everybody. Another championship.
That's what.
Hey, but that's not that. Hey, man, but y'all ain't got no reputations like the NBA players do, man. Come on, Lamar.
but look, but what I'm saying is being part of winning, no matter how you get it done, is fun. You think Duke, Coach K and John Calipari with 19 5-star recruits is not happy? These players be having big smiles on their face.
The thing is, KD did have a chance at winning those.
Hey, but Kevin Durant went to a team who just beat him, bro. He was on a contender, bro. He was right where he was supposed to be,
bro.
And he jumped ship, bro.
Bro, all that little beef stuff, bro.
You don't hold that against him?
No,
at all, bro.
Hell no. He made a
smart move. Hey, look, we already see his MO.
He made the smart move.
You know how many times I've been at the
he tried to give the second. Hey, he's trying to give the person who was the second best player more years than Steph Curry was, but trying to give Steph Curry the most credit.
Young Africa. You know how many times I've been at the Pro-Am runs, my team lose, and the team that just won be like, hey, Lamont, you want to run?
Yeah.
Hell yeah, I want to run. Shit.
You leave your boys hanging like that. That's good.
I'm gonna act like I've been winning all these games with y'all.
Let me ask y'all a question about this Kevin Durant hype. What do you think about Kevin Durant after he left the Warriors?
Who are you talking to?
Either one of y'all.
Oh, me personally, I think that it hurt the league. I think that it added to his legacy, but it hurt the league, man. He was on a contender. He was meant to be the guy that was meant to come up against Curry in the Western Conference Finals. He was meant to be the guy that was meant to define himself as the player of that generation. He lost that title by going to the Warriors, and so I think it hurt his legacy personally.
Right, but I'm talking about after he left the Warriors.
Oh, after he left the Warriors, well, he's been a all NBA level player that hasn't contributed to winning at a high level, man.
And it's kind of circumstantial too, man.
Okay.
Some other two
got
guys,
injured as well. Like it's been tough. It's been tough.
Oh, Big Storm, I got you.
Hey, how about this year? How you like that team over in Phoenix?
Is that Ralph? Ralph, I see you there.
Oh,
Ralph.
Phoenix. So they got a good chance
Ralph,
of.
Did you read my book, Ralph? Man, I got you in the book, man.
Oh, you got a book?
Yeah, I just dropped the book, man. You gonna buy it, Superman?
Where is it at?
What you got? Here, I'm gonna put it in the back chat for you, man.
Talk about the book. Hey, is the book about basketball? What's it about?
No. It's not about basketball. Look,
okay.
There it is. You see it in the back in private chat.
Oh, okay. Is it a
It's just
$8?
Superman.
Okay.
You said I'll be in your book.
Yeah, Ralph, I got.
I'm gonna need some residuals.
Put it in the reader.
Ralph, it's the fake Ralph. It ain't the real Ralph. It's the fake Ralph.
Is it like
you on tape saying this me? You on tape?
It's the fake Ralph.
Chicago's descent into revolution.
Good brother. Salute to you and everything.
Is it like is a fiction or is it a true story?
It's fiction. It's fiction.
Okay.
Well, you writing scripts now, huh? Let me know. You need some producers.
Hey, Mac. I mean, you can Supermac. You can turn this into a movie because I still got 3 more books in the series to come out.
Oh shit!
He on this Game of Thrones shit.
This book 1.
Oh shit! We about
Tiffany
to
said I better have her in a good light. Tiffany, the thing is with Tiffany, you at the very end of the book because Tiffany's gonna be more of a focal point in part 2.
You said Tiffany?
But Tiffany. But unfortunately for Tiffany, when I had to do the casting, she a bad guy in part 2. So I'll give y'all that sneak. She
get away with murder.
She's trying to blow up the whole operation, man. So Tiffany's she a covert op.
She on the espionage tip, huh?
Yeah, she a covert op. But look, I'll tell you what though. A lot of people put Ralph in a bad light. I actually gave him a hell of a role in the book, man. I gave him a hellified role.
Hey, who's in the book? You start filming, call me up, bro. If you really trying to make it a movie.
Big Storm, here. I'm gonna put the link in there for you, Big Storm.
Hey, can you hear me?
Okay, I hit it. I got it.
What up?
Hey, who's on the book, Lamont?
Man, you gotta read it, man. Just go cop the book, man. Link is in the chat.
Oh,
$8, man.
Oh, let me read the first paragraph real quick. In the heart of America's windy city, uprising like no other.
Hold on, Young Africa. I'm gonna let you read. I'm gonna put you on the big screen, all right?
Okay.
Because I know you got that little dramatic sound to your voice.
Yeah. We gotta let them know about it, man. So
hold on,
brother
Lamont.
Lamont.
Hold on, Young Africa. Now read the prologue Don't read.
Okay.
Don't read the chapter 1.
Oh, the sample. Read the sample or the prologue.
Hold on.
Yeah. The sample.
No, hold on,
Okay.
Ralph. I'm
I
gonna
got that.
send you the prologue.
Shadows of Tomorrow. No, I see the prologue. Shadows of Tomorrow.
Yeah. Read the prologue because I don't want to give him too many, indicators of
Okay.
what's going on. Hold on. So
Okay.
let me put you on the big stage. Go ahead and read that prologue.
Okay. Support the brother Lamar. You got a new book called Eclipse Shadows: Chicago's Descent into Revolution. And then the prologue goes Shadows of Tomorrow. Chicago, a city known for its towering skyscrapers, gusty winds, and a history rich with jazz, blues, and gangsters. But beneath its glittery surface and tourist attractions, the city pulsed with a tension that very few could truly understand. The racial disparities were stark. Generations of systemic racism and neglect had left deep scars on the African American people of color and their communities. Decades of corruption, mismanagement, and greed from officials has broken the trust of the very people they swore to protect. In the alleyways, behind closed doors, and in the corners where shadows loomed large, there was a stirring. A movement was forming, feeding off the injustices and disparities of the past. This was no ordinary movement, though. It was an uprising that would shake the city's foundations to its core. The Eclipse movement, they called themselves, a symbol of their intent to overshadow and overturn the old order, led by the enigmatic Malcolm with his trusted lieutenant, one cool P at his side. They were a force like no other. Yet with every uprising, there are two stories. Those who are oppressed, rising up against their oppressors, and those in power, trying desperately to maintain control. The lines between right and wrong are blurred, motives become tangled, and loyalties are tested. As you delve deep into the following pages, you will be plunged into the heart of the city on the edge, witnessing battles both external and internal. Decisions will be made, lives will be lost, and the very fabric of Chicago will be transformed. But remember, in the world of the Eclipse movement, nothing is ever as it seems.
Nice.
That sounds good, Lamar. Okay, that sounds good.
Hey, you can start your movie off just like that. Have somebody narrate like that, and then open scene.
Hey man, shout out to Lamont, man, a man of many skills and talents, man.
Salute, y'all.
That's hard to write a book, man. You gotta have a lot of time. You gotta have a lot of, inspiration. That's tough, man. So that's nice.
Right. Hold on, I got a question
congrats.
Real quick, yo. Back to this cooking. I'm about to put on art. Turn into a burger real quick. So you complained about it's not a Curry era, but LeBron stopped winning MVPs in 2013, sir. Curry started winning MVPs in 2015.
Hold on. He stopped in 2016. What's your point?
Winning scoring titles.
Jesus Christ, bro. God worry, bro.
Bro, he got more accolades than him in his own era.
All right, I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna say this one time, bro. Anybody think that it's not LeBron's era is smoking crack?
No, nigga, you smoking crack. Somebody's era because he popular. Wait, hold on. Like, stop it. Wait. How is his era? He's not winning anything. Hold on.
Wait. Because nobody era, whoever era it is, they're not all winning at all times, nigga.
Exactly.
What is that, bro?
Steph Curry got since the Heat.
How come Steph Curry only got one Finals MVP if it's his era?
So is the Heat his era? So you trying to latch on the Heat era with the Cavs era? No, he wasn't winning anything.
So he won everywhere he went, Ralphie. How do you? What? You know what? Somebody else talk to Ralphie.
Hold on, let me.
Bro, he just said he's not winning anything. Come on, Ralphie. Argue better, bro. Argue better.
Let me hear from Big Storm. He's not even winning anything individually, bro. What are you talking about?
Hold on, Ralph. Let me let Big Storm reply. Go ahead.
All right, salute y'all. I was listening to y'all when I was driving home from the beach, and I just got several questions. One, how is it Steph Curry's era when two other people passed him up on Finals MVPs if he was just so much better than LeBron? And then LeBron James lead the finals and every single stat for both teams, and he still lost. That's kind of crazy. And it was, but it just don't understand how Steph is off the back of just the Warriors. Because when you take away his good pieces, he stinks and he don't win. LeBron James has a whole bunch of bums and he takes them to the finals. Right. I don't understand that. And
shout out to Rodney Hood.
He beat everybody in the East. He beat everybody in the East. And Steph Curry couldn't go through John Morant.
You talking about on the back?
What you just said.
Hold on, LeBron at least need a superstar to get on his back too. Like
what superstar was on the 2018 Cavs?
I'm talking about winning. To win,
I don't give a damn. He goes to the finals.
So what are we talking about?
LeBron James is the only player that can go to the finals and lose, and it's worse than losing in the first round. That don't make sense.
Big Storm. Hey, Big Storm.
Yeah.
Now, what I was saying was when I said it was LeBron and Steph Curry era, that's completely separate from how I'm ranking players of that time.
I understand.
LeBron is still the number one player of the last 20 years or so. Curry's not going to come close to him in that. When I say these two were a major we're talking about Steph Curry during Steph Curry's prime. Could it be said that he was a part of that era with LeBron? I say yes, not because they ranked or not because Steph outplayed him or not because Steph had more championships, but I just think because the matchups that these two had in the finals consistently, the two teams that met year after year after year, these were the premier matchups, premier teams. These were the leaders of both those teams. I have to say they were during that time frame. Is it like that now? No. Was that like that early in LeBron James' career? No. But for that time frame when Steph hit his prime in around 2014, 2015, that's when it started. And then it has ended. But you know, it is what it is.
I understand that, but hold on. I got a counter to that. Hold on. I got a counter to that. One. Do people say it's Steph Curry's era or was it the Warriors? That's my only question.
No, but when
they say it's the Warriors.
So, but the thing is, it's similar to the 80s. That was a Lakers Celtic era. We hear about this whole stream was supposed to be about the Lakers Celtic dynasty that impacted them. So the thing is, just because a team, there's always players synonymous within that era. Because when we think of the 80s, we think of Bird Magic, synonymous with the teams.
Okay, so
this is why when I told Big Art, I said, if you leave your team, your era as we know it ends because we can no longer connect you to a team.
Well, I feel like your era with that team ends, but that era with your
I know, but your era, like let's say let's go into an imaginary world, and KD and LeBron had matched up in the finals 2 years in a row, the starting of this era, starting of a new era, and potentially a third. Let's say LeBron had beat them, and KD is mad. He decides to go to another team to stack the deck somewhere else and try to win. As soon as he leaves that respective team, that era as we know it, the LeBron and KD era, them battling each other, that's over. He can't then go to another team and pick up and carry on that era with another whole host of stars. It's no longer the same. You got to start from scratch, my guy. But LeBron is still up.
Well, by your logic,
hold on, Ralph. Let me say this real quick. I think we're missing something, y'all. In my opinion, right, one of the things that make LeBron James the GOAT is the fact that he won 4 championships with 3 different teams. So your argument for moving teams worked for somebody like Shaq, or to a lesser degree for somebody who moved teams and didn't win another title like a Kevin Durant. That works for that, but that argument does not work for LeBron James, not when he dominates everywhere he goes.
This is what I told you, because this is what I said. I said LeBron, because he has moved teams, he's been a part of multiple eras, whether it's by himself or with someone else, multiple times. Because the Cavs with the first time was an era. Whether you want to put him at the top or not, that's up to you. Then when he goes to Miami, when he goes to Miami, that's a LeBron-led era in Miami. When he goes back to Cleveland, that's a completely different era with Kyrie and the way they battled Steph Curry. And that's the years I'm talking about. When he went back to Cleveland that third time, and now he's battling Steph Curry and no longer battling the Spurs year in and year out. That's what it felt like, at least. So it's a different era now, because now you got to deal with another dynasty.
But it wouldn't have been his era, bro. Right?
But
you trying to say you trying to put them together. You trying to put them together because he's a part of his era, though, LeBron. That's what we're saying, bro.
He dominated in that era.
Did he dominate for real? Or did his team dominate?
You said Steph Curry
wasn't when he got Kevin Durant. Hold on, y'all.
Wait, hold on,
Lamont. Wait a minute. They had Klay Thompson before the injury. Right? They had
that has nothing to do with it.
Lamont.
That has nothing to do with it.
Y'all. Wait a minute. He had 2 league MVPs on one squad, a defensive player of the year on one squad. Come on, man.
This is what happens, y'all. Y'all can't tell other teams how to fight. They fight. If they want to get just like the thing is, at least LeBron was there to fight the fight. And, he was up there, and then he had the most historical comeback in NBA Finals history against this same overpowered team that nobody thought could be beat.
But y'all take away one of the reasons why it was his era, though. It was his era because no matter what team he went to, no matter who the niggas on his roster was, Lamont, he was dragging niggas to the fight.
But Big Art, you're talking about. I'm not talking about LeBron James's entire 20-year career.
No, but we have to, bro. You just tried to say it's separated by him going to different teams.
Hey, you guys, when you think back on that, from when the Warriors and the Cavs started battling each other in the finals year after year after year, if you had to deduce that time frame down to 2 players, who are you saying those 2 players are? Because you're not going to put KD in the conversation.
Stephen LeBron.
You're going to say Stephen LeBron. That's an era. But again, what happened when that Warriors dynasty, as we knew it, a lot of people say ended, and then it got jump started when they obviously made moves. They brought Wiggins in. Their core was still together, but it was different. It looked
I wouldn't say that
you could have an era for 3 or 4 years. Is that what you're saying?
That wasn't no 3 or 4 year stretch.
It was from 2015 to what? 2019 when they lost?
We won 6 chips. I mean, we went to 6 championships and won 4. What are you talking about?
I don't count
domination.
Oh my God!
22 ring of All Dynasty. So there was a 4-year gap. That's the big.
I don't think you realize that.
That's a stretch, bro.
When people say,
but y'all could do. Yeah, man, y'all are reducing an era to 4 or 5 years.
Okay, so what do you call LeBron James' time in Miami? That's not an era. It's a small era. It's still an era.
No, I don't. I feel like when we're talking about the LeBron James era,
talk about a team that go to the finals.
Hold on, because you just hit on that. When we're talking about the LeBron James era, it's not about the team he was on. It's about him being the best player in the league for almost 14 years.
This is a Steph Curry conversation. You keep trying to turn this into LeBron James' career.
You trying to turn it into a LeBron and Steph.
No, this was always a Steph Curry conversation.
I don't get why you take it as something like me personally. I'm a big LeBron fan. I don't take it as like diminishing LeBron when you say that LeBron went up against Curry and it's a LeBron Curry era. That's just acknowledging the fact that they were rivals. They were 2 of the best players of their generation, and that it actually puts some respect on the level that Curry was and who LeBron went up against. Like it ain't a diminishing statement.
All right. I go there with you. I go there with you if it's only for 4 or 5 years.
And LeBron ain't
I know it was short.
Bad about
Africa. Hold on. Africa.
They met in the finals. They met in the finals.
How long was it though? How long?
It was a 5-6 year period of time.
Man, that shit is still going on right now. This man's still winning. Stop.
Yeah, they just came.
Okay, but Brian won in 2020.
You know what's amazing?
Did
we forget that
he went to a new team?
No. This is actually very interesting. People were talking about when the Warriors and Lakers met in the playoffs, right? Just this past season. They were talking about this matchup defining the legacy and the era of who it would be, just to show you that they were actually saying if Curry beats LeBron again, Curry could be defined as the player of this era, to show you that it's still in contest. It's actually more than just a 5-6 year period of time. They're still going on at the peaks of their game, but
that could be happening without it being any one of those niggas' eras.
No,
you see what I'm saying? That's why I said Rivalry earlier, man.
Niggas still
let me say this.
So who era is it now, then, Ralph?
Hold on. All right, look, exactly. All right. I'm trying to answer your question. So,
hey, what up, 30?
What's good, Art? So to answer your question, Africa, it was just that was just that Pacific series we just saw last postseason. That was just media hype. That Pacific series had nothing to do with the 2010s.
Thank you.
And Ralph, I don't know, Ralph. No, that's the media hype. Like I said, I don't care about narrative. They did his job. That was the most viewed series in the entire playoffs. They did his job. That's all that was. So in regards to the 2010s, I think the biggest push that people have, Lamont, is the fact that it's kind of different between the 80s, the Warriors and the Cavs and the Lakers and the Celtics in the 80s, because every finals.
Hold on.
No, that's somebody else. I don't know what that is. No, because every finals in the 80s included the Celtics or the Lakers. That wasn't the case in 2010. That didn't start happening until 2015.
This is what I asked you. Remember,
but
Bird and Magic got lucky that their era got to start right on 80. And then we can see them and so it just sounds good, and we can start. And but the thing is, this is why I asked y'all. I said, when do y'all think Steph Curry's prime starts? Because are we saying that his prime starts? So if his prime started in 2013. Okay, let's say it started in 2013, and then he started these wars with LeBron from that point forward, and did you see year after year after year from that point forward?
It didn't start in 2013. Come on, y'all.
Hold on, what I'm saying, you get what I'm saying though. I know it didn't start in it. Hold on, Magda. I know it didn't start in exactly 2013. What I'm saying is, from that time frame when Curry entered to his prime and he started finding a way to get his team into the NBA Finals, they were consistently battling LeBron James. Okay, one time, then they meet again, then they meet again, then they meet again. Be the consistent matchups, the narratives that were pushed, and Steph. Also during that time frame is doing what? Winning MVPs, considered one of the best players in the league. LeBron James, he's already considered the best player in the game, right? He's also won MVPs. So now you have two guys leading their teams, consistently meeting in the finals. Remember, in basketball, eras can come and go just like that.
How many finals did Bird make it to?
Eras don't have to be 10 years. Like
LeBron and Curry. LeBron and Curry matched up in the finals.
Hold on, man. Was all 5 of those against the Lakers?
No, 3 out of the 5 was against the Lakers.
So hold on. So you mean to tell me the Lakers and the Celtics only played 3 times?
Three times. Yeah.
But hold on. Art,
right. So what?
Art, listen. I'm trying to explain to you, Art.
The reason why I know what you're trying to do, nigga.
Okay, the reason why they gave it to the Celtics and the Lakers because they was in the finals every year of the finals. It was either the Celtics or the Lakers or both. That's why they gave it to the whole decade for the 80s for the Celtics and the Lakers.
Hey man, but like y'all are giving them the credit that they want, that they saved the NBA. Y'all should be saying that about Magic when they mentioned Larry Bird and Magic Johnson names together. Yes, they met in the finals 3 times, right?
No, but it's right, tight around them getting to the finals.
One team was 9 out of the 10, right? Right. No, so only reason Larry Bird name, hold on, y'all. Only reason Larry Bird name get mentioned is because he was there at the beginning, right? And that's it, bro. What did y'all talking about? They helped save the NBA.
Let me break it down to you. Let me break it down to you.
They helped save the NBA.
What not only what Sturdy said is right every time it was either Boston or LA in the finals. But if you look at the best players, Bird won 3 MVPs, Magic won 2. So that's half the decade. 2 players are considered the best player of that era. Curry won 2, LeBron won 2, and LeBron
won 3 more. He won 3
in the 2010. Yeah, he won 3.
Yes,
2010s. Okay, so LeBron won 3, Curry won 2. That's half the decade of those 2 players being 1 or 2 winning MVPs. They face more times in the finals, Bron and Curry, more than Magic and Bird.
And what makes it special, like Magic and Bird, the fact that they saved the NBA? You can tell me there's similarities, Mac, all day you want to, but what make their names synonymous together is that they saved the NBA, right?
That's a fact.
Yes.
That's a fact. So you tell me besides the rivalry that Steph and LeBron has, what makes them synonymous?
To Larry Bird and Magic?
It's not going back and forth being the best player in the league and nothing like that.
To answer your question.
This nigga had to go get KD, nigga.
I'm trying to answer your question. To answer your question is because there was only one dynasty in the 2010s. And he was the most impactful player on that dynasty. That's why. But what I'm trying to tell to Lamont is just how Bird and Magic only met 3 times in the finals. KD and LeBron met 3 times in the finals. And I keep reiterating, majority of the time individually, KD, you just started doing power rankings yourself, Lamont. KD was viewed more the second best player more times than Steph.
Yep, I said that.
I do think outside. Hold on, let me just finish this, Lamont. I do agree with you that for most players that their era changes when they shift teams. However, from an individual standpoint, we can't just pretend like is LeBron's, Curry, and it is a gap to KD.
No,
KD
what
is
I'm
interchangeably
saying,
number two.
Bro, we're talking about a time frame in NBA. Remember, we're not talking about real time as we know it exists. And we're talking about the NBA time frame. An NBA time frame, eras can come and go just like that. You can have a span of 3 years or 4 years here, and things completely change as we know it. That's just how the NBA is. So when you talk about KD, when KD left OKC, it's completely different now. It's a new era of KD that we're looking through. Whatever he left in OKC is now completely over. Any rivalries that he had, any battles that he had in the finals against other good teams, that's all dead now. That era is
over. And you
over.
can say the same thing for Steph when he went and got Kevin Durant. Lamont, his era was over.
Shut up.
Nigga, you shut up, nigga. Who is you, nigga?
Hold on.
Like, damn.
Hold on. What I'm saying is Steph is still on the same team. If you can, Big R, I understand your ire for the nasty free agent signing of KD. I understand your ire.
It was weak, bro.
Because you knew in the moment y'all was about to get your ass whooped.
Everybody, I agree with that. Everybody did.
That's what happened. So again,
but that's not why I was mad, bro. I was mad because he went to a team who he just had beat.
Hey, all right. So the greatest of all time couldn't get over that hump, huh?
Hey, nope. I guess not.
But hold on.
I mean, if you have to run and go get another league MVP when it's your era or part of your era,
why are you mad though?
Hold on. No, I am talking about Lamont's point. Stop talking about these made up feelings, bro. I'm talking about Lamont's point.
Aren't you proud?
Right?
It
there we go.
All of that to beat LeBron. Like you can always come back and say, you know what?
He still had to go to Miami. I don't know.
Hold on.
Well, he went over to Dwayne.
Hey, but you just
I
said
personally,
that about Kevin
Lamont,
Durant and Steph. Wow.
I personally think we saw the best.
You cannot bask and be satisfied with the fact that damn.
I think we saw the best. I thought we saw the best LeBron James in that Game 1 Finals when he dropped 51 points. Like that's the best game I ever seen of LeBron James.
Yeah. So hold on. So Lamont, let me respond to you quick. Can someone just the same exact context you said in regards to KD moving to the Warriors? Can someone use that same exact context and view it as the fact that he's that great of an individual player that move made the dynasty?
Facts.
You know what I'm saying? Like all I'm saying, Lamont, all I'm saying is KD is not a distant third. He should be interchangeable with number two. That's what I'm saying.
What hurts that argument is that they won championships and got to the finals before KD, and that they won championship and got to the finals.
We're talking about the 2010s.
That's what hurts your argument.
We're talking about the 2010s. I don't care what happened in the 2020s. We're talking about the 2010s.
Yeah, without KD, Steph might only had one. Go ahead.
They went twice.
It don't matter what might have happened because remember. My argument is not.
They didn't go twice without KD in the 2010s.
My argument is not contingent on winning. I'm just talking about you getting to the finals, winning or losing. Because the thing is, if you can consistently get to the finals, and you can create those, just like the Celtics. The Celtics didn't always win when they got to the finals. Just like in the 80s, the Lakers didn't always win when they got to the finals.
Lost
they
4
got
times.
there, they played each other sometimes, but it was always a consistent Lakers or the Celtics or Lakers and Celtics playing each other. And it was that combination of just those two teams always having some say-so in what happens in the NBA year in and year out. And there was a period of time in the NBA where you had to go through the Cavs and you had to go through the Warriors if you actually wanted a real shot to win it all. And there was no ifs, ands, or buts about it. That's why I say it was the Steph LeBron era. Because you had to see one of them two if you thought you was gonna win anything.
And I'm reminding you, Lamont, that KD been to the finals 4 times in that era as well.
Okay, but 2 of those times was with who? Steph Curry.
Yes, thank you.
They had each other.
This is what's happening. This is what's happening. Y'all keep trying to tie like the other success elsewhere into Steph Curry with what he's been doing with the Warriors consistently. He has been consistent. It's not his fault. Like I said, if Steph Curry would have went to the Warriors GM and said, you know what? I hate this move. I hate this signing. I'm against y'all bringing KD in. Don't do it. And they said, Steph, you're under contract. We bringing KD in. Figure it out. You got to figure it out. And then what if he was completely against it? Are you gonna be like, yeah, Steph Curry gets a pass because he hated the move, yet they go off and win them championships all the same. So
Lamont,
it don't matter how you win. It don't matter how you win.
That's not what I
Why
argue.
is y'all hating on KD going to the Warriors? Who cares?
I'm not, my nigga. I'm not.
Y'all trying to find a way to
It means something, though, right?
Hold on, please. Please, hold on, please, because my argument is,
this has nothing to do
no,
with KD.
I did
This
not.
is all about
That's not true. This man in the same 2010s won an MVP. That dude led league score 4 times.
So
let's stop playing this game. Hold on, time out, Lamont. In that same era, he been to the conference finals 7.
Okay, how many championships did the Pistons go to in the 80s?
2.
Why don't we consider any of those guys as part of the era?
They do consider the Pistons part of the 80s. What?
No, when we talk about the 2 players and the 2 major teams of the 80s, we say Lakers, Celtics. The Pistons and the Sixers and those other teams come after. They're in another tier below, right?
Yeah, they won less.
So don't give me players.
And they're not considered the ones who saved the NBA neither.
KD is part of the Warriors. What
hold on, but we're not talking. We're talking about Steph.
The Pistons actually made 4 conference finals in the 80s.
Who won more championships in the 2010s, KD or Steph? Who won more championships in the 2010s, KD or Steph?
They both won.
Who won more MVPs? Who won more MVPs?
Who had a better
Who won more
team?
league MVPs in the 2010s, KD or
But
Steph?
they were on the same team. So why are you trying to talk about that?
No, I'm
bro?
saying KD or Steph. Hold on. Let's. It's LeBron's era. Where nobody's going to sit here and say that it's not LeBron's era. It's LeBron and Steph era. That's what we're saying. So
there's no and
because you guys are trying to add KD, and I'm finna kill this freaking narrative. He's got more. He's got more league MVPs. He's got more championships and a winning record versus Kevin Durant. Why do I have to put Kevin Durant over Curry?
Because hold on. Because back there, if you want to continue the individual accolade list, both KD and LeBron got more All-Stars. Both KD and LeBron got more All-NBA teams and All-NBA first teams. And both KD and LeBron was associated with their rivalry too. So let's not make this game, bro.
It's 30.
So 30, you're calling it the LeBron KD area?
No. I'm saying no. Average for the last time.
No, it sounds like you are. Say it.
Average for the last time. Because I already said it. I said people are treating KD like he's a distant third. Well, he's not. He should be. He should be successful too.
The only reason
That's just your favorite player.
Steph was only the second best player for 2 years.
Thunderstick is your favorite movie.
Because Kevin Durant.
The only reason y'all would be talking about Kevin Durant.
You know it's
like that. You bought Curry. Oh no, Rasheed.
You know it's kind of similar with LeBron. And
hold on, Supermac. Hold on. I'm saying the only reason you would be bringing KD in, trying to muddy the conversation up with KD, is if you're actually trying to make the argument that it's a LeBron and KD era. You can't be sitting here bringing up all of these arguments for, KD won an MVP and this and the other, and he's championships, and then say, no, it's not his era either. What the hell are you talking about?
No, we started this off by saying how important Kevin Durant was to Steph Curry.
For the last time. Let's stop pretending.
How about this? I've defined.
All right, bro.
I've defined what I think the making of an era is, because I base it off of rivalries and championships, not necessarily who you like to rank 1, 2, or 3. Sturdy, how do you define any particular era in basketball? And then give us an example. So if you want to label it the LeBron KD era, because it is.
I'm not labeling the LeBron and KD era for the 5th fucking time, bro. I don't like the disrespect KD is getting because of a fucking.
That's how you feel,
bro. But
you feel, nigga. I don't say.
Is that how you feel?
Never heard me say feel. Bitch.
I don't like.
About. You never say feel, nigga. What you talking about, nigga?
Oh. Sturdy here.
I'm a little bit upset that they're disrespecting.
No, I didn't say upset.
I don't like
what the fuck you talking about?
I don't like that y'all don't include KD.
No, it's a clear fact. No, it's a clear fact.
He a distant third.
We're talking about the 2010s, and niggas are dismissing.
No, we're not talking about the 2010s. We're talking about Steph
Curry. What the fuck are we talking about then?
We're talking about LeBron.
They're only talking about a 4 to 5 year window, bro.
Hold on, y'all. Just hold on, Sturdy. So this is what's getting KD conflated into this. It's because every time we talk about Curry being part of some era, he brings up KD and saying, "Oh, that's the only reason he dominated my man LeBron. He can't really be a part. He really can't be a part of the era because he would have got KD. He went and got KD to beat up on LeBron.
I did.
So the thing is, so what I'm saying is, you keep bringing up KD. You're the one keep disrespecting KD. I'm talking about Steph Curry individually, and I'm not talking about the 2010s because you already admitted the 2010s is not when. Hold on, MacDuff. The 2010s is not when Steph Curry's prime started. That's why I asked you guys, when did his prime start? That's when the era particularly starts for any particular player. Your era doesn't start when you're a rookie. Your era doesn't start on the 10-year mark. I already told you guys, Magic and Bird got lucky because they got to start on 80. Jordan going into the 90s started winning his championships right on 90, 91. So it just looks better on the eyes when you see those things. But what I'm talking about is Curry did not start in 2010. Curry started in 2013, 2014, however you want to label it. And that's
he didn't get drafted in 2010. No, okay, Lamont. Okay, based off that, Lamont. Okay, my bad. Because most people, they break up the eras in decades. They do. I'm just sorry. What to tell you? They do.
No, but I told you. But I said I don't break them up like that. I said there's marks in history where we can look to the 90s. We can say the Jordan era started in the 90s in 1991, perfectly right there on the zero. In the 80s, it started with Magic because they won a championship. He got drafted with Bird right there on the zero in 80. It don't always work like that. Some eras come and go, and it'd be
like
different.
Dr. J, who went across the.
Lamont, let me ask you something. So, are you based? So do a team have an era based off the impact, or based on whether or not they win?
No, I think I don't consider it in a legitimate era of time. I think when especially if we're going to associate two players with any given era, I have to have a very, very significant reason to say that you guys were the makeup of an era. I say Jordan was the makeup of the 90s. Why? Because any team that wanted to win anything, it was all dictated on Michael Jordan. You had to go see the Bulls if you wanted to win anything. The only time a team won something was when he retired, and when he came back, teams had to come see him if you wanted to win anything. It was about his consistency, getting to the finals a lot, and everything ran through Jordan in the 90s. And when you talk about when Steph Curry, when he hit his prime, that 2014, he started going from 2015 on up, it was between either Curry or LeBron you had to go through if you thought about winning anything. Because if the Warriors would have got put out, Cavs would have been sitting right there, and you would have had to beat them, which wasn't happening. And if the Cavs would have got put out, the Warriors would have been sitting right there, and you would have had to put them out. So it went through those two teams for a period of time. And so we can point to different. I'll say that. From 2015,
yeah, I get you that.
Like even in the 80s, it had to go through the Lakers or the Celtics. Whether they met all the time or not, you had to go see one of them two teams if you thought you was about to win anything for the majority of the 80s.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
So,
but Lamar,
Steph Curry made it so we're a gatekeeper for when you win it. They were gatekeepers for championships. You ain't
Lamar, I just want to let you know.
Hold on, for the West, Lamar, not for championships.
And I just want to let you know. I just want to know that for the West,
LeBron's gatekeeper.
I just want to let you know that. I just want to let you know, Lamar. And we already found a disconnect. But I'm just saying that we were talking about the 2010s. Kevin Durant, you have to see Kevin Durant 7 times just to get out of the finals. 7.
It's hard for me to connect you with an era if you're moving teams because now I don't have a team to connect.
You did it with LeBron, and I get LeBron's anomaly.
I did not do it with LeBron. I did not. I specifically said LeBron. You could break his career up into 4 eras. I consider each trip, each stint with each team a different era. The first time with the Cavs, that's a different era. Miami, different era. Back to Cleveland, different era. Lakers, different era. And he one of the reasons why you can elevate him, one of the things is he ends an era, he starts a new one. And that's one of the hardest things to do, to start a new era or dynasty type team somewhere else and actually have some level of success to win in the championship. That's why LeBron is up there in these conversations, because he's done this era thing. He's done this era thing with multiple teams, multiple players. Majority of these players ain't won shit without him, other than D-Wade. So again, we're not talking about LeBron's whole career, but there was a period of time where it was LeBron and Steph to me.
So why do you break up the eras like that? Well, what changes when a player switches teams? Especially for a guy like LeBron, whose role doesn't change. He really is that guy.
What changes is some players, they have such an impact on the NBA when they move teams. The whole dynamic of the NBA shifts. There's a small dynamic shift that's potentially going to happen depending on where Damian Lillard goes. Right, Damian Lillard's era in Portland is ended. anything, any rivalries, anything, any beefs whatever he had in Portland, and when he gets traded to a new team, all that shit's dead. So again, once your stint is up with the old team, that shit's dead. This time we having new conversations.
Hey man.
But
by that logic,
why they don't give LeBron
Kevin Durant got like 5 different eras.
He does, but that's why Kevin Durant. The problem with his era is he didn't dominate each stint anywhere, and he didn't really win shit other than the time he was with Golden State. He tried to create his own era in Brooklyn. What happened? That shit fell apart.
Why he don't get the same?
And now he's in Phoenix trying to do it again. Huh?
It seems like every time somebody starts somewhere new, they call it
the same superstar checks that Steph Curry get.
I can't. I didn't hear your question all the way. Say it again.
I said, why LeBron don't get the same superstar checks that Steph Curry get?
I don't attack him. I don't attack LeBron.
I know because he was the best player. Because he was the best player on every team he went on. That's right.
First of all, one of the main reasons why I think one of the reasons LeBron shouldn't get superstar taxes because a lot of the guys he played with wasn't really superstars any goddamn way. Motherfucker Kyrie was not a superstar when he was there. Kevin Love was a motherfucking
Big
loser.
Three was a super team or something. No, they're not. It's a big three.
Chris Bosh. Yeah, people be lying about Chris Bosh. If LeBron James didn't save that man's career, I don't know who did. That man's career would have been in the goddamn.
He was about to be like pound the soul or some shit like that. Yeah,
that man would have just been a big time loser, man. Putting up numbers, man. He wouldn't have won nothing. He wouldn't have really had no play. Man, come on, he saved the shit.
He still would have been in the Hall of Fame though.
Man, that might we
no one's not saying that, but he ain't like up there.
He would be DeMar DeRozan. He would be a DeMar DeRozan.
No, that matters.
DeMar DeRozan is crazy. That's crazy.
No, Africa. Like people forget. Like Bosh played like 6 All-Star teams, and the Raptors made it once or twice.
I would say it would have been like Chris Webber. He would have been a Chris Webber.
Yeah, I'm about to say like same thing because
Chris Webber got his team to the Western Conference.
At least Chris Webber can like follow conspiracies. Like he can actually like follow them.
What? So whose era is it currently, Lamar? Who are you calling this era? Is it the Curry era?
It's nobody's era.
Me personally,
it's up for debate.
I thought it was going to be the Giannis era. That's what I thought. But then obviously things took a turn and they couldn't have that consistent firepower to stay at the top and be that team to go through in the East. They getting walked down by the goddamn Miami Heat and shit. No,
that's because
I'm being real with you, Lamar. I'm being real with you, Lamar. This the first era, like this the one true era we're gonna have complete parity. It's not gonna be a face of the league. It's not gonna it might not be a dynasty. Like real talk. Like this era in particular, with the new CBA in particular, all the player mobility. Dog, this might be most highest parity ever we've seen since the 70s.
It's gonna be Curry and Jokic.
Hey, Sturdy, do you think it's gonna go as long as it did after Jordan?
Probably gonna be like Jokic in the beat or something.
Say that again.
Do you think it's gonna go as long as it did after Jordan? Because I think it was like that kind of from '98 to about 2005, 2006.
Not really, because
that was the Lakers era, man.
No. The reason I say that is because like it went from Jordan. It went from Jordan. And then you know, Shaq had his time, AI had his time, Kobe had his time. You know what I'm saying? It was kind of moving around.
There was no definitive face of the league until LeBron got in the league. It rotated.
That's your opinion.
No, it rotated.
Kobe was in the face.
Ralph. It's just a fact. That shit.
That's a lie.
No, the identity of the league. The identity of the league rotated between AI, Shaq, and Kobe.
I got a question. Where's your proof? Since you're saying it's a fact, not your.
It happened, bro.
Look at the popularity. Look at the jury said. Look at the shoe said. Look at the amount of. No, that's what the face of the league is. Nigga,
well, 30 just ask him who the face of the league was after Jordan.
Ask them who the face of the league after Jordan. In the early 2000s, it was AI. It was AI and Shaq, and then Kobe came. Kobe came in the mid 2000s, my nigga. What you talking about?
Hold on, Iverson was never.
AI wasn't like that. Oh, just say that. AI was not like one of the most popular players in the league in the early 2000s.
Yes, he was. So was Penny Hardaway.
Hey, but it wasn't his. That's the kind of reason we're saying that, though. Hold on, that's the reason why we're saying that.
My point is, it don't matter popularity.
Mac, hold on, Mac. That's why we're saying that, though, because. Look, they couldn't make him the face of the league, even though he was super duper popular because they had his issues with him. So boom, that's one not face of the league.
No,
Kobe had his issues early in the 2000s.
Kobe had his
after
issues.
Shaq,
Kobe was on his
after
way.
Shaq, they couldn't make
Kobe
him the
was
face
on
of the
his way,
league.
but then that case happened, bro. The league was like, we can't put this nigga during his case.
Exactly. That's a fact, y'all. I ain't hating. That's a fact, y'all.
No. Stop it.
All I'm hearing is just.
Yeah, I know it's true. Me and Sturdy agree.
No,
Bro,
after the case, the media part, I agree with. But this popularity stuff, bro, there's been tons of players who were popular. Grant Hill was popular. It wasn't his league. Penny Hardaway was popular.
How many players was the face of the league in between Jordan and LeBron?
I'm telling you, the face of the league. Who were they trying to promote? It was Kobe Bryant. It was endorsed by Michael Jordan.
And what year did that start?
It started when Kobe entered the league. They was trying to hand the torch to freaking Kobe. He had the most. The man wasn't even starting and led the Western Conference and All-Star votes.
You just agree with us that it couldn't happen because of the case. So it couldn't have happened back then for no 18-year-old out of high school drafted 13th overall. Nobody trying to make him the face of the league, bro.
He was being promoted as that. During their three-peat, Shaq was not more popular than Kobe.
Yes, he
like
Shaq was winning championships, bro. Kobe won three straight championships, 3 straight finals MVPs.
Hold on, Shaq was the best, bro. Shaq was the best player. Listen. Shaq was the best player on the Lakers. I'm not denying that. But if we're talking about popularity, if we're talking about trying to be the face of the league, that was put on Kobe from day one.
How do you put a number two?
From day one.
The 2000 from 2000 to 2003.
Robin outshadow Batman.
From 2000 to 2003, Shaq was the most popular, the best player in the league. It was his league for them 3 years.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
First of all, no, it wasn't. Shaq. First of all, Shaq. I would clearly say Shaq is the best player. But if we're talking about popularity and trying to be the face of the league, Kobe and AI was at the top. David Stern stepped in and said, Iverson, we can't have you face of the league. We even got to change the dress code for you. That wasn't promoted. They tried to promote Kobe, and Kobe was at the top of that since
so you fell for the
2000.
hype machine.
No, Kobe was
to be like Jordan.
Exactly.
So they were going to give him. They were going to give Kobe fresh out the bat everything Jordan had. You think they were just going to hand it to him fresh out of high school?
They did.
No, they didn't make no goddamn.
Yes, they tried to make it, and it's not me. Jordan, the brand, embraced it.
Let's say that they did try to do it. Did it happen?
Nigga, we all lived through it. Nigga, what you talking about?
Hold on. Time out. Okay, so since everybody lived through it, who did Jordan pass the torch to?
Define what you mean by pass the torch.
Okay. The face of the league is not something a torch that is passed, sir. It's something that's taken.
Different.
No, it's not all the time. No, it's not.
All the time.
No, it's not.
Took that hold
on. So who did Larry Bird and Magic take the torch from? Who was the face of the
Dr. J.
Oh my God. He was in the face of the NBA. Shut up. He was not the face of the NBA.
Yes, he was. What? Who was it?
Dr. J was not the face
of the NBA before the niggas got drafted. What are you talking about?
You guys are crazy.
All right, bro.
Was it Kareem back there?
It's one thing to say that they tried to, and there's another thing to say what actually happened. Right, because you said they tried to out the gate, Mac, but did it actually happen though? Out the gate?
Yes, no. If you're from 2000 in what 96 from 2000 to 2004, Kobe was the face. When that case happened, that's when they started the detour from that, and they said we're gonna hype the man that's coming out of high school, the chosen one, and he's going to be the face of the league.
Shaq was never the face of the league at all.
No, he was the best player, but the face, no.
That's a lie, bro. Y'all be hating on Shaq, bro.
What ain't nobody hating on Shaq? Shaq was not the. Shaq was never the torch carrier for the
2000 to 2003, bro. He was all over the place, bro.
He was the best player, but he didn't carry the freaking NBA. No,
with a 3P, with a 3P and 3 finals MVPs, he didn't carry.
You're talking about championships. LeBron's the face of the LeBron's the face of the league in the 2010s. He didn't win a championship every year.
He carried the NBA after
exactly, but he didn't win a championship every year. Winning a championship don't make you the face of the league.
Is that Lou? What up, Lou?
Winning the 3P
makes no sense, bro. Not at all.
Shaq was the best player. If we're talking popularity, who was the face of the league and who was carrying, it was Kobe. Kobe was way more.
Wasn't Shaq making like rap albums and shit? Like Shaq was.
Yeah, Shaq was started that popularity contest, bro.
And so was Kobe. From high school, from day one, he was everywhere. What are you talking about?
Hey, but you know what? Real talk, fellas.
No, Brandon going to the prom with Brandy is not.
Kobe knew that too, though. Real talk. Kobe knew that
before
Shaq
social media
was finna be the face of the league, and his
wasn't nobody talking about is Shaq gonna pass Jordan? It was Kobe versus Jordan. Why are we stop acting stupid?
It wasn't, bro. It was Kobe wanting to be like Jordan. Get your facts straight, bro.
Okay, so hold on. So when what are you talking about? Nobody thought about. Nobody was saying
like him. You don't have to give him everything that Jordan
had. Exactly. So when Jordan passed the torch to Kobe, and Kobe was a freaking carbon copy of the greatest player of all time, by that point, nobody was comparing Shaq to Jordan. They was comparing Kobe to Jordan.
Hey, Magdalene, can I ask you a question? Hold on. What was the color? That's how you feel. What was the color of the torch? Was the torch hot? Was it lit? What color flame?
Electric blue.
It was the face. Again, it was the face of the league. That's like Steph Curry.
I stand on what I said.
The face of the league. Hold on, when Steph Curry became the face of the league, did he take the torch?
It's not given to you, and it's not passed in a torch ceremony.
So in 2015. Steph took the torch from LeBron then.
No, there was no torch. Face of the league is not a torch that you pass around.
Brand new, bro.
No, exactly. Lamont, and McJack takes torch face of the league like hot potato. You just pass it around.
What up, Citizen Lou?
What up, Lou?
What you got to show me? And then he laughing with it. You never know what Lou about to show you.
That's just wrong.
Lou, you got to hit the link. Hit that link, Lou.
Niggas is crazy. Like talking about Shaq versus Jordan. Everybody compared Kobe to Jordan.
You're not.
Shaq took on that most, greatest player.
He was the most dominant, and we knew who Shaq was. But to say he was the face of the league in popularity, no.
So Mac, can you name me? Mac, real quick, because Kobe's my guy. But can you name me any other second option in NBA history that was the face of the league?
Steve Nash was the face of the league.
Can you name me another second option that was the face of the league?
Magic Johnson, sir.
Magic Johnson was the second option. Okay.
Yes. Kareem was the fucking first option. Yes. Kareem was the first option, and Magic was secondary. Yes. Thank you. Answer your question. I'm through with this guy.
Mac Def swears he's cooking.
I'm through with this guy.
I just want to agree something.
Magic was
Too many people talking, y'all.
All right, y'all. One at a time, y'all.
One mic.
Hey,
Lamont, can I ask you a quick question?
Come on, bro.
Lamont, can I ask you a quick question? Just a quick question.
What's up?
Do you think it's possible? Do you think it's possible to be the GOAT when you're not even the best player of your era?
Hold on, to be the GOAT when you're not the best player of your era. Who's that?
Is it possible to be the greatest player of all time when you're not even the best player of your era?
That sounds.
No, you can't be the GOAT if you're not the best player of your era.
According to ESPN,
that's all I needed. That's all I needed. I'm just saying, there's a person on this pen that feel like Steph Curry is the GOAT, even though he's not the best player of his era. But okay, that's all.
Steph's the GOAT.
I got him as the GOAT.
No, you don't. He's capping. He's lying.
He's dead serious about
Steph Curry's the greatest player to ever pick up a basketball.
Hey, and that's the greatest crack rock you ever smoked in your life, nigga.
Call me a functioning crack addict then, nigga.
Jared, hold on, Jared. I'm gonna let you back out. I'm trying to get
player to ever pick up a basketball.
Lou, hit the link because they keep trying to come in here. I got a spot for you, Lou.
Because Ralph, it discredits everything Mac Dip just said all day.
Y'all
no, it doesn't.
George,
It doesn't. Hold on. This is my
Mac,
point.
you don't really believe that
In the
Mac,
60s, hold on. In the 60s, I would say that's Bill Russell's era, hands down.
No,
but freaking Wilt Chamberlain, statistically, is smacking the dog shit out of Wilt Chamberlain. I mean, out of Bill Russell.
But not win a single time.
He did. He beat Bill Russell.
He beat Bill Russell 6-7.
My whole point. Okay. So my whole point is he's got the scoring titles, he's got MVPs, and statistically better than Bill Russell. He beat Bill Russell, but we would never say
what the hell they got to do with Steph.
Because hold on, my whole point is this. My whole point is this. Bill Russell's era because he dominated his competition with winning records. When it comes to Steph Curry versus LeBron James, winning record wise, Steph Curry got that. When it comes to championship, hold on.
Huh? Can you give me another era? Just give me one more era, Mac.
When it comes to championships, they both got 4. So how? No. Like, what are we talking?
Give me another example of a different era where that Bill Russell, Wilt Chamberlain logic works. You got another era?
Hold on. Let me get Lou in here, man.
Small sample size, man.
Magic and Bird. Bird was better than Magic.
Lou, what's good?
One more.
Bird was not.
Bird was not better than Magic.
That individual play was better than Magic.
Hey, let them go. Lamar, you gonna crack the fuck up, Lamar.
Bro, what is it?
Hold on, I gotta find a direct link, bro. I'm gonna get it to you. Give me like 5 minutes.
All right.
I got you.
No, and Mac Def, here's your inconsistent, bro. You just mentioned the individual dominance of Wilt Chamberlain, why he's in the conversation for his era. But the problem is, right? You just admitted that LeBron run just as much as Curry. LeBron is more accomplished than Curry. And individually, especially from a statistical standpoint, it's not even close. So what we missing here?
Numbers wise, it's not even close neither.
Yeah, what we missing here again?
What are we missing?
Literally, Steph was just on a better team.
Basically, and a better team who went and got Kevin Durant.
And I was on the team that blew a 3-1
that
lead.
Better team without Steph Curry is in the lottery.
Why Mac Def quiet?
Steph was in the lottery with none of his help. Even with Steph there, they were in the lottery.
She was happy as hell when the rumors came that KD might want to go to Cleveland. Art?
I ain't heard nothing about that.
That was never on the table.
I know he was throwing stuff out there, bro.
That was never on the table. No, he said it. Rob. That nigga said it on his burner account. He said it publicly. He actually gave a list. He literally gave ESPN a list.
Yep, cap a lot.
Like, what we talking about?
Wait, if Kevin Durant always wanted to prove that he wasn't number 2 to LeBron, why the hell would we go to Cleveland? Because they'll see him number 2.
So he said, according to him, and really Draymond Green. Draymond Green is like a female. He'll tell you all.
That's
according to him. He thought the fact that move, him beating LeBron, him winning the Finals MVP with LeBron, would elevate him as the best player in the world. That's what he thought.
Yeah,
no, I understand
sturdy in Steph's era. Well, go ahead.
Hey, but I'm gonna tell this to both of y'all. Let me get this one off. What is Durant and LeBron got in common? They both went to their daddies to learn how to win championships.
LeBron James was it his daddy? What?
Yeah, Dwayne Wade.
Peak narrative talk. This is peak narrative talk right here.
No, real talk, Mac. I'm not gonna disrespect. Real talk, Mac. I'm not gonna disrespect KD.
Super narrative.
Hey, y'all, hold on 1 second. I got to see what. So, Lou, is that what you want me to share my screen?
Yeah.
Hold on. This got to be something wild. Hold on. You got your audio connected?
Yeah, I do.
Arrow talk is making
everybody is muted up.
Ridiculous.
Yeah, y'all mute up. I got to hear this.
What the hell?
I don't know, man.
All right, let's see. We have 2 more people that we haven't seen at all. Hey, Kobe.
2 more. That's it.
Oh, no. Kobe. This man looks like an egg.
Kobe, come on. You guys don't be paying the internet. Hey, Jones.
Oh, mama, what's up, Jesse? You fine as hell. Man. Hey, Florida, though, that's toxic. I'm really worried about you. I'll be like, man, she took her talent down to South Beach. That's crazy. That's where you from, though? That's where you said you from? I'm a little late, so I missed a lot of this. But that's
I'm from Florida.
Okay, you mixed with like some Haitian, some little Islander in you. You got a lot of nice skin tone.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Why your hair not done?
My hair. Well, I'm going to get my hair cut tomorrow. I'll be a little lazy.
Oh.
I'm not a girl. I don't like to groom myself all the time. I think that's feminine.
How old are you?
I'm 28. You feel me? I'll be chilling.
You think it's feminine to groom yourself?
Yeah. What the fuck, nigga?
Pineapple.
Damn. Damn. God damn. Just like pineapple.
Y'all leave my nigga Jones
Do
alone.
you know that
man.
guy, Lou?
Man,
You know that guy, Lou?
Jones doing bad out here, man.
Oh.
Jones doing bad out here.
You wasn't here for the Jones arc. I forgot. You came later.
Oh yeah, he was here for the Jones saga.
Yeah, FYF legend. Is that what
My
it is?
nigga Jones getting it in, man. Let that boy live his best life.
Hell no. That man don't wash his ass. Hell no.
Oh man.
Hey, was that the guy with the flies in the background?
Yeah, gotta be.
Oh, that's a FYF legend, man. That's crazy.
Man, what the hell? I don't wash my ass. I want to be a girl.
Bro, I got to do a reaction to that, man. I got to do one of that.
Nigga Jones trying to get his player on, man. Let that boy spit his game.
Bro, you can't go over and get pineapple. That man went up there and said, grooming ain't
I don't wash my ass. I'm not a sissy. What the fuck?
Hey, bro, that's
He was kicking back at the crib. I thought he was just spitting games. Yeah,
you feel
He was working pointy, man. He didn't want to work with her anyway.
Bro, the game he was
beautiful honeys though.
Hey, these honeys want. Hey, she was looking like she was basic, like she was in her summer gear, and she wanted a brother to be in a suit and tie and shit just to meet her.
No,
bro,
Jones came up there looking crazy, bro.
Oh, he said he don't groom himself. He's not a girl. What?
Oh,
that's not asking too much for a dude.
You gotta comb your hair or some shit.
Oh, I didn't know that's what he said. I didn't know.
He that ass said, "Oh, I don't groom myself. I'm not a girl."
That's why you got pineapples.
Yes,
pineapples.
Yeah. What'd you say, Lou?
I said, hey, when I seen somebody was doing a review of it, and I said, no fucking way, is that Jones? I gotta
Damn, that's crazy though.
That's not crazy. That's gross.
Nigga take kills all over YouTube. That shit.
Damn. That is wild, man.
He went on the Melody show. I saw Gilbert Arenas on there too. A reaction to Gilbert on there too.
Oh yeah, he was trying to get with the honey that run it.
Yeah, Melly.
Yeah. Bro, that ass said, I don't take care of myself. I'm not a girl.
Yeah, I don't know what Jones.
That's the definition of scaring the hoes, because the hoe can't stand being there when he smells funky. What the hell?
Must join that Macology class, man. Show him a few tricks.
Well, yeah, he should have told her, "Hey, baby, I'm just kicking back at the crib, just maxing out."
Shout out to Sturdy's guy. KD don't brush his hair, but it's still his error though.
He don't got hair to brush.
Hey, the honeys don't care when your bank account like that.
Yeah, that nigga got.
We ain't gonna tax him for the nappy hair, Sturdy. We ain't gonna tax him for that.
Bro, fucking
Jones had to be stressing or something because he went from having a clean cut fade to that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, man, it be hard times out here for niggas. I ain't gonna get on nice. Like that.
Don't do that, rap.
He might be growing it out. He in his Kobe mode. That's all. He growing young Kobe mode. He growing it out.
Grows Kobe mode.
Hey, did you think he had it planned that he was gonna go on there by then, or did you think it was just a spur of the moment thing? You said, let me get on this thing.
Yeah, I can't call it.
Spur the moment.
It might have been spur of the moment.
I can't call it, man. It's premeditated, man. I don't know.
I mean, even the game he was spit was weak as fuck, though.
What game was he spitting? He was just being a kiss ass and got booted because he smells bad. Because they was not reacting at all. He's like, hey, man,
they didn't catch the take your talents to South Beach. They didn't catch that.
That man's going to South Dakota with his talent. No one wants him.
He missed it over here. He's using basketball references.
Yeah.
Hey, that's like Lamar. That's like like when Delonte West under the highway. That's that type of shit. Like where they.
Oh man.
He wasn't crazy. Like what I'm saying, like you go into the store and you see a nigga you went to high school with and he begging for change. I was like, damn.
Damn.
That was wild.
You shot his shot though, man.
Man, that's crazy.
Look at Jones. This is what Jones. This is where he last left off with us, and then that.
I gave y'all the videos. This is for love. You know what I'm saying?
Is that please tell me that's edited, bro. Please tell me that's edited, bro.
Enjoy this shit. This will show y'all love. This is it, bro.
He swiped at that shit like it was gonna make a difference,
Lou,
man. That's too many flies,
Lou,
man.
when you read my book, man, the
What's
chapter
up?
on Jones, man, you're gonna be dying laughing, bro.
You got a chapter on Jones.
This is still hard.
Bro, this shit is terrible, bro.
Wow. That means he got his window open and shit. Like, you need to close your window, bro.
That's not fake, man. Why do y'all keep saying the flies is fake? Look,
he swiped at it though.
Does he live in a barn?
Bro. He swiped at the fly, so it looked real. Like the flies moved when he swiped at it.
I can't. You can't sit like that with a bunch of flies, bro. That's fake, bro.
Yeah, that's crazy.
He was just sitting still in it like he used to them old swan animals.
Look.
It must have been really hot, you know.
Nigga, lions don't even sleep like that with flies.
Like, look at how detailed the flies are. Like normally when you have flake fries,
they all blurred because they're moving around.
Nah, yeah, this is like real deal.
But my thing, why we edit them flies?
The swipe shows you how real they are because they move and shit.
Nah, man, they'll be landing on his face and everything, man.
Yeah, they would be.
Yeah, they'll stop moving and shit. That's crazy.
But when you see the flies that go behind them, though, none of them go in front of them. Though.
That is true.
They always go behind them.
They disappear.
And then when you pause it, they all disappear. Man, that's edited as hell. What the hell?
Hey, he should have went on pineapple with that.
Hey, man.
He looked like a funny guy, though, man.
You missed the Jones saga, boy. Jones was wild. Man.
Apparently, I did. Cause what the hell?
Long as Jones got Curry as a goal, we cool.
Hey, look, young guy. One time Jones messed around and dropped his address, talking about telling somebody to pull up. Citizen Lou Google mapped his address and pulled up the house.
Oh, you pulled up, Lou?
Dying.
What city?
Damn, Lou.
He living in the slums for real.
You was looking for smoke, Lou? Damn, Lou.
What state?
That was funny as hell. Like you can mess around, drop your address, and Lou and Google mapped it.
He was in Cali, right? Like he was in Cali.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit.
Jones doing bad, man. I'm about to react to that. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's doing bad, man.
Bro, got some of your book proceeds.
No, we can't do nothing with it. You can't help him there. We give him a word, we give him some support. We give some support, some word of advice or something.
Man, they ain't gonna put food in this tongue.
He said, drop some jewels on the hope. Crazy. That's crazy.
Y'all need to read the book though, man. Look, like I said, y'all would have thought I would have did Ralph Bogus in the book. Actually, man, I actually gave Ralph a hell of a role, man.
Oh, wait, you got people on the panel in your book?
Oh yeah.
I told you, I told you months ago, bro.
I know I'm not in the book. I know I'm not in the book,
nigga.
No, MacDuff, you in there?
Harvard.
No, I'm not, nigga.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
You definitely in there, MacDuff.
Lamont, do you have?
I'm not in no book. Where my proceeds at?
It's a fake MacDuff, not the real MacDuff.
He gotta sign that movie deal first.
Hey, bro.
So if he read it, he would know.
That MacDuff in the book got 2 F's. You got 1 F. Completely different.
Hey, y'all niggas is out of pocket.
They say that's a
you
fake
Mac with a
MacDuff.
CK, he Mac with just a C.
Yeah, I'm telling you, bro, that chapter on Ralph, man, Ralph, y'all gonna look at Ralph in a whole nother light.
Ralph got a whole chapter?
Ralph got a whole chapter.
Yeah. He a king, man.
I thought he had a paragraph
in the book.
Hold on. Hey, Ed, hold on. Should I give you Young Africa? Should I give you the first couple paragraphs to Ralph's chapter?
Oh yeah,
Young Africa.
Do that. We can,
bro. I'm a
Yo, MacDuff, Ralph is beating the shit out you in this book, bro.
No, MacDuff, I was just joking. You're not in.
Ralph beating the shit out you in this book, but he's stumping you out, my nigga.
Sturdy, you don't even know how to read. I don't believe nothing.
He called your ass illiterate, bro.
Yeah, what are we talking about?
This nigga pull up stats every day, so I can't read.
How does that work?
If it ain't got numbers, you don't know. Hey, y'all out of pocket.
How does that work?
That nigga said, if it ain't got numbers, you don't know.
They got the legs.
All right. You gonna put it on the screen?
Hey, Big R, you gonna show Steph Curry some respect and call it his air, nigga.
Y'all better stop trying to ride Brian coattails, nigga.
It's about them hands and knees for this nigga, bro. Get off your hands and knees.
You can't be a loser in your old era, Art.
Nigga, Jimmy Butler got an error now.
Niggas he's the GOAT.
Jimmy Buckets.
Anybody who think LeBron James is a loser,
you still got your IG?
You're just a hater if you say LeBron James is a loser.
No, send it to my email. Send it to my email. I'll shut that down.
Like I said, LeBron James is the only person that could go to 8 finals and it'd be worse than him losing in the first round. Like, nothing but haters.
Nothing but haters.
Like Mac was on his hands and knees for Curry, like he's putting food in his stomach and putting a house over him.
And LeBron James is the only one that can go to 8 finals and win one of them. And consider the
what? He has what?
What?
Nigga, what?
Hey, this nigga crazy.
This nigga said one.
Put the blunt out,
Big R. This is the only issue I got with. This is the only issue I got. I don't even have an issue with LeBron. I just have an issue with LeBron James. With LeBron James fans.
Well, I don't like you neither, nigga.
Hold on. In 2014, why can't you just admit that they got smoked?
30, nothing matters.
Hey, but you know what, bro? The only time I've ever heard that Macdell was from LeBron haters, bro. Right? Everybody know that San Antonio shot the highest clip ever in the finals, if I'm not mistaken.
They shredded your defense, y'all.
And that's fine, bro. We lost. We lost.
It's not LeBron's fault. It's not LeBron's fault. It's not Dwayne Wade's fault. Y'all just got smoked.
Then why are you trying to put that against LeBron?
No, because LeBron James fans will say he didn't have enough help.
Hey, wait,
B,
Mac, I got a
hold on, let me.
I don't think
y'all would say
he averaged
28 with 57% shooting. He did all he can do, and I'm like, bro, y'all.
Let me know when you're ready, young guy.
You got smoked. That's all there is to it.
All right, Mac, I got a question for you. If Steph Curry if it's his era so good, how the hell does he only lose 9 games in the regular season, and in the finals he loses as a third of as many games he lost during the whole season, and he chose
to ready?
Because the league helped him out.
How did the league help him?
Because they kicked Draymond out.
If Steph was so good, why doesn't he Draymond?
All right.
Oh wow!
It's the Warriors era.
Big Storm. They really needed that triple single, bro.
So who's the face of the dynasty? Who's the face of the dynasty?
No, it's the
why he need Kyrie against a bunch of.
I got a Lamar.
All right, hold on, y'all. I'm gonna let young Africa read this. Ralph,
my bad. Go ahead.
I want you to lock in, Ralph. Man, this was a small segment.
Young Africa, a narrator. Okay, go ahead.
It's your moment, Ralph.
The Wakanda Files.
So this is.
That nigga said the Wakanda.
Hold on, let me mute.
I'll get it in. But
hold on, I gotta mute him, man. Hold on, man. Look, this is a small segment of the book, man. This is one of the reasons why you gotta buy it, man. Salute, man. Go ahead, man. Go ahead and take off.
Shout out to Lamont's book once again, man. Eclipse Shadows, man. You know, Chicago's descent into revolution, man. This is a chapter that references the renowned Ralph, that we pulling up, man. And so it goes like this. For a moment, Chicago seemed to stand still. The cacophony of the crowd, the cheerful music from the parade, the voices of children laughing, all of it faded into a hushed undertone. At the epicenter of this silence was Ralph. Ralph's journey to this precise moment began weeks ago. For most, infiltrating the elite ranks of the Secret Service would have been an impossibility. For Ralph, it was just another role to master. His childhood had taught him to wear masks, to be someone else. He was a misfit by birth, a chameleon by choice. His strategy was twofold: information and impersonation. Through an underground connection within the Eclipse network, Ralph was introduced to a low-tier government official disillusioned by the system. This official, swayed by the Eclipse ideologies and promises, provided Ralph with details about the Secret Service's routines, codes, shifts, and even personal information about some of the agents. This was Ralph's goldmine. He learned about Agent Thompson, a Secret Service agent assigned to the governor's detail, who had recently been having problems with gambling. Ralph, using his uncanny ability to blend, frequented the same shady underground poker games as Thompson. They became friends, with Ralph feeding Thompson's addiction, ensuring he kept losing, and soon had him trapped in a mountain of debt. With Thompson firmly ensnared, Ralph played his trump card. He blackmailed Thompson, forcing him to feign illness on the day of the parade and provide his uniform and credentials. Now, with the legitimate entry, all Ralph had to do was act the part. On the day of the parade, Ralph meticulously dressed in Thompson's uniform, ensuring every detail was in place. With Thompson's badge, his entry into the inner circle was almost seamless. The few times someone did try to question him or looked at him suspiciously, Ralph dropped personal anecdotes he had learned about other agents, instantly assuaging any doubts. As the parade progressed, Ralph found himself mere feet from the governor. The weight of the concealed shotgun pressed against him, a constant reminder of his ultimate goal. He waited for the opportune moment when all eyes were on the governor's smiling face to strike. The governor, standing tall and proud with his family, waved to the crowd. Basking in the glow of what he believed was his triumphant moment, Ralph seized his moment, pulling out the shotgun. The world seemed to blur and slow as he took aim and fired. The sickening sound of the gunshot was drowned by the collective gasp of the onlookers. The governor's life was extinguished in an instant. His wife and children sprayed with the gruesome reminder of the act. Ralph's life flashed before his eyes. The jeers of bullies, the lonely nights spent watching FYF sport debates, the grueling hours at the gym, and his acceptance and prominence in the Eclipse movement. As he stood amidst the chaos, he realized that he had, in that one moment, done more for the Eclipse than he could have ever imagined. The retaliation was swift. Bullets from every direction pierced him, yet even in his final moment, a sly, satisfied smile adorned his face. He made his mark, changed the course of history, and ensured that his name would be forever remembered in the annals of the Eclipse uprising. R.I.P. Ralph. R.I.P. R.I.P. Ralph. Damn.
R.I.P. Ralph.
So where's the link to get this book?
Ralph.
That was interesting. I ain't gonna lie. I don't like reading, but that was interesting. I'm gonna have to give that.
Is there an audio book?
It's audio. If you get Kindle, if you get Amazon Kindle, you can get the audio version.
You can get
about a paperback version
to read it to you.
But yeah, Ralph, man, Ralph.
Sound like Ralph was a hater. I ain't gonna lie. Bro did all of that. Died and everything.
Sound like terrorists. But yo,
how'd
you like how'd you like your character, Ralph? Did you like that? Did you like the character?
Lamont, before Ralph answer, like Lamont, do you get to choose like what voice you want for the person who reads your book or what?
I can, but for me to choose, I have to go get an actor or somebody who can voice record, pay them to do it, and then I gotta send Amazon the audio for them to use that audio instead of the audio that they're gonna use.
And that's nothing but money. That's all I hear.
It don't cost that much. I mean, I'm gonna eventually do it, but
I had to get Morgan Freeman to read your book.
Nah, there's a lot of people out there that's pretty good at it. That can put like sound effects and stuff with it in the background, so like a little ambiance to it as you listening to it, make it seem a little bit more realistic.
Hey, well, what was the inspiration for the book, Lamont?
Lamont, you got to get Wally. You got to get Wally to read your book, bro.
Wally. No, I'm not getting Wally.
Bro, who said Wally?
Well, what was the inspiration for the book?
Just a little bit of everything. I just wanted to do something, but I wanted to do something that was outside of sports. I didn't want to, so I wanted to just. And then, the funny thing is as I was writing it, I didn't even really think to incorporate people from the chat into it. And it just kind of happened by accident, like when I got like halfway through the book.
No, you did Ralph nice though. Ralph went out blasting. That's nice. Though.
Ralph went out like a hater. That's all that sounded like. Just a bona fide hater, bro. Did all of that.
I would say you won't say that if you read the book. You won't say that if you read.
Bro got bullied. All right, I'm gonna spray everybody. What the hell?
Yo, yeah, that was crazy, man. Damn, Ralph.
Lamont, you might have some action in Hollywood. They on a writer's strike right now. They need some series and stuff.
Hey, don't be a scab. Don't give Hollywood nothing until they pay them people.
Yeah,
right. Me, I take it.
Oh, he taking the bag straight. Yeah. He
damn. It ain't no bag. That's why they strike. It ain't no bag.
Oh yeah, okay.
They get something. I take
they pay Lamont.
Well, I'm gonna give him 100. I really suggest you not be a scab, or no one else is gonna work for you, bro.
Hey, I don't know what that means. I don't even know what that means.
A scab is one a scab is one that's like a union, and then people just completely don't like try to help the union out and just try to go for the money.
Yeah, they break the picket line.
You make a lot of
they break the picket line.
Like when they be on strike, Lamont, and then
I'm not in no union.
You're a writer.
No,
You ain't the union.
No, Lamont. It's like when you let's say the writers on strike and you start working for the company while they got you cross the picket line.
You undermine the whole. You undermine the whole.
Oh yeah, I got
But he ain't in the screenwriters.
Nah, y'all don't understand. Lamar got that Kevin Durant mentality, bro. He riding with the dub winning.
Yeah, but
he gonna do whatever it needs to be done. He don't care. He trying to get them dubs.
You can get more money.
Yeah,
you can get more money and more benefits.
Yeah, being a scab, you expendable. You're not even. It's not even like you just get
Because the moment the studio's done with you, you get fired, and now no one wants to work with you since you were a scab.
Right.
You're not in the writers guild, nigga. Get in the writers guild, nigga.
What the guild don't strike? The guild don't strike back there. That's the point.
No, not only the guild, the actors also on strike too.
Yeah, so I mean,
you don't have nobody. You don't have nobody in it. No one wants to work with you. No one wants to work with you.
They still got that Equalizer 3 coming out though.
I think that was made before. I think that was made before the strike.
Yeah, that was already made before.
You can use your own money to make a movie. You don't have to be on strike right now.
I actually want to see that movie.
Yeah, we were talking, Lamar. You could start a GoFundMe. I remember this one channel did that. They did. You ever seen that movie, Video Game High School? I remember they raised money.
What?
No, like they raised money on GoFundMe or Kickstarter to
wait for what though?
Yeah, I wouldn't want to do that. That's like too much right there. That'd be hard.
Because then, turn
the book into a television show. Man.
I would sell the story to somebody. Like I would sell it to a producer.
YouTube series.
Lamont.
Yo, what up?
Yeah, you could just animate it, bro.
Did you see what was the name of that?
I could
BS High.
What is that?
Yeah.
About that college football coach wasn't a real coach from that fake school.
Yes.
Oh, you mean the team that got blown out?
Yeah,
by IMG.
That fake school, Lamont.
Bro, I remember that. They got blown out like
fake
70-0.
It was
fake high school made it to ESPN to play IMG, and they got smacked.
Fake. They didn't get smacked.
Recently?
That's understatement.
Last year. It happened during COVID.
How does they fake though?
They didn't
have a school.
They're like grown ass men.
Were they good though? Were they good?
No, they were not.
No, they suck.
How'd they get on ESPN then if they wasn't?
Because the white dude on there that arranged the games for them kind of schools, right?
Oh,
if you listen to the dude talk, like the head coach talk, you know what I'm saying? He one of them people that can talk to people and then into doing anything.
Hold on, let me play this.
He got grown ass niggas staying in hotels, running up hotel bills, apartment bills.
We're gonna see. Let me check this out. Check this out, y'all. I think this might be a good video.
Oh hell. Yep.
Roy Johnson,
right there.
They're a bit of a mystery in this game.
Well, they are a bit of a mystery of what type of team we're going to see. But the one thing we know about this infant stages program is that they are trying to help more kids have an opportunity to not only play high school football at a high level, but potentially to move on, get an education, and play scholarship level football in college.
It's an online-only charter school first.
Online-only charter school? What the fuck?
That should have been a red flag right there.
That's a red flag off the whip. How the fuck can you do an online charter school? That don't make sense.
Cornell Tate.
The proof is in the name, BS High.
Finally, taking down surrounded him coming out of North Fort Myers High School. That type of back.
Oh, Joan Holden.
By the way, that's a grown ass man going against them high school.
Stay out on the field. Here they are.
Well, why would they play IMG then?
And IMG will take
they're dumb.
Out.
He sold all them kids Lamont on like a chance to go to college. So he promoted this program so much it got him on ESPN.
Those
I'm gonna tell you what.
Grown ass dude.
I'm gonna tell you what. This is probably it's a whole bunch of schools out there doing what he did. Like,
my thing is what the fuck's the online?
Here's the thing, though, Lamont. What they did was the tuition was like $16,000, and he got them to do PPP loans. And he signed them up with hey Lamont, he signed them up with all PPP loans and all they businesses. All they businesses they signed up for was like a barber. Like they gave him an EIN. And the industry was barbershop.
He ain't never gonna see the light of day again. He might. No, he didn't get charged with anything, bro. That's why I think that PPP loan thing, they might be capping about that a little bit.
Oh, okay.
Because at the end of it, they said, dude, you know what I'm saying? They was like, he could do it all over again. It's just the fact that he did it without a school, you know what I'm saying, was the crazy part. But the scheduling, he got his scheduling.
Schools, so there's a lot of prep schools out here, right, in Arizona. And really the only thing that they need is they just need to attach themselves to an online program. It don't have to be their own online program. They could go sign up. They could go link up with a company online that do their own, like schooling from home for whatever for high schoolers. And as long as they partner up with some like homeschool program, they can say that they're a school and go play games and have a team. And the kids, what they do is they put these kids in. I'm not gonna say no school's name to air nobody out, but they put these kids in like they'll put them in a house. Like they'll buy like 3 houses next to each other, and then they'll put like 5 kids in each bedroom. These kids is just living cramped in. I'm talking about they living like savages in them things. And
It's an online charter school, and no one questioned it.
bro, that's what he did. It sounds
it was
normal to
bad.
me.
It was bad, Lamont.
No, but what he did, y'all, it might be foreign to most people, but that's currently going on right now.
No, Lamont, what the fuck is an online charter school? How can you be a charter school online?
Yeah, the documentary said like he got some kind of Christian academy to sponsor him at first, but he started running bills up, right? And they canceled it. And what happened, that's how he got the start. And after that, he just kept it going.
He kept it going, but he wasn't doing the schooling part of it.
No schooling part at all.
That's the thing. You got to keep the schooling part of it going, no matter how shady the school aspect of it is. You got to keep that part going. Bro, I know a school out here that got the kids sleeping in the gym. They sleep in the gym. They wake up hooping.
Hey, Lamont, you should definitely be a whistleblower and get that money from them news agencies.
That ain't no hell no, bro. That's connections, bro. Hell no, I'm not blowing up. No.
How they know there's you? Just say unanimous.
Bro.
Did you just try to get this nigga to snitch?
He's willing to be a scab. Oh, I'm saying.
Bryant did.
Bron did.
No. He's trying to convince it to be a.
Lamont said he
was. He's trying to convince it to be a blackmailer. There's a difference. Blackmail.
No. You don't blackmail. All you do is that you go to a news agency, drop them a little note, walk off. No one knows who the hell did it. They look into it.
True said you can't have a charter online.
Oh, I think
what's the point?
I think I was thinking about
that's
a
where
boarding
you
school. That's
graduated
on
from.
my bad.
So you want your Krabby dicks every day.
What?
No, I think you can go to school online. I mean, you go to.
My bad. I was thinking of a boarding school.
My homeboy, I think his kids go to like an online homeschool.
No, you could do online homeschooling.
Yeah,
it's just a lot of them is just not very credible.
Good.
Like a lot of them is not. A lot of them is only really designed to make sure all the kids get like decent enough grades so they can be eligible for whatever school they get into.
You know, I don't know about that, man. I mean, it ain't that much different than going inside the school versus like going online. I mean, like, you know what I'm saying? It ain't that. I mean, I think a kid
because athletes in real schools get favoritism too. A lot of these athletes in real schools don't be going to class, and you know, a lot of the teachers just pass them because they give the school such a good look. So I mean, it happens. It don't matter what school you go to. It's gonna be some shady practices.
That is true. Shady shit happens everywhere.
Shit, LaMelo was homeschooled.
Lamont be doing shady stuff at his school, recruiting kids, man.
I don't recruit.
G leaguers, man.
I recruit. I know, but see, the thing is, we can because like club basketball at the college level is not sanctioned. So shit, I could go against all types of recruiting violations that would get
Hey, Lamont, did you see this goof ass nigga Noah Lyles? Talk about
the track runner.
Yeah. Did you hear
What'd
about
he
what
say?
happened? So he was
Bro
talking
was a
shit
certified hater.
Yeah, he was talking about the NBA. He was like, he sound like a super lame ass nigga, but he was talking about.
He is a super lame ass nigga.
Yeah, this is my first interaction with seeing this dude, but like all the NBA players is cooking him. I'm gonna play. Hold on.
The league came together just to roast his ass. It's beautiful.
The United States? You know, the thing that hurts me the most is that I have to watch the NBA Finals and they have world champion on their head. World champion of what? The United States? No, Don't get me
He tried his
wrong.
hardest to be funny.
I love the U.S. at times, but that ain't the world. That is not the world. We are the world. We have almost every country out here fighting, thriving, putting on their flag to show that they are represented. There ain't no flags in the NBA. World champion.
I hear go fat nigga. But
that was so not fucking funny.
Yeah, that shit was
crazy.
Who was that?
That shit was
the track runner Noah Lyles. He American.
Yeah, he playing some.
What's wrong with what he said?
That shit was that.
Nigga, the NBA is the best in the world.
League in the world. Some of the best players overseas cannot make it in the NBA. And some of the bums that go to some of the people that look like bums in the NBA go to overseas and look like all-stars. Look at my prime example, Stephon Marbury. He wasn't the best. He was good, but he wasn't the best. He the China balls out.
What? That nigga was not a bum, nigga. What the fuck?
No, but y'all didn't hear. No, you didn't hear me.
But he's not a GOAT. That motherfucker's the GOAT in China.
Jimmer Fredette dropped like what 70 goddamn points. Couldn't make an NBA today.
But he don't have a.
But he was in the NBA.
Yeah, but he talking about the disparity, like
kill with
Dennis
Jimmy Fredette
Schroeder.
2K, nigga, when he was
Dennis Schroeder, where you playing now to Dennis Schroeder in the
examples of trash, bro. This nigga examples.
That's why I asked what's wrong with it, because I want to hear everybody's comment. What's wrong with it?
Hold on, what up, True?
He will not be in
Yo, what up?
What's good?
What up with y'all? What up, everybody?
Hey, True. They said Bill Russell not even a top 10 player all time, bro. That's what Lamont said.
It was they said that. No, that he know I didn't say that.
He playing some man too. He ain't saying names. Say names. Don't be scared.
Yeah, true. We asked because we asked people who have Curry top 10. Mac Dell said I had to take Bill out of there, man. It is what it is.
How could you?
True. Real talk. We're talking about errors. That's what we like. The '60s was Bill Russell's error, and we trying to depict if LeBron and Steph Curry had the same error the 2010s, or was it just KD as far as Sturdy's concerned?
Was his error. Don't put it on everybody up there.
As far as Sturdy's concerned, it was KD's
I
error.
think errors. when you say errors though, I think that's a little bit more like subjective. I just do decades, because I mean, error can be subjective. I'll say what you do in a decade, then you know what I mean. You can say quote unquote error, right? That's how I do it.
But what if you come 3 years into the decade? You can't be a.
I mean, it all depends what you do. I mean, you can't. I mean, here's the thing. Like, what's a player like Jordan? Like, I don't know. It all depends. Like Jordan played in the '80s, but he still he's a top 10, top 5 player in the '80s, right? You know what I mean? It don't matter, right? It is what it is.
MVP in the '80s.
Yeah, So it's like
87.
Yeah, but I'm saying you get what I'm saying. It all depends what you do in the decade. That's how I look at it.
88.
So
Lamont said an era could be like 5 years or 4 years even. He said.
Hey, True. What I want to know is what's going on with that plantar fasciitis.
What?
What's going on with that plantar fasciitis?
He talking about Porzingis.
Porzingis all right. He should be good by before the season starts.
Okay.
Man,
hang in there, True, man. I feel you, brother.
Nah, I ain't nothing to hang in. Listen, I'm excited, man. Listen. Y'all better hope he ain't healthy. That's all I gotta say. Y'all better hope he ain't healthy.
Porzingis ain't no needle mover,
Man,
that's all it is.
Y'all ain't going nowhere.
No,
Without the cap.
That's it. Y'all said, listen now. Hey, listen, it sound cool. But listen, I'm excited, man. Listen, I can't wait for the season to start.
What are you trying to say, Mac? A 20-10 guy in Porzingis not a needle mover? Like,
man, nobody worry about Pony Boy. Stop it.
No. Hold on.
Porzingis is a needle mover.
Hold on. So y'all, hold on. So I'll come on here to cook people.
Cute.
I was coming on here to chill and say what's up. You know what I mean? I ain't want to cook nobody. You know what I mean?
Hey, we been cooking everybody, nigga. You ain't exempt neither.
No, I'm saying, no, listen.
That's how they feel.
Listen, all I know is.
Oh yeah, get him, True. Get him.
I mean, I'm just saying though, cause I ain't know who what's y'all. I know Art's a Laker fan. I know Lar's a Laker fan. What about like?
Sturdy just likes to hate on everybody's team.
I mean, I know that. But I'm like, who?
Mac Def, get off your knees.
That's a fact. That's a fact.
Crazy.
He's totally objective.
Damn.
Sturdy just love basketball. That's
you say hate. I say keep it factual about everybody's team. But go ahead, bro.
Nah, you don't like you in your feelings. You don't like when somebody.
But here's the thing, Mac Dev though. But you be trying to push agendas more than anybody though. So I mean,
That's obvious.
My team is the Bulls. I don't push no agendas with them.
Yeah, ride for your team,
Yeah,
nigga. What you mean, nigga? You a big fan of the team. Stand strong, nigga. Stand 10 toes on your team, nigga.
Your team ain't going nowhere, dog. What the fuck?
Who's your team? Who's your team? Hold on. Who's your team?
Who?
You.
All right, I'm about to say this now.
Oh, it must be trash. He didn't say it quickly.
Hey, this.
You know, if it's good, Mac, if it come back real quick.
Oh,
who's your
my
team?
team ain't good at all. My team ain't good at all. Well,
Yeah,
we know they're playing though. Simple.
Who's your team? Who's your
Man,
team?
say who your team is so we
My
can
team
come off
is
the
the
top
Magic.
row.
I'm a Magic.
The Magic. Oh,
Man, you got nerd talk about the Celtics. Hold on. You got nerd talk about the Celtics. You got nerd talk about the Celtics. You a Magic
We
fan?
bust y'all ass 2 out of 3 times.
We ain't bust nobody. That's a regular season game. You hope on a regular season game.
Matched
Really?
up with y'all, we beat y'all.
I
It don't matter. We
guarantee
cooked y'all,
I guarantee it don't happen
if we
again.
so bad, how come you
guarantee.
didn't win?
I think we see on the NBA Cup. I think we in the same bracket. So you better watch out.
We match up better against y'all.
I would never argue with Orlando Magic fan in my life.
Nah, true. You just said it. True, you just said it, nigga. Hold on. True, you just said it. It's a regular season game. Just say you gonna see me.
No. I was talking about last year though. Don't do that. I was talking about last year.
Regular season matters.
You're not gonna play again in the regular season.
It's an NBA Cup, sir. You know what I mean? Hold on. I was talking about
the regular season.
Sir, you trying to push your agenda too, sir. You trying to hate.
So that's the regular season.
You trying to hate.
You talking about the regular season?
Those cup games mean more than just the regular season games. They mean a little more.
No. So after, so when you win a cup game, hold on, Africa. So you win a cup game, that goes towards your regular season record, right?
It means a little more than a regular season game.
Okay, so regular season, you're right.
No, it's slightly more valuable though. It's slightly more valuable.
Sturdy trying to be down
How's it slightly more valuable when it go to the same fucking record?
No. It
don't do that.
I'm trying to instigate stuff.
You can win a trophy.
You can win a trophy. That's some hating ass shit, right?
I'm speaking facts. Speaking facts.
I can't even come off the top rope. I said you are. I can't even say nothing back.
That's an agenda.
Boy, you just spin something. You legit spin that.
Those cup games are gonna.
Paolo gonna be the face.
How you spin that was crazy.
Mark my
words. If y'all can tell me the cup game is not a regular season game, tell me that.
No, man, all right, bro. All right, big. I ain't gonna. Come on.
Who's your favorite player in the NBA? So we can get on.
Hey, y'all, I gotta shut this one down, man.
Damn.
All right.
It's crazy how this Mac Duff he is a Bulls fan, but was on his hands.
Man, you got a Magic fan talking about Celtics though. It's crazy though, man.
An Orlando Magic fan that talks basketball is horrible.
Yeah, man. When Jonathan Isaac coming back, man?
We don't need Jonathan Isaac. That man's a fraud, bro. He don't do nothing but just push.
Man, your whole team a fraud.
Orlando, the city is better than that
can't
team.
go left.
Shout out
now Jalen Brown. Now Jalen Brown our best player. Jalen Brown better everybody on your squad.
Favorite player.
Jalen Brown better everybody on your squad.
Now how come we beat y'all? We beat y'all 2-3.
Bro, hold on. So y'all,
we matched up 3 times. Y'all niggas.
Hold on. Was y'all beat us in the playoffs? Let me ask y'all this question. Hold on. Was y'all beat us in the playoffs? Though? Was y'all beat us in the playoffs?
If we beat you 2 times out of the regular season,
answer the question.
Yes.
All right.
Y'all are frauds.
Delusional.
I'm delusional. Y'all went down 3-0. Y'all went down 3-0 against the goddamn.
You wasn't even there. Your team wasn't even there.
You rely on Derek White's ugly ass to say that. Jason Tatum go to Game 7 and Lakers.
Your team wasn't good enough to compete.
Go to the finals and lose. You
what was he talking about?
And end up the same losers.
Get your people, Ralph.
We lose. Explain that to me. Y'all niggas stink. Y'all,
I know, Ralph. You ain't co-signing a bum ass Magic now, Ralph. Come on now.
The bum. What are you talking about,
bro? Hey, when last time y'all made the playoffs? When last time Magic made the playoffs?
2019.
Damn.
When the last time you won a finals? When the last time you won a finals?
You ain't know your team, and that's a lie.
2019.
2020. It was 2020 in the bubble. You ain't know your own team. Your team sucks so bad. You don't even pay attention when y'all ain't make the playoffs. 2020.
So he said he don't count the bubble all day, so you cooked yourself.
I didn't say.
I didn't know that. He don't count the bubble.
I just said I don't count the bubble playoffs for my team. The bubble ring counts for y'all, but I just. No, I don't. Okay, so you count Damian Lillard's bubble MVP?
Bro, don't try to hold his hand, bro. Don't try to hold his hand, bro.
Do you count Damian Lillard's bubble MVP because he has a bubble MVP? You count that shit?
I count. You know what I count? You know what I count? I count trash.
Hey, you know what I count? You know you can also count. You know you.
I count trash.
The 2 times we whooped y'all ass. Shut the fuck up.
Bro, listen. At the end of the day,
Tanner was there.
At the end of the day, hey, listen. Every squirrel can have a nut. Hey, all I know is this:
we had that shit 2 times on your face. I didn't get that shit 2 times on your face.
What?
Get your man, yo.
That's a better terminology though. I don't know. Listen, hey,
you said squirrel. You said every squirrel. I thought you said scrub.
Yeah, I said squirrel. Yeah, I said squirrel. Come on now.
Squirrel for busting nuts.
Hey, all I know is this though. I said squirrel. Let's calm down. But I know this though. Them bum ass magic.
And we are so
y'all need magic. Y'all need magic. Y'all need magic to be good. Y'all need magic.
Literally.
Y'all need Dr. Strange. Y'all need Dr. Strange sorcery to be good. Y'all motherfuckers trash.
Y'all need magic.
Y'all need magic.
Unicorn to be good.
Hey, Ben Carroll gonna come from
it's not Magic Johnson.
I know that.
Listen, we already got
magic. They need magic. I ain't talking about Johnson.
Those jokes are so goddamn bad, nigga. Jesus Christ.
You trying to say our teams is horrible and your team is the magic. It took you 5 minutes to describe who your team was.
Them same bad jokes.
It'll not take me 5 minutes. I
know that. On the soliloquy, bro. You did lightweight go on the soliloquy.
Your team missed the playoff. What the fuck?
You did lightweight go on the soliloquy, bro, about your team.
How did I go on a soliloquy? What?
You was like, now listen.
Magic making the play-in is equivalent of a championship for them right now. That's a just making the game. Just making it.
The Bulls haven't done anything since Jordan.
But listen, we
don't call that a championship though, nigga.
So you don't like Wendell Carter Jr. True? You don't like Wendell Carter?
First of all, I don't respect no organization. I don't respect no organization that's not going to retire Shaq number, Penny, or Dwight Howard or T-Mac. So we can move on. Y'all trash organization. Y'all trash organization. Let's not get in that. Y'all ain't got no jersey retired for no reason.
How many rings do y'all have? Like what? 17?
That's a lot.
How many of those came from the back of segregation ball?
Stop.
I'm not hearing.
We ain't going there.
First of all, how your squad in Miami, how your squad in the state of Florida, you can't get free agents to come there. How you can't get free agent? Why they just skip over Orlando?
What free agent goes to the Bulls? Name them. What free agent has gone to the Bulls?
DeMar DeRozan, Lonzo Ball.
Okay, one guy goes to no kneecap, and one guy.
Nobody goes to Orlando
in the playoffs.
Why nobody want to go to Florida and go to Orlando? Y'all got the.
You sound like a great value low.
Disney World, everything.
That's crazy.
This man sound like a great value low. Come on, get out of here, baby. Come on, get out of here, man.
Your team ain't doing nothing. You go to the playoffs and just fizzle out. You don't do nothing, bro.
We fizzle out.
Remind me of one of them niggas that can't play basketball. You just talk trash on the bench. I ain't gonna hold you.
You are on your hands and knees for Steph Curry. I'm not hearing you, bro.
Bro, you are an Orlando Magic fan. What kind of basketball logic could you possibly bring to the table?
Good. What do you bring? DeMar DeRozan doing nothing but mid-range shots and stinking in the playoffs?
He's better than everybody on your squad.
No, the fuck.
He's not better than Paolo, though.
He's not better than Paolo. He's not better than Franz. He's on the
Who not better than Paolo? Who not better than Paolo?
Hold on. When was Pablo? When was your boy ever on the MVP track? Did he ever finish top 10?
Paolo not better than
Domantas Sabonis was top 5 MVP.
Y'all got you.
That's what I be talking about. Orlando Magic fan.
Y'all got you.
All right,
Hey,
look, we got it. I want to keep it going, but I gotta shut this one down.
No, his team is Orlando Magic. Is he talking trash about us?
True, you just came in for the quick cup. True, just quick.
Hold on, you ain't gotta do nothing. You ain't gotta do nothing.
So you traded Eric Gordon, and he a champion now.
All right.
Okay.
Shout out to True. Y'all heard the man.
True, the TV about to go live. Shout out to True if you want to continue this dialogue.
Shout out to True again. He about to continue this conversation.
His channel and bust his ass.
Said his team is full of lottery picks.
Come through.
That was crazy.
That was crazy.
Your team is full of scratch off lotteries, nigga.
Hey, shout out to Lamont, man. Hey, shout out to Lamont. Go to Amazon, get that Eclipse Shadows, man. You know the new book, man. It's a great book, man.
Yo, Lamont, when you streaming again?
Now I got to in my FOF era to go somewhere else to bust somebody ass.
I'm gonna stream Tuesday. Streaming Tuesday.
Hey, Sturdy, did you have your battle today?
No.
Duels ducking
I'm
you,
not
Sturdy?
streaming Tuesday. I'm streaming tomorrow. I'm not streaming.
Chill had an emergency meeting.
Oh, okay.
Emergency phone call. Something popped up. I'll take Chill don't big time.
We can do that again whenever though.
All right.
I'll probably
it'll
be Monday or Wednesday. Just see what day y'all can make it work, and I'll set it up.
Africa. Oh, I forgot to ask you this, Africa. What the hell happened to you in that PC versus FYF thing?
Oh,
Where you at,
no,
bro?
I was traveling, so I couldn't even get to the internet. I was traveling. I was in the wilderness at that point in time, man. So I couldn't do that.
This man was in a pride.
Yeah, you can just tell people you're traveling, bro. Don't tell people you're in the wilderness, my nigga.
It's all good though, man. You know,
I'm gonna say something crazy.
I doubt no one else is gonna go there.
Bro.
We're gonna go all the way to Africa just to fuck with him.
Hey, FYF Africa would be kind of lit, man. So come through, man. See the next Joel Embiid out here. I'll link you up with him.
Hold on, what part? I'm not going to South Africa.
No. You can come to Ethiopia. You can come to Egypt. You can do whatever you need to do. Lamont. We can go live at the pyramids if you really want it.
Yeah, I want to go to Egypt. That's where I need to get to.
Oh, good. All
Egypt,
right, peace
Nigeria,
out.
Or one of
Look,
them.
y'all. Hey, I put True channel link in the chat, man. Make sure y'all click it.
He going live.
But I go over there to bust his bum ass.
Subscribe, and go pull up. He about to go live, man. I'm gonna be listening in. I want to hear how this conversation go on, man. But we got.
You gonna hear it. You gonna hear it. I'm about to bust his ass.
All right, I'm gonna be watching for it, man. Salute.
Like, you know, you my little bro, man. Like, for every LeBron James needs a Mario Chalmers, bro. That's all it is, man. At the end of the day, we still homies, nigga. Yo, Lamont, great stream, bro.
All right, man.
It's funny how we talk about Steph and Magic. We was supposed the thumbnail said Magic, Lakers and Celtics. That's funny, bro.
We supposed, but it is. I knew I needed to have a backup in case the debate didn't happen, but like I said, Chill had something come up, so it's cool. Made it work.
No, it's kind of good. It's kind of good in a way because you can actually find more people. It's like you got another week to find more people to answer the card.
I know that's what I wanted to do. I need to get some more debates, so I want to try to get some people off the POF app. I saw one of them was in here today. I want to try to get some of them over here to do some debates.
Oh, you gotta start jacking that too, Lamar.
Yeah.
You and Hoop got good chemistry. Real talk.
Yeah, we're gonna. I've been wanting to record some of them and bring some of the episodes over here, just kind of give people a glimpse of what we do over there. We still growing. They still a ceiling platform, and they still just trying to find the right. They want to find the perfect time slot to put us so they can run our promotion and all that. So it's just right now it's just like we're in the experimental stage with it. We're still trying to test a lot of stuff out.
So, all right, that's what's up. Right. I'm gonna be on you, Jack.
All right, Sturdy, man. I'll catch you on the next one. FYF Sports, man. Another great podcast episode. Salute, man. Nicholas Brown, one of the top moderators of the chat. Sammy, I saw you in there. Dante, always in here as usual. T Killer, Jared, Tiffany, Ned, man. Appreciate you pulling up, supporting. Man, just so many. And I saw a ton of new faces, man. So again, I appreciate everybody that's been subscribing, man. I know we've been putting out a lot more uploads than lately, so I'm sure y'all see those. So again, if you're one of those people that you watch the shorts or you watch the uploads, make sure you also hit the subscribe and hit the notification bell so you can also get notification when we go on these live streams too, because that's what the ultimate goal, get you guys over here on these lives when we have these big time conversations. But again, great show today, man. Great show, man. Appreciate everybody. He says, Lamont, even though you tried to put me on the spot with Natty, salute, man. I didn't look, man. I am not trying to put you. You typed it in the comments. I don't know what you want me to do. I thought you want me to showcase it, man. I did. I'm just trying to put you out there, man. See me on IG trying to hit people with the thirst trap. So I'm just like, man, maybe she caught you up in one of her thirst trap picks. That's what she do. So it is what it is, man. But salute to Dante Williams, man. MC Robinson, man. Appreciate that as well, man. But again, appreciate y'all, man. FYF Sports. We're gonna be back live actually tomorrow. I'm gonna be on the POF app, so I'll be dropping that link. I'll be live on POF app on Tuesday and Thursday this week. We'll be back here Wednesday as well. And then as far as the weekend, I'm not particularly sure what we're gonna be doing yet, but we'll get something sorted out. But you guys, FYF Sports, man, another great podcast episode. We're gonna be back with more sports and news. Till then, it's FYF Sports. And we out.
Yeah, we done came from the bottom. Mad that we up, but I don't hear him talking. Started with knowledge inside of my noggin. We took a dream and then we started blogging. Put my city on the map now. I'ma say how it is and I don't back down. On the road to 100K, we finna act out. We gon' show them that we not just in the background. We the main event, we the main show. We the one that people always gonna pay for. FYF, we the best, no debate though. Number one sports channel, every angle. I'ma show them all how we ride. Best sports talk show, we not like them guys. We playing it safe while they feather the lines. We pushing the narrative all of the time. Like who to go in the game is not MJ. Kobe Bryant top 10, not what we say. I keep Elijah one is very overrated. Keep it real if it ain't fact, we don't say it. Now stable, we won't be ignored. We number one, especially when coming to sports. FYF bringing the heat here, of course. Where everything backed up with actual source.